Where's the spirit? Where's the guts? Huh?
Yes, we got spirit, we got guts. Let's get out there and kick their butts. Hello, traders, friends, family, and everyone else. Welcome to Topstep TV. And today, once again, sounds repetitive, but we got it. An all-star cast each and every day. And remember, Topstep TV offers everything in one: is education, trading buddies, cool swag and knowledge and entertainment. Of course, John Hoagland. So this is opening call. He's back. We missed him, and I'm glad to see him. So we have an informative and educational show for you today, and each and every day will be your trading buddy, trading newscaster, fellow trader, good friend, neighbor, and even that kid that bags your groceries. So remember, that voice in your head keeps telling you people will walk in and will walk out of your life. But those who make footsteps, a lasting impression, those are the ones you never let walk out. Yes, tie them up, duct tape. Don't let them get anywhere. throw them in the closet, and you'll have them forever. Let's get ourselves ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market know-how. Let's say hello to everybody's friend, trading mentor, and the guy who makes us complete, John, a.k.a. the Hoagland. Good morning, Johnny.
Good morning, Eddie, and good morning, everybody. It's great to be back with everybody. It's always good to get away. I always miss it when I'm gone. I feel so lucky and blessed to be here with everybody every day. It's what I love to do, and I'm very happy to be back. It's a beautiful day here in Chicago. We're going to see what kind of opportunities we can find in these markets. As always, we're going to focus on accurate context, good risk management, and patience as every day. It's great to be back with everybody. Eddie, it's great to be back with you. How are you doing today, pal?
I'm doing fine. Right before we went on, John's like, wow, it's a beautiful day outside. And I looked out the window. I'm like, you are correct, sir. Yes, we got a beautiful day here in Chicago, and hopefully we do have a beautiful day trading. So keep your focus, keep your mindset, and let's get on to the news. Well, if you're looking at the charts and going, what the hell happened? Johnny's going to explain that. Yes, S&P, NASDAQ fell out of bed. Pretty heavy. The U.S. stock futures pointed slightly lower today, but after that number came out, we hit the ditch. The main indices yesterday closed higher. That was by the buoyed steep gains in Tesla. We were watching that throughout the day yesterday and watching that. And thank you very much, community, for keeping us up to date on those stocks. And once again, here, if you can, we'd love to see that. Bitcoin, the price moved a little bit today, sticking to the lower end of a trading range that established the past month as investors. Yes, those that do have Bitcoin continue to pull out of the U.S.-listed crypto investment product. Launch of the spot exchange traded funds, ETF, in Hong Kong also sparked little immediate joy as markets waited to see just how much the Asian demand was in store for crypto. Hong Kong capital markets were substantially smaller than the U.S., but Bitcoin did rise 1.6% over the past 24 hours. Johnny, what do you got to add to this?
Well, all right. As far as economic numbers this morning, really, the 730 number, which is usually not a very impactful number, came in with an outlier. The employment cost index, the previous month came out 0.9%. They were looking for 0.1%. It came out they were looking for 1%. It came out 1.2% higher. Now, that's the biggest jump in employment costs in 18 months. It's a little bit of a shock to our early traders here in the equities and some of the other markets. But we are still waiting for more information as the day goes on. At 8 o'clock this morning, the Case-Shiller and FHFA Housing Price Index is due out. At 8:45, the Chicago PMI. And at 9 o'clock, the Consumer Confidence or lack thereof number is due out. And that's really pretty much it as far as economic numbers today. We do know that the FOMC meeting begins today. We're looking for that information tomorrow at 1 p.m. Central, as well as the Chairman's press conference at 1:30 Central Times tomorrow. That's the one that everybody seems to be waiting for. As far as earnings this morning, Eli Lilly beat as far as earnings per share, but misses as far as revenue is concerned. Coca-Cola everything shining brightly over there. McDonald's misses on earnings per share, but beats on revenues. But I'm understanding that it really didn't impress the street that much as far as those McDonald's revenues. PayPal misses on earnings per share, but beats on revenues. And 3M beats on both categories. After the close today, Amazon is due out. AMD and Starbucks, a couple of more for you there. As far as the VIX this morning, the VIX jumped about 3% after that 7:30 number this morning. It's up at 15.13. Last I checked, the dollar index also jumped up to 106, up near or above 106 now, and the yield on the 10-year also dove to the upside. Last I checked at about 4.66%. And that's about all we've got as far as economic numbers this morning. And as our earnings are concerned, we'll be waiting for Amazon after the close. Eddie, back to you.
Thank you, Johnny. Well,
Oh no.
crude.
There he is.
Did I disappear?
Yeah, you're a little bit sketchy on your internet over there for some reason.
I should not be. Let me do this real quick here. Hold on one
It
second.
seems to resolved. Or not.
Looks like Jack
there he
Nicholson
goes.
from The Shining right there.
Presto chango. No, I'm just kidding. Oil prices hover around the flatline European trade Tuesday. Now, this is, we were watching this yesterday, too. We had a little run on crude here. But media reports that Israel has offered a 40-day ceasefire. How about a forever ceasefire to Hamas as delegates met in Egypt to renew talks? Elsewhere, expectations higher for the longer U.S. interest rates prior to the Fed meeting this week. And we did see the Brent rise 0.1%, 88.45. And our good friend WTI West Texas Intermediate crude futures edged up 0.1% to 82.72. Look at the crude right now, 82.62. So very close to where it is. John, you know what a zebra is, right?
Oh, yes.
Well, these zebras, well, here, let me read the story. Members of the public, including a rodeo clown, members of the public, a zebra, helped police corral runaway zebras. Yes, these runaway zebras escaping the penitentiary. About 30 miles from Seattle. This was Sunday, and the animals escaped just off Interstate 90 near the North Bend when a trailer that was being secured at the exit was unsecure. By Sunday night, 3 of the zebras, including a baby zebra, had been recaptured. And the 4th, the 4th is still at large. Private owner was transporting zebras to Montana. What do they eat zebras in Montana? I don't know. Let's find out. Witnesses said the driver helped keep the zebras from running onto the highway. And if you do live near Seattle and you do see a rogue zebra running around, call the police. Do not attempt to capture the zebra. It notes it is armed and dangerous. To be very careful. But anyway, on a better note, have you noticed that we got a bunch of new products added to Topstep TV over the weekend? You could check those out. We got the FX futures and the Chicago Board of Trade financial futures are now live on Topstep X. And trading your strategy on Topstep X is a whole lot easier. So check them out. Tip of the week, James, our good buddy James. What do you got here? Well, Performance Daily. And I'm going to hit it on weakness. What's your weakness in trading? All right. Now, this is where you're going to be struggling. This is where you should have posted it in your journal. Things you need to work on. Focus and improve them. Whether it's your positioning, whether it's how you see the market, whether it's how your emotions are. These are things that you need to review each and every day. And if you don't have a journal to post these in, get one. You have to get one, and you're going to find out what needs to be corrected. John, what do you got that you can add to this?
It's great advice, Eddie. Of course, we always want to be focusing on weakening our weaknesses, right? But I'm going to take the other coin of that, Eddie, and I'm going to say it's also very important to review your strengths. Know what your strengths are. Know when you are in a strong position, and it is if you're going to learn, you have to review your performance. Make sure you look at both sides of that coin, not only the weaknesses, but also take note of what you do well and take advantage of that.
Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you, Johnny. Thank you, Johnny. And once again, before we go to the charts, please remember to be kind to your support agents. They've worked very hard here, and they're getting a lot done. I know that we did see some questions in here. Where's my reset? Well, if you paid attention, we said they're coming out Wednesday. So today is only Tuesday. At least it's Tuesday here in Chicago. Tomorrow's Wednesday. Early in the morning here, you will get that reset. And remember, we did have the bell to bell. So we're talking about getting all 3 check-ins. If you only got one check-in, you're going to get a reset, right? Because we love you very much. And I tell you, the community has been fantastic lately. So anybody that filled out just one, yes, check your email tomorrow. You will get a free reset. And without further ado, let's take a look at the charts. Johnny, what do you got for our contestants today?
All right. As always, we like to start on the daily in the S&Ps. So we're all well aware that there's a lot of data coming out in the next few days. We had a little bit of a shocker here this morning from that employment cost index. In the S&Ps, price yesterday, we had some play with the weekly kickoff high of 5150. No real decisions have been made there. We lost 13,000 in open interest yesterday. Volume is cutting off, which is something we could be expecting, knowing that we've got the FOMC meeting tomorrow. A lot of traders and investors are currently either hedging or getting hedged or positioned or getting positioned for anything that may come out as an outlier tomorrow for the FOMC. So again, yesterday volume slowed. We lost 13,000 in open interest. The market is waiting for new information. It needs some sort of a new impetus to cause traders to adjust inventories, especially in longer time frames. The market is just kind of hanging around seeking new business that may not show up until tomorrow after that FOMC meeting. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. So let's get this scaled so we can all see it. There we go. All right, going back a little bit further. So yesterday we had a normal variation trading day. It was just really range bound until finally some sellers came in and tested down to the downside. And if you remember, last week, we talked about the importance of this afternoon pullback high from the 24th. That level is 51.1730. Where did the market finally kind of resolve that downside move yesterday? 51.1875. So really, well, I don't know how that came up at 1713, but it came within a couple of bucks of that level. Sellers backed off, buyers took over, and we really left some pretty deep excess down against that level. Where did price go today after that number came out? I don't know where this came in here at 15, but I'm gonna make this perfect here so that we know exactly where it is. I know what it is. 51.16.5 is where that is. I was looking at the 200 session moving average there. 51.16.5 is where this afternoon pullback high came in. Well, on Friday, we looked below it, but rejected below it. Yesterday, we got near it and rejected. Today, we looked down to it prior to the open, and so far it is showing signs of rejection. So I'm kind of looking at this kind of area down here as somewhat pivotal as far as technical information is concerned, but I think we're waiting for this market for more fundamental information before any real decisions are being made. So I'm really kind of focusing on yesterday's high, yesterday's low, which is basically our overnight low and our overnight high, before I'm really going to be trying to get into anything meaningful or in a longer time frame trade for today. So we may be focusing on some shorter time frame scalp type trades, which is great because Rips is going to be here and he is the master at that. So we're looking forward to having the fast markets today with rips, because he's always finding those smaller little opportunities, and he's very good at it. So we're going to see how we do with that today. Overnight inventory, well, we ended up pretty short to the downside here after that number came out. Already, it seems that the market is pushing back into value and perhaps even a gap close to settlement from yesterday, which is 51.47 even. Now, the profile did end up kind of showing a P shape. It wasn't until later on that we put the spike down for the P shape. But at the end of the day, it's a P-shaped profile indicating short covering, which is supported by the drop in open interest. All right. So again, this market is seeking new business. There was a late excess low yesterday, which kind of put in the kind of down swoop for a P-shaped profile. It happened pretty late in the day. Looking again at those lows down here for some possible opportunities in a little bit longer time frame, but that late excess low, as long as we don't take that out, as long as we don't take out and show acceptance below yesterday's low, I am looking for more of a rotational day than anything else. We do have housing information due out. We do have Chicago PMI. We do have consumer confidence. The real focus is, of course, going to be on the FOMC meeting tomorrow and unemployment on Friday. So, really kind of opening in range, but below value. We'll see what these markets offer. I'm going to try and stay patient this morning. I am not much of a scalper, so it's going to kind of put me looking for better trade locations as the day goes on. So we'll see what we've got. We'll see how that pans out for us today. Again, we're not suggesting any purchase or sale of any particular product here. Just doing my best here to try and help put these markets in some sort of context as the way that I see them. And hopefully that's going to be, somehow beneficial for your trading day today. This is the daily on the NASDAQ. All right. Well, 5% off the all-time high is 17,768.5. Yesterday's low relatively close to it. Our low today relatively close to it. But again, we're going to happen, and we can take advantage of anything that does happen. We will take advantage of anything that does happen. We did add 2,500 in open interest yesterday as the market tested last week's high at 17,901.5. Did we see new business? Maybe a little bit. I mean, 2,500, that could just be positioning and hedging. Still looking at this market as it needs new impetus or new information before any major decisions are taken as far as any longer time frame inventories and adjustments are concerned. Overnight inventory is short. We can see that. The market opened up here last night. It's now trading considerably lower. The push to the downside all night just added more short time frame shorts to this market. Those short time frame shorts, if they got out at yesterday's low, they've really, what my dad used to say, cut a fat hog in the ass there. That's a great low there. I'm loving that low. Now, what about that afternoon pullback high? That afternoon pullback high in the S&Ps, we've tested a couple of times. We haven't even gotten close to it in the NASDAQ. 17,705 quarter. That's where the market was able to come up to on that day. The market opened and then left that level. So where that becomes kind of a support level, and that's why it's still on this chart. Where are we? Well, we're inside the range from yesterday. The profile, again, was kind of a P-shaped profile. I'm not really calling it a short covering formation because the push to the downside happened so late in the day. We traded right down to that level. The low from yesterday was 17,791 quarter. The low today, 17,790 half. So it took it out by a couple of ticks. Did not show any acceptance prior to the open, but we do have some overnight shorts. A gap close back to settlement might be something that's in the cards here, 17,904 quarter. But again, where I sit, I'm looking to look for the extremes of yesterday's range and our overnight high and low. They're relatively close to each other here, aren't they? So I'm going to try and stay patient, look for better trade locations as the day goes on. Take a look at crude oil. So is our crude oil maintaining the head and shoulders that we put on here like 2 weeks ago? We said, looks like a shoulder. That looks like a head. If we put a shoulder here and we can break the neckline, there might be some pretty decent downside opportunities to this market if we're just looking at this technical pattern. Does seem to be somewhat holding it. Yesterday, volume was a little bit higher on a push back to the downside, but we lost 1,500 in open interest. Long liquidation. I mean, if that's long liquidation, we're taking some pretty cheap longs there. We haven't had much of an opportunity to the upside. I'm looking at this more as a range now than anything else. And the range extremes we would be looking at would be the weekly kickoff high, 84.75, and last week's low, just around $81. If you remember, early last week, we looked at this $81 and this weekly kickoff area down here as really potentially some pretty decent support, and that has held, at least for now. So again, if I'm looking to fade the extremes in the daily range bound levels, anywhere up near weekly kickoff high 84.75, anywhere down near $81. Currently, our little tennis player is sitting center court waiting for the next volley. If the volley comes lower, they're going to get it. If the volley comes higher, they're going to get it. The market is still, I think, even the crude oil is waiting for new information. Of course, still a lot of geopolitical stuff going on. And as I remind everybody, please try and remember every day to pray for peace. Well, let's have a piece of this 30-minute chart, shall we?
Good.
All right. So there's our trend line that we're looking for as kind of the upper shoulder here. I'm not really focusing on that for any opportunities. The market just opened, and it opened in range and value and is now currently trading below yesterday's low, testing the overnight low here. Overnight inventory was a little bit long. That is now kind of reconciled itself. We've traded now bet to close the settlement gap down to 82.63. I'm very interested to see if this market can hold below yesterday's low and last night's low. If not, we could see the market kind of return back to value. Keep your ears and eyes open. There could be news that could affect the fundamental side of crude oil at any moment. The profile yesterday, the normal variation to a trend, a lower open interest, long liquidation, quite possibly, again, in that profile from yesterday in the crude oil. Now, taking a look at gold. All righty. So we've really been somewhat range bound for the last 5 sessions. If you're looking at the daily chart, we've got a pullback, we've got consolidation. My focus is really going to be on last week's low, I should say. That would be 2304. This 2320 grade level was a previous weekly kickoff level that I've left on here because I've kind of viewed it as probably going to be somewhat impactful. And the last 3 times we've tested below it, we have rejected that level. So keep an eye. Fit 2320 may be somewhat pivotal for you gold traders today. Yesterday it was a doji day. We added about 5,300 or 4,300 in open interest. A lot of new shorts and new longs. A lot of lack of direction, but some decision making yesterday. Keep an eye on the balance extreme, which we're in there now, anywhere between 2320 and 2304. I'm looking for either rejection back into range or acceptance to a new move to the downside, which could quite possibly take us down to that 2281 weekly kickoff low. Take a look at the 30-minute chart here briefly, and we'll get moving on. I'm getting a little bit long-winded, so overnight inventory is short. Any gap close? Oh, I just did that, didn't I? Any gap close to the range from yesterday could provide resistance. If we go back into the range and value, that could bring us back into the range from yesterday and perhaps a little bit higher. I did move this, and I worry about that later. But right now, I mean, we're putting in lower lows, we're putting in lower highs. We are one-time framing to the downside on the 30-minute chart. I don't want to step in front of this without some sort of Structure, and maybe last week's low can be that structure. If that doesn't hold, then we look towards that weekly kickoff low, 2281. There is a naked point of control down there. Yesterday, there was a feeble attempt at a double distribution trade, double distribution day to the upside in the profile. On that low, let's take our deep breaths. Remember, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. And I see we've got some folks in the wings here that are going to be joining us right now. It's good to see everybody.
Coming in here, yes. We got it. Yeah, yep. Oh, there he is. Is that Amazon? No, it's Rips.
Oh man, how we doing, Eddie? How we doing, Hogue?
What's up,
Doing well, doing well. We got Amazon after the close, Eddie.
Oh,
That's
okay.
right.
So we got the delivery after the close. All right. Cool.
Yeah, we have actually quite a few interesting names that are reporting after the bell today. We have Amazon, AMD, SMCI, Starbucks, Pinterest, just to name a few. It's going to be a very interesting day today because we have a lot of news that's kind of front-loading prior to the FOMC announcement tomorrow. The rate decision, of course, is the talk of the town this week, and the subsequent press conference that will be held by our boy Jerome, Mr. Jerome Powell. He's going to be telling us how great the market is and how inflation is just no big deal and you ought to not worry about it. Now, he should probably be pretty hawkish on this meeting, but we'll talk about that tomorrow, of course. But today, the big print on the day that I'm going to be looking for is going to be coming 30 minutes after the open. That's going to be the Conference Board Consumer Confidence read out at 9 a.m. Central Time, 10 a.m. Eastern Time, 30 minutes after the open. That's what I think the market's going to be looking for. But oh my goodness, what a mess of bad news we've had this morning, at least for inflation. ECI up. Oh, it's dirty. It's just nasty stuff. I think that Jerome Powell is really going to have his work cut out for him. But we'll see. One thing that I did notice is that the market has been really enjoying going back into this balance range here. And I'm sure you talked about this, Hogue, of course. But the market has been enjoying trading in this zone here. Lots of liquidity being contracted in this zone. So we'll have to see if we can actually break away from this zone, either up or down. If we break below these lows, 795 3/4 in the NQ today, I do think that we can see some downside, potentially all the way down to 670 3/4. But I do think that we'll find a way to make it back up into this zone at some point before FOMC. So that's my outlook on the market today. I do think that it can be a very volatile session, but let's see what the consumer confidence. And also 15 minutes after the open, we are getting from our folks in Chicago, the Chicago PMI for April. That's going to be out 15 minutes after the open for everybody that's out there in Chicago. So good things to watch for today. It's going to be a very volatile session, especially after the close with Amazon and AMD reporting. Be careful out there, folks. It's going to be a bumpy ride.
Thank you very much. We've got a minute here. Let's get our zebras in the gates.
Yes.
And we're going to bring Andre back. Andre on here, and we'll get ready to spend a minute here. Dre,
What's up,
good
guys?
morning.
Good morning. What's up, Rips? What's up, Hogue? What's up, Eddie? Rips, it's been a minute. It feels like I haven't seen you in a minute. How you been, Rips?
I've been well. How about you, Andre?
Good. We're going to be looking for some good levels today. Trading this house account, got it going on. Huge day, like you said, with earnings. Got some numbers coming out. So let's get after it.
Yeah, absolutely. 30 seconds till the opening bell. Good luck, everybody. Please be careful out there. I think that the market's probably going to be a little bit docile until we see that consumer confidence readout at 10 a.m. Eastern, 9 a.m. Central Time.
Yes, I like that. Oh, Scott, what's up, JD?
There we go. What's up, guys?
Ooh, it almost cost you $5.
How's it going,
That was almost a $5 banger right there.
My mute jar is getting, it's getting pretty full, huh? Rough couple days with the mute button.
Here we go.
There we go.
Markets are open here. A little
they're
bit of sell-off to the downside to start out. Seeing if we can reject these 834s or if we're going to actually go back up into balance and negate everything that we sold off into that negative ECI print here.
I'll let you know what happens with the opening range here. So far, still in it. $19, $20, $23 opening range, 23-point opening range so far in the NASDAQ, $4.50 opening range in the S&Ps. We've got value low from the profile here, Rips, at 17,856. 856 is value low from yesterday. Value low in the S&P is 5136.75. See if we can find any kind of reacceptance inside that value. Maybe we can pull this market higher, but we're still in that 1 minute opening range. Just took out the low of it in the S&Ps. Low of the opening
Yeah.
range, 51.2775. We went through it by a couple of ticks. Now we're back inside of it. Still holding inside that opening range in the NASDAQ, Rips.
Yep, seeing that same thing here. I'm putting on a little tester here below 840s, seeing if we can actually hold below that level or not. We did tickle into those 825s on the lows there, but I want to see if we can actually push on down below and hold those lows or not.
Well, if we
We'll hold up in NVIDIA and Amazon over here as well.
Both the S&P and the Dow have taken out the low of the opening range, but we're really not seeing a lot of confidence to the downside in this just yet.
Right. And we're still holding up at this 834 level. Yep. Looking for these 825s to flush out here and then potentially see 818s start to trade here. There's a little bit of trouble here at these 825s. Still not flushing below.
How are we going to get
take that trade off there? Still not breaking those 825s.
Yeah. How are we going to get the house account involved in the short time frame that Rips has here?
How
I
well?
think, if we auction down to 797s, we can potentially be looking for a long bounce down there. That could be interesting.
797. Gotcha. 797. All right. That's a level. Put that in there.
I do like the short right here, too. I've got a value area low at 43 from yesterday and a volume point of control at 46.75 from Friday. Seems to be a nice little congestion area right now. I do like the short that Rips it. And NASDAQ, yeah. I do like the short Rips has on.
Yeah, we're still looking for those 25s to break. The longer that we keep testing that and not breaking, the worse it is. But if Apple can get a little speedy to the downside alongside Microsoft, I think that we could start to see a breakdown. I'm adding into that to see if we can sweep below 825 here.
And we got Rips in here. We got JD in here. We got Johnny Hoagland in here. Pull some levels. We got Anne Marie saying key gamma line 17,816. 17,816. We're currently trading 17,833. Both these levels come into us. No need to force a trade. Let's let this market digest a little bit. We have some levels. 797.
Yeah, we do have news coming out in about 10 minutes or so.
Thank you. Speaking of which, Eddie, if you're there, let's just get it right out of the way right now. Is Financial Juice back online? And if so, what does the economic calendar look like for today? Eddie.
Well, coming up here, as Rip mentioned, we got the bada bing, bada bang, Chicago PMI. And in about 40 minutes, we'll have our CB consumer confidence. Looking down here, Dallas Fed a little bit later here, Texas service sector. And scrolling down, don't forget about our API weekly crude stock. And speaking of crude, we got a new low. Back to you, Andre.
Nice. Well played there, Eddie. Okay.
We just took out the high of the opening range in the NASDAQ. That's a 1 minute opening range. It took 4 minutes to get outside of it, Rips.
Yeah, we're getting pretty speedy above these 850s now. I'm curious if we're actually going to hold this push above 850s now. We have the VWAP up at 61s. So seeing if we can 61. Actually hold this push higher.
How blue is?
Curious what's going to happen on the Chicago PMI as well.
Okay. We can wait this out.
Yeah, right now we still are holding above those 50s. So I do like a long here holding above these 50s. See if we can get back into that zone of 73s to 90s. Seeing how speedy we get back up to the top side here. We see a lot of folks capping off the orders. I will get out of this trade here. If we can't hold above these 50s.
S&Ps have peaked 2 ticks outside of the opening range on both sides.
What does that tell us?
It tells us we're lucky we didn't do anything.
Gotcha. Patience. Patience paid off.
Patience pays.
Okay.
NASDAQ trading back in the valley.
Right now we are rejecting those 50s again, by the way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Seeing if we can actually get heavy back into those 25s on the lows. That's the case, then we do have some potential room here, but we're just kind of wiggling around.
Might be a nice around 880, 880. Short around 880.
A lot of wiggling. A lot of woozy woos.
Oh gosh, already we're woozing around.
Woozy.
7:30, 8:30. All right, Jay Cook in here with the 880 short, perhaps. Nice level at 880s.
Oh, yeah, I like that. That'd be a nice move if we get up to that level to short that.
Okay.
$880s in the NASDAQ.
That's a level that's been submitted.
Yep.
Yeah. We can find, you guys like that level?
884 is yesterday's TPO point of control.
Okay. 2 check marks next to that one. JD, tell me if you like it. If not, so you don't. It's all good.
I do. 884. Yeah. 880, 890.
Cool.
That is a decent level.
We will short.
See if we can
reference.
flush these 40s now. This would be a nice
Get Rips
scalp to
going.
the downside, potentially to those 25s.
Rips, you short or
Break
long?
These 40s. Short.
Short.
Very short.
There you go. Gotcha.
I'm showing yesterday's volume point of control at 98.5, 898.5 in the NASDAQ. Is yours right around there also, Hogue? Somewhere in that area?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Right on it. Yep.
All right. So we're targeting 880s up. Cut short up there. But we are not there yet. We're about 7 minutes into this day, so absolutely no rush. Lots of earnings after the bell. Rip's favorite company, Pinterest, reports after the bell today.
That is definitely my favorite.
I remember last time you couldn't say it with the straight face. You were chuckling when you said reporting Pinterest earnings. So,
Yep, sounds about right.
so we'll let this trade play out. We'll talk about the earnings later in the day. Action packed. Headline risk.
I totally forgot about Pinterest. I forgot it even existed.
Rips has a killer Pinterest bar.
It's the best.
Yeah.
Rips is he's a very crafty guy.
That's what they say.
He's selling a lot of crafts on Pinterest. So just an answer to a question that I just kind of briefly saw in the chat. The weekly kickoff low in crude oil is 80.30. Last week's low is 81.06, and that's really kind of where I'm kind of viewing the current area of balance that the market is showing on the daily chart. We've got some time and a lot of space to get there before we get there. So just to be clear. Back to
Shout out to Austin Silver in the chat. What's happening?
Hey, Austin.
Nice. What a guy.
Yeah. All right, so we got levels 797, downside, perhaps a long down there. NASDAQ, short 880s. Definitely some ranges in here. We'll let this play out. No rush.
797 I like is yesterday's low was 791 in the NASDAQ.
Got 2 check marks on that. That's something
If we can take out the low of this,
I just closed my short, by the way, down there at 25s. So
okay. That was
good
good.
for about $1,300 there.
Nice. Yeah, and it seems to be having trouble taking out the low of that opening range in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, I really wanted it to work, but market doesn't give a flip what we want, unfortunately.
No, it certainly doesn't.
we were
they
trying
will.
down there at 25s, but I think everybody had the same idea, was covering down there before this newsprint comes out in about 5.5 minutes here.
That's right.
So, Rich, what do you think of that ECI number, huh?
Oh my goodness, it's way hotter than expected, and I just, I'm actually pretty surprised by that coming in that hot and that heavy, especially compared to last read.
What
not
was the
good.
number?
1.2, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
And the prior read was 0.2.
Housing price index?
No, this is the employer cost index.
Employer cost index. Gotcha.
It was the biggest jump in 18 months.
Yep, that's right. Yeah, and
Fed's in
what's going to
trouble.
be interesting is to see what happens with the consumer confidence. So if consumer confidence is low and all these prices are jacked up, look out, Jerome Powell. You got your work cut out for you there, buddy.
Indeed.
Look at
If
this.
anybody
We're
can do
launching
it,
now off
Jerome
these
can.
lows.
Another rip, yeah.
Retire.
Holy smokes. We might be coming up to Coach Jay's 880s here in a jiffy.
Mhm.
Yep. All right. Hey, what do you guys got view up for the NASDAQ?
Right here, kissing it at 60s.
Right here. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah,
Rich, we've got a whole bunch of new products on Top Step X. We got currencies.
Oh, I saw that. Isn't
Yeah,
that
we
so
have
sweet? You
bonds.
got fixies, you got currencies, you got currency pairs. Oh my.
Pixies.
Yeah.
Pixies. Right. Jack, get in
You
there.
gonna
Start
trade a few
spreading
of
some.
those for us?
I might have to dip my toes in the water, get fixies in the mixies here.
Hello.
I'm in there.
There you
No
are.
pressure, Will. No pressure.
What we got here? GC.
Yeah, it's weird. Did you see the report out from Bank of America where they talked about ABB, anything but bonds? Did you read that report?
Oh, I did not.
Oh yeah, they're analysts over there. They have good analysts at BOFA, but they basically said that we're seeing most of the balance sheet is pouring to anything but fixies right now. So we'll have to see whether Jerome Powell can make a case for getting investors interested in back into some bonds here. But yeah, anything but bonds is kind of the landscape here, which is why we've seen such a massive run up in a lot of these tech names. And wow, look at that! Woo! Look at this move right now. My goodness!
Yep.
Holy smokes! What a move!
Just popped.
Yeah, that was a 10-handle move right to the top side. Now I'm kicking myself that I didn't flip long there off those 25s where I covered. My God.
He's coming. We got 3 minutes till a number, though. 3 minutes till a number. What do you do? You got to sit in our hands. Sit in our hands.
Yeah.
Back
I
inside
think
value.
Right, John?
So back inside value. So I would be cautious trying to short these things. Jay says the same thing.
Yeah, I would love to see that actually auction all the way down to the 797s.
Trades off. Cool.
Yeah.
No house account trades yet, right, Andre?
Correct.
Okay. I do like Coach Jay's idea of shorting 880s, but I think it's probably the best move, I think, will come after we get the consumer confidence read that's going to be due out at 10 a.m. Eastern, 9 a.m. Central. So if we can be patient in the house account to wait for that, I think that will give us the highest probability of a successful trade.
Very good. Thank you. Let's let this play out. So we got that consumer confidence number coming out in about 17 minutes, top of the hour here.
Correct.
Be patient. We'll just kind of see how the market digests around these levels. Jay Cook, I'm with you, Rips. There you go.
Nice.
That's always a good feeling. When Jay Cook's with you and Anne Marie. Okay, everyone's agreeing. So everyone says we're waiting. We're going to be patient.
You know, that kind of confluence across the board. Holy smokes.
Oh, it's a good feeling, man.
There's
Nothing better than
killers like Jay Cook, Anne Marie. Oh, my.
Ribs.
There's that point of control up at 884. Here's the volume point of control up at 898. You know, we open outside of value. We're now trading inside of value. I wouldn't even be thinking about shorts till we get up to 914. That's value high, TPO value high from yesterday.
Yeah, we've basically given back the entire ECI dump now.
Yeah.
Yes, we have. Anytime we sell off with any sort of significance, just buy it.
Just buy it.
Right?
That's all you
Just
got
buy
to do, Andre. Take the house account, full size, 100 lots, send it.
100%, man. What could take us lower? Honestly, at this point, what can it take us lower?
Jerome Powell could probably take us lower only for maybe 30 minutes. He'll say, hey, we're going to jack rates up. We're going to raise rates 6 times. The market would crash like 200 points and say, hold on. That's actually good for the markets. Let's bid it.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Wait a second. That could actually be spun as a good thing. Let's get back in equities.
Spot on, Rips. Spot on, man.
I'm curious if anybody out there in chat caught this long. What a gorgeous long. I didn't see it that way, but beautiful, beautiful move to the top side.
Well, we got Dakota in the chat saying, okay, the question is, where are we going to buy?
Permable. I love it.
All right, 10 seconds here.
Thank you.
We've got settlement in the NASDAQ 17,904 quarter. That would be a settlement gap close.
37.9, the read that I got.
37.9.
Come in.
You're getting those. Rips, you get those early.
PMI.
Good old Bloomies.
Bloomberg, yep.
37.9.
Yep, 37.9 is read versus 41.4.
Right.
We should go to Bloomberg then.
Now, one of the things I want to mention is that the Chicago PMI can help in some forecasting the ISM manufacturing PMI. So keep an eye on that.
Okay. The 80s were a nice bench.
Yeah, we definitely faded those 880s. I'm curious if Coach Jay or Anne Marie, did either of them get short here? I have chat closed right now, so I'm flying blind. You're my eyes, Andre.
Oh boy, be careful. Why do you have chat closed?
Too many windows open. It's a big
Gotcha.
day. I want to be focused.
I like it. Why can't I mute this shit? Sorry. CNBC won't get muted. All right, yes, we are trading 864s. 864s.
That was a great pre-short short if you got into the 880 short there. I mean, that read was down at 805s, or whatever it was, 825s. That's when we had the read from Jay Cook and Anne Marie. So that's how you know that those are some real traders right there. Those are some real talented traders. If you can call where the short's going to happen 55 points before it comes, that's talent right there.
Sure was.
Point of control. That was actually worth a shot, even if it.
I was told not to short it, guys. I wish.
I mean, it's safer to wait for the consumer confidence. It is. It is safer.
Yes.
Are you getting FOMO from the house account?
Not getting FOMO. But also got to keep the 2020 hindsight and hindsight 2020 in check too, as well.
Yeah.
I mean, yes. Just a heads up, traders. As mentioned, 9 o'clock consumer confidence. We also have an indication that the U.S. Treasury Secretary, the lovely Janet from Helen Yellen, will be speaking. So I'm going to be watching some of those also at 9 o'clock.
What 9 o'clock? Thank you, Eddie. Wow, we kind of get blindsided by Yellen speeches. This
right.
Oh, there it is.
Yelling off the ropes.
Yelling off the top third rope. Ooh, these were good.
Two years back above 5%. Is that showing on futures as well?
Jack's our bond guy right now.
What was the question?
Is the 2 year back above 5%?
Let's see what we got here. 2 year is indeed.
Wowzers.
5.014.
She's back.
Yes, lady.
Mm-hmm.
Can't shake her.
10 years up 4.6%, almost 4.7%.
Yeah, it's going to get real attractive if we start driving above fives here.
Yeah. Anything but bonds?
Yeah, hold my beer, says Jerome Powell.
Mm-hmm. JD, what do you got over there? That's $5. That's $10. That's $10. That's $10. Come on, guys, with the mute. With the mute. I'm serious. With the mute, guys. Come on. Let's work the mute button a little better. Come on.
Sorry, Mick walked into the office, so I hit the mute button.
It's okay. It's all right. It's working better.
Actively observing right now.
Gotcha.
We're seeing a headline here: home prices in top U.S. cities at new all-time high, according to Case Shiller.
But mortgage applications are down, interestingly enough.
Even with interest rates.
Yep.
Yeah, with the rates this high, of course.
Right. Prices up, applications down, new home sales down. I know. How do we sell more homes? Well, we raise the prices. That's what we should do.
Yes. That makes sense.
Yeah.
All right, trading 863s here. We got the number coming out in about 11 minutes. Once consumer confidence comes out, see if we can get some shaking here. Maybe we get a pop up to those 880s one more time in the NASDAQ. We'll definitely take a short. We are doing 15 lots default now.
Holy
explicit
smokes.
Instructions out of Dubai, wherever El Jefe is on this beautiful planet. It is 15 lot time. Have to step it up.
Wow. Guy goes to Dubai and starts raising his lot size. Look out.
Starts raising our lot size. Yeah. So we'll sit patiently here.
So bonuses are still contingent on performance of that account, right?
Oh boy.
Let's not open that can of worms right now.
Those aren't our trades, though. Those are your trades. Those are Chad's trades. Those are Rip's trades. They're Anne Marie's trades. They're Dee's trades.
By the way, Dee is crushing it lately, making her way through the leaderboard, up and up.
Awesome.
I love to see that.
Mm-hmm.
And we are just kind of waffling around. We're coming down and coming back up. I'm still not seeing anything that's commanding a trade here. I'm happy to be sitting here and waiting for this price action to kind of develop. Volume is steadily declining as expected in anticipation of consumer confidence numbers that are going to be about in less than 10 minutes here. So I think patience is key. There's definitely some scalps to be had, but I think for a more confident, longer-term trade, I think that being patient and waiting, unless you were appreciative enough to take the Jay Cook and Anne Marie trade short from the 880s there.
Why did we chicken out of that?
Waiting for consumer confidence, I think, was the idea.
And Chicago PMI was about to come out right before it. It kissed 80 right before PMI came out, so we don't want to hold in through the number.
No, it's turning out this house count. We're a bit more on the conservative side when it comes to taking trades. We need a confluence of levels. Agreement from our top talent here at TopStep. Before we are going to pull a trade, we're showing you the process that goes into a trading bigger size. So we can't just be, just shoot from the hip on all these trades. Yes, the 880s did come into play, but we do have to be a little bit more conservative, more judicious with our approach when it gets into these trades. When you're trading your own personal account, it's your own risk. It's your, the risk that you're assuming. This is a house account trade, so we're going to be more judicious. But please, reps, feel free to keep trading your own account as you would. We just need some levels to line up. We got 9 minutes till this consumer confidence comes out. Damn, that PMI number was bad.
Then
we got yellow coming out as well. So we got a couple things coming out at 9 o'clock. Let's let that digest for a minute. See if these levels come in. But the second that comes out, if we do hit those 880s again,
I don't like it again. I'd rather look for the 914's value high from yesterday. I saw somebody mention that level undauntable, saying 913's for a short play. That's what he's looking for in the chat.
Yeah, I like that too. 918 quarters up there, somewhere in that range. But if we have a break out of that range, it's going to be super violent to the north side here. So if this consumer confidence comes in, that could send us back up there. I mean, anything could happen. We are definitely in this area that is out of balance, and we aren't forcing the issue below that balance area of 797. So, I mean, the more that we're catching bids even above 800s here, it gives me the idea that I don't know that we could find this price action to go much lower today. I might be jumping on Dakota's bandwagon here.
Okay. We'll start with looking for levels for long. I got a level for long for 797. Obviously, we're a ways away from that. Don't have any more
just
levels.
Keeping an eye here on crude. Crude is just getting slammed here.
Cool. Thank you, Eddie. What are you trading over there?
We got an 81.65. New low again here, 64.
Wow.
I mean, it's jumping. It's not moving slowly. It's jumping gaps here.
Any news? Eddie, you seeing anything coming out of the Middle East?
I'm seeing nothing here coming out of the Middle East here, but I think maybe
more sellers than buyers.
Some talks here. I know they were looking at a 40-day ceasefire. Maybe that's going through. We'll wait for the news here. Eyes on the prize.
Thank you. Got no levels for longs here. Jay Cook, throw them in there, kind of in the middle. NASDAQ rips. JD, Johnny, see anything? We are trading 17,860, 17,860. NASDAQ 5136 in the 5135 in the S&Ps. What the hell is this? Oh, you're on mute. Another $5.
Looking for the next long.
Come on, guys.
Just looking for the next long.
Come on.
Yeah, I'm looking for these 50s to hold to get us back above these 65s here. That's what I'm looking for myself. As long as these 50s are holding, I think we'll get enough juice to break above these 65s and start sending this long. That's what I'd be looking for here.
Rip, what
order book is
time
kind of just
chart?
jumping around here as well, so we need to see it thin to the top side here. That's what I'm looking for.
Is that a
thin
5-minute
order
chart,
book to the
Rich?
top side.
Peace talks. Good.
There we go. Nice push up. Looking for these 65s to trade out here. Wow, somebody capping in above those 65s. Interesting. Got the cappuccino machine back on here, Andre.
I like it.
A little frothy.
Are you
here.
in the market right now, Rips? Do you have a trade?
I am. I'm long 858s.
Gotcha.
And I'm just covering there since we're not breaking very quickly. Very small trades here. Just adding a couple blocks.
Plenty of time. 5 minutes, you guys. 5 minutes.
Rips, what time frame is your chart?
This one that shows, it's a 30-second chart, but I certainly don't trade off a 30-second chart. The reason why I have this chart shown is so you can see each and every one of my executions. If you had it on, let's say, my 5-minute chart over here, you wouldn't be able to see each one of the executions. So we keep it on the 30-second there.
I could feel Hoag's heart palpitations when you said 30
Oh my goodness. So just 4 minutes now until this read comes out. And again, I'm with Dakota on this one. I'm thinking if he's still saying to the long side here, I think a blowout of 65s here to the north side would invite a potential rip all the way up to 890s.
What level would you be looking to get long at? Say this number we see a big pullback in this number in consumer confidence. What would be a nice entry to get a long rips? Anything
834s and 3/4 or in 797s and 3/4. So 34s or 797.
34 797 will do. Gotcha.
And then a perk above 890 quarters would be a nice continuation trade if we retest 890 quarters to the north side, looking for 918s to trade out there.
890. Okay.
And we're just pushing up against this. As bad as I want to be long here still, I just want to be patient and waiting for that consumer confidence read.
I always call it consumer confidence or lack thereof.
Yeah, we're about to find out how much that confidence is lacking. And there we are above 65s, but it's a tremendously difficult hold with this news coming in 2.5 minutes here.
Yep. Yelling as well. All right, got the 834s, pull back to 834s. NASDAQ looking for a long there. Shorts up at 914. 914. Kind of two levels we got here. ES, we haven't pulled any levels in ES. Let's take a look at the spreadsheet real quick. See if we got anything cooking over there. Oh, that's it. Okay. Hey, we got 4,000 watching us right now. Please click. Wow, we're almost up to 84,000 subscribers. Every time you turn your head, another 1,000 subscribers are about to be added. Please click like. Please click subscribe. We're on the march to 100,000
explode here.
Here we go.
Subscribers are going up alongside NASDAQ here, Andre.
I like that. Well done, Rips. Rips is on it today. Okay. Quick look at the tilt going into this number and the Yellen speech. 75% short YM, 72% long NQ. I'll say it again. 71%, 74% short the Dow, 74% long NASDAQ.
Interesting. They're heading opposite directions.
Opposite. Are they? Okay.
Yes.
And we also have
the Dow is hanging near the lows. NASDAQ's hanging up near the highs.
All right, got about a minute here. Consumer confidence. Check your positions. I would say be flat on this one.
Thank you for the reminder.
Yeah, this is going to be the biggest print of the entire day.
Cancel all flat all. All right, look at a long 834, short 914s.
Or if we break above 918 quarters, continuation trade to the north side.
918 quarter movement power. Okay, momentum play 19 quarter upside. Oh.
40 seconds.
Varun says, anyone looking at the Dow is tanking. Yes, we've been looking at the Dow.
Yes, it is.
Good morning, traders.
There's the Dow. There's the Dow.
Just doing its own thing. Oh, that's what your screen.
Yes,
there,
it is. There it is.
Dow just doing its thing. All right, here we go. Locked and loaded. Long from 34.
Finger on the trigger, Andre?
Yes, sir. Long from 34, short from 14. Or 914.
Here we go.
Finger on the trigger. Holler if you see it.
All right, coming in. Consumer confidence coming in at 97.
Yikes.
They were looking at 104 prior, 104.7. And taking a look at this, we do see that lower than expected is going to be taken as bearish for the U.S. dollar. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. Let us know about Yellen as well. A little bit of a delayed reaction here in equities.
Mm-hmm.
Some buyers.
If any reaction at all. I don't know that that's even a reaction at all.
Yeah, very, very slow reaction here.
Huh. Crickets, yeah. Seriously.
Yeah.
Came up to those 880s and denied it, and just kind of waffling back here at 65s.
Craig Taylor in all caps says this report doesn't move the markets. Craig Taylor, it did last month. Literally did last month, Craig Taylor. Maybe
I didn't think the ECI was going to move the markets either.
Maybe
that was good for 100 points in the NASI.
Yeah,
Seeing if we can get these 880s to break out here.
Okay, we're trading 880s right now. Looking for a short at 914.
Gap close in the NASDAQ. Just the settlement gap close is 17,904 quarter settlement.
Yeah, I have yesterday's value area high at 08 half also.
Okay, above 908s. Okay. So, okay, I got 4 check marks. That's that 914, 908 level. William says, Andre Rips, shorted.
80s.
I'll let Jacob see that. Or Zoe. Good morning.
Looking for this breakout here.
Yeah, there's a little bit of inventory. Just took out
There we
the
go. Beautiful move there to the north side there. Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous move. Covering one there. Gorgeous move. Covering 2, letting the final lot run there.
What'd you get long from, Rips?
Average was 880s.
Well done. Called it.
I mean, that's actually, I added a little bit late. I'll let you know when I actually got into that. But that was a beautiful move there. Seeing if we get stopped out on the rest. That's good for me. There you go. That's going to put us up on the day $3,800.
Nice cover.
So we took that to that impedance at 890 quarters there. And that's where we started to peel off. That was a nice squeeze. That was some liquidity being popped, stops being popped over 880s there. So now it's anybody's ball game. It's just a very soft reaction on that print, surprisingly.
Sure was. Sure was.
Because it was lack of consumer confidence there, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Got yelling stuff. Eddie, keep an eye on the yelling. She has been moving markets lately, but we're still in this range. Upper end of it, of course. Rip's got nice cover there. Thought we were going to test 17,900. Thought we were going to test the 900s. Did not. Maybe we'll give it the old college try, another run to the upside here.
So my original entry there was 72 3/4 there, Andre. 72 3/4 added at 77 halves and final added 880s. And my best exit there was 94 3/4, which may have been the tippy top of the range. 95 quarters was it. So I was off by a handle. My apologies.
Now we see the sellers come in. Now we see the sellers come in after consumer confidence or lack thereof.
Shocking you didn't sell the high tick there, Rips. Just a joke. Every time I've sold a high tick or bought a low tick, it was dumb luck. It was a great out.
No such thing as dumb luck. Come on.
Have you ever sold the high, bought the low, and still lost money on the day?
Ooh.
Great question.
Well, it happens.
I'm sure it has. That makes you question if you're if you're cut out for this job, if you do something like that. Questioning a lot in life. Yeah. Why, JD, have you?
Oh, yeah. A couple of times.
Yeah. Anne-Marie says, yes, I have. Yep.
I know a guy who sold damn near the bottom tick of the flash crash.
Oh.
Wow.
No one wanted to be the last person to puke on that one.
Oh. No, but if there was going to be a last person, it was this guy.
In which market? Was it futures?
Yeah, it was in, I think, 5-year Treasury futures.
So he might have given somebody the best long of their life. What a guy. What a nice fella.
Yeah, exactly.
Man of the people.
Man of the people, yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, what a wiggle move here. This is just...
Nothing happened.
I expected so much more reaction than this, but...
That's okay.
Hey, you know what? Tag him and bag him for what we can get, and that might be it.
Plenty of time.
Is Coach Dakota in anything? Is Coach Jay? What's the... how are our funded traders looking right now? What do we have on the board? What's everybody in?
Good question. We have... calendar's pretty much wide open from here until the close.
Yes. Well, Dan Trader. So what now?
The age-old question.
Right?
Poke, do something.
Poke, do something's right. Catching a bit of a bit here.
Yep. NQ is starting to send back up to the north side here. We are seeing Google rejecting off the lows alongside Microsoft. Microsoft is tucked below 400s, which is kind of a point of inflection for Microsoft. We were trading up above those 420s, which were great. Sky high at those 420s after those earnings, but we have since kind of come back down to earth here below these 400s. If you look at the 4-hour chart on Microsoft, it's actually been quite a tremendous sell-off since those earnings. So I'm curious if we can actually get down to those earnings lows that we had on that low tick. But yeah, Microsoft is the number one weight of the NASDAQ and the S&P. It has a lot of juice to move this stuff around. So if we start to see a bid caught in Microsoft today, we could potentially see some upside move here in the broader market, especially in the S&P and the NAS. If we did see that as well, perhaps we see a run up in NVIDIA and Meta as well. NVIDIA is going to be looking at SMCI earnings today after the bell, given that it's in the same sector. And we'll also see a bit of contagion with Microsoft with Amazon's earnings report, because as you know, Amazon doesn't just sell books anymore. They are actually the backbone of the internet. And, they have their AWS, which is Amazon Web Services, which powers, a good portion of the internet, about 40% of the internet. And they are a competitor to Microsoft's Azure Cloud. And so we will be seeing if their cloud computing is up, and that could be contagious to Microsoft if we have some bullish forward-looking guidance for cloud computing. The sector could be hot, and there could be high demand for cloud computing, namely cloud computing AI clusters, which are going to be a hot topic, obviously, in their earnings report. So we will have to see whether or not that kind of has contagion bleeding over into NVIDIA, into SMCI's report. Microsoft could reflex on that. We could also have a move out of Google. Google, of course, has the Google Cloud, the GC. They will also have contagion in the cloud space, in the AI space. So a lot of different factors in play for all of these earnings after the bell today. It's going to be something that you definitely want to be paying attention to. Amazon will be reporting today after the bell.
Very good. Hey, John, can we get a Delta update real quick? And after that, Rips, I want to talk to you about a gamma level play. Let's talk about gammas here after we get an update from John on Delta, please.
The S&P's Delta is positive, day session only, up just over 5,700 positive.
Okay.
NASDAQ, however, is only up 162.
Ooh. Okay.
Dow, negative 600. The Dow
600.
is
Okay.
pulled off that low now. It's back to the opening range. Takes out the high of that opening range in the Dow, 38,431. We could see a return to yesterday's range in value. Right now, congruent in the S&P is kind of iffy in the NASDAQ.
Yes, it is. Hey, Rips, if you're flat, Kentucky Blues.
Oh, I am.
Like a gamma level play. Gamma level play. Explain the gammas. You're talking about gammas earlier. Anne-Marie references the gammas a lot as well. If you don't mind, give us a quick crash course in the gamma level play.
Yeah, so gamma measures the change in delta in options. And as we get closer to the expiration in options, gamma plays more of an effect. So when you're talking about single day expiries, 0-day TEs, like SPX options, NDX options, you're going to have a lot of push and pull at those levels, especially if they're stacked with many players, either on the call or put side. So if you have these strong levels that are sticking out called gamma levels, you can have the price moving rapidly towards these levels to kind of get things back in balance in the market. It's kind of the underlying plumbing of the market, so to speak. And you can get deep in a very deeply mathematical explanation, but you just need to know that they are kind of hot spots from a bird's eye view. They're hot spots and big levels where they will have magnetized attraction in the price action, where if you have a lot of people that are stacking up in a certain contract at a certain level, you're going to see the price want to trade towards that level naturally. And that's how that works. And that's actually one of the ways that I do derive my own levels, is I factor in a lot of what's going off in the options chain. It is very important, and it can get very, very confusing, but you just should know that if you're looking at the options chain, you can look at where most of the open interest is, where all of the volume is in these contracts, and that can give you kind of a bird's eye view on the levels that you should be watching right now. Like for instance, right now in the NQ, the levels betwixt basically 864 all the way up to 920 is a very big hotbed of activity right now. A lot of positioning is placed there in these June contracts. And that's not going to go anywhere. And if we're looking over in the SPX or NDX options chain, you'll see that sort of matching up. And that's because of the people that are dealing those options are also hedging their own options. They're hedging with futures. They're hedging with other dealers selling them options. And it's just this big roundabout of hedging going into hedging. And it can get very, very, it can be quite the cluster. And it can be one of those things that
I thought he did.
It's good to watch. It's good to watch.
Thank you for that. Thank you. I thought he was going to let it rip. He does have that bleep on. I thought he was going to let it do it, but he was going to do it, but did not. Trading sideways right now. JD, we got the levels up here at 914 in the NASDAQ. Long 834s in that short 914s. I don't know if we're going to get there just yet. Maybe long 834s here in the NASDAQ because we are trading 850s. I'm not seeing any levels. Obviously, levels change as the day goes on, but JD, we're just sit on our hands and wait. What do you think?
Yeah, again, I got yesterday's value area low at 43.25. Volume point of control from Friday at 46.75 in the NASDAQ. So we're coming up in a little, I don't know, I'd call it a zone of consolidation area, I guess you could call it. A lot of business has been done in this area over the last couple of days, just like Rips was saying, from 80 up to 20. People are doing business at these levels, so it might be a good opportunity for a cheap long, or if we break through there, we're going to make a run at overnight lows, I think.
Awesome, guys. Overnight lows, what's the price on overnight lows?
Right over that 730 number, 90 half, 790 half.
Thank you. Okay. All right, well, we got our levels locked. We got Chuck Norris here. Here we go. Coach Dakota, I'm long crude, 8108. I did get a note here from Eddie. Crude shut out the buyers. Shut out the buyers.
Yeah, crude new low here, 8106. And my question is,
How low can you go?
I don't know to tell you, these bottoms are very weak here. So I'm hands off.
Coming up to these 834s. Hey, Jake Cook, what do you think about that level? Dakota, you too. I know you're in a crude trade, Dakota, so stay focused on that. Come back.
Keep in mind, in about 15 minutes' time, we do have the Dallas Fed services activity, and Eddie will give us that number. But the prior print was -5.5, and we don't have an expectation. At least I have no previews on any of my platforms. Maybe you see it differently, but Dallas Fed services activity. I don't expect a big move on this, especially if we didn't see a big move on the consumer confidence.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what a dud! That consumer confidence. What a dud.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of expected what we're running into prior to FOMC. I think that everybody wants to be waiting to hear what the man Jerome Powell is going to have to say. And I think that the market's better to be in a holding pattern. We're seeing that across the board in lower volume, lower participation. I will do a market internals update here after we see the Dallas Fed services activity and give everybody an update on the amount of volume that we're seeing, but it's quite low right now.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Thank you for that reminder, Rips. Not only do we have a lot of earnings after the bell today, the 2-day FOMC meeting begins today and concludes tomorrow. At 1 p.m. Central, we'll have the rate announcement, and then we'll have the Jerome Powell press conference. 1:30 Central Time begins. We will be with you. We'll be live broadcasting. We'll broadcast that live. We'll be giving you you guys our commentary as well as trading with it. So please stay tuned.
And like Anne Marie said here in chat, it is the end of the month too. So as she said by her words, it's very noisy. At the end of month flows, we had the quarter end rebalance that happened just a month ago, and now we're in the first quarter of Q2, first month of Q2 rather. And like Anne Marie says, it can get very, very noisy out there. And you pair this with everything. I mean, if you wanted to overload a market, you would throw everything that we're throwing at it right now. The fact that we have Amazon earnings after the bell, we have Apple earnings later in the week, we have FOMC tomorrow. All of these things lead up to a constant battle of tug of war. You have folks that are very confident that the market will go higher from here. You have a lot of folks that are very confident that the market will go lower from here. And then in betwixt all of those folks that are arguing in this battle of tug of war, you have dealers that are trying to hedge all of these players to stay delta neutral. And all of this is what creates this diddle in the middle type of trade. And it's on lower volume because the big players know better. They're here to provide liquidity, but they're not going to do much more than that.
Gotcha. Good call. So we got FOMC, we got heavy earnings coming out after the bell and end of the month. Oh boy, here we go. Seeing some buyers here. JD, you had something.
I was just going to say that 43 level held again for the third time. Another test down there. We might see a breakthrough.
Yep. Okay.
I kind of like the short up here at 90 also, if we happen to test it again.
Short at 90. We did have the level short 880s. We did revise that up to 914.
You got all these traders confident that it's going to go higher. You got all these traders confident it's going to go lower. I'm confident it's going to go higher unless it goes lower.
There we go.
There you go.
I share the same sentiment, John, but I'm going to take it one step further. I'm confident that the price will move to the right.
Yes.
It will move one way or the other. Yes.
Exactly.
Nice long there, Anne Marie.
Nicely done, Anne-Marie. I see that.
850. Selling 880s.
Very, very nice. Yeah, it's times like these when the market's in a lull that I just kind of kick back and I just tap into the Rockies and crack a cold one.
There you go. Whoa. Little Celsius. Little Celsius. What's the flavor? What's the flavor of the day today there, Rips?
We are in the galaxy and we are vibing with the galaxy vibe right now.
Wow. Wow. Oh, only in Southern California, man. Only in Southern SoCal. Anyways, while we have a bit of a lull, we've got a bit of a lull here in the market. Let's go to Jack for some news. Market's starting to do a whole hell of a lot right now, so I think it's a good time to do that. Jack?
Yeah, just want to show a chart here of some increasingly defensive positioning going on. So this is the percent for each sector of the S&P 500 components from that sector that are above their 50-day moving average. You'll notice that the S&P 500 as a whole is pretty much at 50-50, but utilities and energies get them dividends. Healthcare, infotech, all getting hammered, and consumer discretionary. So people are getting defensive. Next story, people who are not getting defensive. Guys, we missed a shot at a rogue trade. I don't recommend doing it, but I always do love seeing a good rogue trade. They didn't lose any money on this one, but a couple of traders at Societe Generale had apparently these option bets on against volatility in the Indian stock market that didn't lose many money, but could have lost them hundreds of millions, and they noticed it and quietly exited them, so to speak. Who spilled the beans in this story, I'm not sure, but just a reminder, when we're in, as we were a little while ago, when we're in these super low volatility environments, always lurking underneath the water there are tons of hedge funds, institutional traders who are shorting volatility, which works 100% of the time until it doesn't work once, and then you get blown asunder. And lastly, I could have used one of these yesterday when I hit my head on the door, but NFL is giving the players the option to wear the Guardian caps this season, and I am all for it because this is going to look so awesome. It's going to look so cool.
Wow.
It kind of looks like hair a little bit.
I'm dying to see Jack's new trading hat in action.
Strap in, Jack.
Besides, Rips, you may not have seen it, but yesterday before the show began, I managed to hit my head on a door. And so I'm in the market for a trading helmet for when I'm on fast markets.
Jack,
we'll see how that
Did
works.
you get any superpowers? Are you trading like a god today?
That's what they're asking.
I am trading I'm still long the 2s, 10s. I'm down to $80 today, and I held it through all the numbers.
Yes.
That is stability.
Yes, it is. I love it. Thanks, Jack. Yes, Jack playing injured yesterday. I think he has issues with his voice as well. So he's really tough.
I got a cough, so yeah.
He's got a cough. I was trying to make it a little bit more dramatic. Jack definitely sticking out with us here at Topstep TV.
I wonder if he got those from Dakota sending in those apples, because Dakota's sicker than a dog.
Yes. He did go camping last weekend.
I missed slow markets last night. You said Dakota's under the weather?
Oh my goodness, he's a trooper. Yeah. He was putting on quite the show, and he's very, very sick. It's amazing that he's actually showing up. I mean, I wouldn't be able to do that. It's incredible. It's insane.
Wow. Well, I hope he feels better soon.
Oh, Cam Campbell back on with us.
You know what would probably make him feel better? We have like 4,000 people here in chat. Can we all say "Get well, Dakota" in chat? That'd be
Yes.
cool.
Great.
There you
An old
go.
band together.
Get well,
That'd be
Dakota. Positive vibes. Today's Jack's
I'll
flu
start
game.
I mean,
There
he
you
showed
go.
up yesterday and he makes like $1,000 on stream and then drops the mic. Classic
That
Dakota.
I don't have any of the other markets up. I only have S&Ps and NASDAQ open as this is the house account. John, how are we looking in gold? How are we looking in oil? Let's take a look around the globe here, if you will.
Well,
Anything popping over there?
in crude, we talked last week about $81 being supportive. We just traded down to 81.06. I'm pretty sure that is the low here.
You are correct.
81.06.
That's it.
Now that's last week's low.
All right, 81.06. Okay.
Is that right though? Gotta make sure that's correct. I believe it's correct. No, it is not. Hang on 1 second. How did I mess these things up here?
81.06. We were up to
2, 3, 4, 5. So the last week's low is actually, I don't know how these things got moved around.
70.
8070. Thank you, JD. Yeah, I just put that on there. So we talked about that 81 level last week being, kind of difficult and sticky to get through, and we're heading right back to it right now. Our current session low, which is what I had for the low from last week, was 80.06. I mean, we're getting cheap here. We're getting cheap. There's a nice move to the downside today. After opening in range and in value, I'm pretty sure we left the opening range at the high of the session, which we did. So that tells me I'm looking for shorts from that point forward, and those shorts certainly paid off. I think a couple of, Dakota was short, which is great. As for kind of looking for some sort of a target, I mean, at 80.70 last week's low, there's also a naked point of control down there at 80.69, one tick below that could certainly be targeted. We get through that 80.30 weekly kickoff low would be the next kind of target that I would be looking at. But, we're looking at crude. We've got 70% long on these. So we've got some bottom pickers here. I'm not into bottom picking on this.
no.
We're one time framing lower. I think that there's probably some more space to go. As far as gold is concerned, we've been kind of range bound here for the last 5 sessions. If I were to pick a low of the range, well, it would probably be last week's low, which was 23.0460. Last week's high is way up above. I would pick the high of this range up around 23.60. We're getting pretty close to the low end of that range. Overall, I mean, when we look at this chart, this is the daily. We had a big move up, pull back, consolidation, big move up, pull back, consolidation. We could be at risk of changing this pattern, but I think we've got a lot of space down below before we can really kind of look at a major market state change like this. This is what markets do. They rally, they consolidate, they rally, they consolidate. We're going to have to really kind of break this 2281 level to really find out if we're going to see any kind of longer time frame reversal to the downside here, and that's something I'm really not necessarily expecting anytime soon. As far as the profile for today, I mean, we've got positive delta on a negative day, so it is kind of looking possibly like we're starting to see some longer time frame sellers coming into this market. Why they would do it today before an FOMC meeting, I don't get to choose. But if we do start to break, if you just look at this chart, naked point of control down here at 2260, a little gap down here at 2250, another naked point of control at 2234, another gap down here around 2220, another naked point of control down here around 2212, and another one below that. That is all weak structure and visual targets. If this market does push to the downside, there are a lot of visual targets.
Yep.
And if you believe that markets are visual, and I believe that they are, those are all levels that traders are going to focus on. And when traders focus on a level, they have a tendency to make price go in that direction. We've got work to do before we can start to go taking out all that weak structure. But if we do, those are going to be some pretty decent profit targets. If you're short, we get to those levels, you might see a bounce. And if you're going to be trading a market like gold, I mean, you want to go level to level, and there's lots of targets, levels to target. And you get to one, you see what happens there. If you see continuation, you get back in, you trade to the next level. You get that, you get out, you see what happens there. If it breaks through, you get short again, you go to the next level. But if you start putting basing in, then you're just looking for areas where you can limit risk and take cheap trades to the long side if you're expecting some sort of reversal in that. But there are a lot of visual targets down below in gold.
Just cautious on the low. Or cautious on the longs
as well. Pardon?
You're cautious getting long, you're saying, but also keep in mind we always have that headline risk coming out of the Middle East.
Yes.
Which will provide a pop, but so it's usually short-lived, and the overall trend will kind of take back control. We are seeing some sellers coming in here in the NASDAQ. Got a level 834, guys. Long 834s. What do we think about that? Obviously, we got a solid level. I got 3 check marks. That's a 797. 834.
We're bouncing at JD's 43 right now. I think that was JD's level as well.
JD 43?
Yeah, 43 was yesterday's value area low.
He's been calling this one out, pounding the table all morning on it. So 43 I like as well. If we don't meander down to 34s.
We got two.
We're just ranging 40 to 80. That's
this is a scalper's paradise today, by the way. If you are a scalper, you are a happy camper today.
All right, looking for 43. He's got rips, JD. 4-3.
Just hit it.
And about 2 minutes here on that Dallas. And nothing yet from our sweetheart Janet.
Oh, yeah. We always got that.
JD, what platform are you
42
looking at?
is by 15. We are in.
I'll switch over to
Wait, we're in a house trade.
I've got
right
a couple
now?
different
Correct.
I've got a couple different platforms up. So I have my Topstep X, and I'm looking at the profiles on TradingView.
Okay.
We are long
I
10.
just pulled those up. We're long 10?
Long 10.
Long 10 from 44. Long 10 from 44.
44. Where's your stop?
Stop. 17,802. 17,802. For now. That's just based. I can obviously adjust that, but that's just the bracket, the default bracket. So we can adjust that accordingly.
Right.
Should we put the stop? But that's just for emergency stop right there. What do you like?
I don't rips. I mean, if we start putting in day session lows here, don't you think that's enough to tell us that this trade is probably wrong?
I do. Yeah. So something like where it's heading right now, you mean?
Right there. Yep.
Right.
Yeah, it's we're into those 34s. But yeah, I mean, I would say safe haven is going to be, I mean, if you can take the heat all the way down to like 19s or so, but like 18 halves would be like no man's land. 18 halves, we had that Percocito back on the 26th. So that's where I'm judging on those 18 halves.
You can take heat.
How hot is it in the kitchen, Andre? That's the question.
Ain't my kitchen. Ain't my
Just
kitchen.
following orders. That's it.
That's right.
Now in the kitchen, bending over a hot stove. But I can't
the
see the
AC
stove.
on. I got the AC cranked pegged right at 70 degrees. This is beautiful. So I got the AC. I got the AC on, and the windows are open. I'm living the American dream right now, man. This is beautiful.
Oh, goodness.
We're taking some heat.
Right.
Yeah, we're bouncing pre 18 halves there. I mean, happy it's not my.
I know. I don't blame you. Oof. I think there's room down to 790. They say. Well, we got the levels here, 43s. We are taking some heat. So we get a bounce.
All right,
We
got our Dallas Cowboy Fed service revenues coming in at 0.3%. The previous was 4.0. Big difference there. Texas sector also negative 10.6, and the previous was negative 5.5. Next number on the block is going to be our API weekly crude stock later in the day. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. Okay.
Sellers are really coming in now. They're getting super violent.
Yeah, very aggressive.
This is the most aggressive selling I think that we've seen all day, to be honest.
That is
Just
not
in time.
Couldn't have drawn it up any better.
Yeah,
just in time.
After the third touch of the 43 level, it really just melted right through it.
So this is where you do one of the best trading tactics in the world. It's called the martingale strategy.
I've been seeing the martingale show up in the chat a lot. What's martingale? Tell me what the martingale strategy is.
Double down, Andre. You just put in the twice amount of lots that you're holding in now, and you just hold on to it.
With infinite money.
Blackjack players. Popular with blackjack players.
You can't lose.
Andre.
Exactly. If you have infinite money, you can't lose.
Until you just got to hit once, you get your money back on the first try. Or keep doubling down. If you hit once, you're back to scratch.
That's why they started instituting table limits at the blackjack table.
There you go.
That is correct.
I know, Justin. Of course, I'm not doing that. This is a house account trade, guys. This is not me. I'm just listening to levels.
We are bouncing. We're only 10 handles off the entry now. This is nice.
We're range bound, so perhaps.
I think somebody turned on the Nest thermostat in that kitchen for you.
I appreciate that. It's getting very hot.
You got Delta congruent. You're negative 1,800 in the NASDAQ right now.
Okay. Got to take heat. NASDAQ, I've come learn every trade takes heat in the NASDAQ, unless you call it damn near perfect. Or you're doing a momentum trade. Everything in NASDAQ. Taking heat.
It's also why I like scaling into positions in the NASDAQ. All in, all out, but gets a little tricky.
Yeah, it does. But we've been house account's going to be doing all in, all out type of trades, JD, as we've been told. So. The type of trade we're doing here.
If you have enough margin, you can't get stopped out.
That is true.
I've only known one person that the legend says never took a loss.
Who's that?
Julius Frankel, Uncle Julius, on the floor of the Chicago Board of Trade. Rumor has it, he would put on a position and he would just roll it over for years until it got into a profitable level. Even if it was a big loss, he apparently had a lot of money. And he when I was a little kid, I'd used to be walking around the trading floor, and he liked my dad. He'd say, "Hey, you're Dick Hoagland's kid, huh?" And I say, "Yeah." And so he'd peel off a 20 and give me $20. Hey, thanks, Uncle Julius.
That's sweet.
Yeah, but when he passed, he had no family, no kids, no nothing. Most of his estate went to the Lyric Opera of the city of Chicago. And if you go to the Lyric Opera, even today, I mean, Uncle Julius died probably 35 years ago. He's still he's still, I think, the top beneficiary to the Lyric Opera. It's the estate of Julius Frankel.
Shout out Uncle Julius.
Uncle Julius never took a loss.
Well, you know what they say, it's not a loser until you get out, right?
That's right.
That's right.
That's right. That's kind of what we're doing right here in the house account. We are not going to get out. Oh,
you can always add down here too, Andre.
That's right? The martingale. Yes, that was also a strategy floated out here.
Or just adding 5. What are we at right now? 15 contracts?
10.
10? Oh, we got to go. Didn't he say you have to send it in 15? I say we add 5.
Did. It was, we'll send. I mean, first trade of the day here. First trade of the day. Oh, what do we got? Yellen,
coming over the wire here. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu. No decision by the ICC will affect our determination to achieve war goals in bringing hostages home and complete victory over Hamas. Just hitting the wire here right now.
That's a good reason to add another 5th lot there.
Janet coming in with the global minimum tax deal supports goals that are good for the U.S. Eat your vegetables. Those are also good for you.
So does that mean buy it? Thank you. So does that mean buy it? think that means buy it. Yeah. Thank you, Janet. We are long time here, taking a bit of heat. Long from 44. Stop beneath there.
Yeah, this is kind of the area that we were chopping around in the open. We are back in that range. We have a nice little volume shelf, basically from 40 down to 20 here, a 20 handle range of this volume shelf. So if we can perk above those 40s, there is a chance that we have two different areas that we could trade into, basically betwixt 40 and 50, or even higher, which would be 55 all the way up to 80s again. So it just depends on whether or not we have aggressive sellers capping off some big orders here. But right now, I mean, we're just kind of shaking around. I feel like the price action is just saying, add 5, Andre. Do it. Add 5.
I'm not scared. I will. Add 5? I'll add 5. Just moving to the upside.
Ribs rabble rousing here.
It's not my money.
It is. The house. Always add 5.
I'm always the
Wait till it's
person
in our
that's
favor.
cheering on the people that are gambling irresponsibly at the blackjack table.
Come on, go for it. I'm Mr. Vegas.
Reverse the position, Andre. Reverse the position. That's not a trade idea. That's just throwing some stuff out there. We have some levels down here.
Marker.
A nice little pop here in the S&Ps now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Joining alongside the S&Ps, we see the NASDAQ also popping, looking for this 40 takeout here to the top side.
Almost back to a scratch.
Almost.
How long we been on this now?
Oh, about 10 minutes.
The 40 takeout. I don't need a lot of takeout. You can't tell by looking at me, but yeah.
Yeah, about 9 minutes, GD.
Sweet. Well, I'm about to get tapped out. Do you guys want to see some hot streaks before I'm out?
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah.
You're getting tapped out.
James, you want to pull up those hot streaks for us?
There we go.
We got them. All right. Where are we? All right. Brian M., Joshua, Richard, and Robert all extended their streaks for another day. Our newcomer, Kent, welcome to the show, Kent. We lost one trader, Brian D. Brian D is currently being transferred to the live funded account. So nice job, Brian. Maybe we'll get you back on here pretty soon. All right. Yesterday's best live funded P&Ls.
Let me see these. Modest numbers.
A lot of familiar names here. Eddie, Dakota, Nick, Salmon, Isaac. These guys are all in the top 30 on our leaderboard. 3 of them are in the top 10. These guys are all playing pro ball right here.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
These are the best of the best.
It's Eddie Horn, not Eddie Shorn, by the way. You guys got to fix that.
Beep, beep.
That's it. I'll have that leaderboard for you in about a half hour when I come back on.
Thank you. Thanks,
I
JD.
think Jack should be coming in for me, I believe. Let me check the schedule.
I'm going to be off camera and back because
gotcha.
of the coughing.
Oh,
Okay.
the voice.
So you
Might hurt.
guys, you do get me. You got me for the full time. I didn't see the update on the calendar there.
Oh,
Sweet.
See, sometimes you get lucky.
We got some time. I got some plugs if we are interested.
By all means. Hey, we're back.
By all
We're the
means.
profit. We're in the green. Should have done.
For a hot minute, we were. Go ahead, Eddie.
Green Acres is the place for me. Topstep TV Instagram. Like what we're doing here. Want to keep up with the Topstep TV crew on Instagram. We're going to post the link there. Join it. Have fun with it. Participate. Also, are you a fan of Topstep TV and all the resources we share on a daily basis? You can access them, your own schedule, and never lose track of them by bookmarking Topstep TV in your browser. If you have not, that's where you get all the levels, the schedules, and lots of other cool things. Also, if you have just woken up and have been new here, Topstep X products have been added. A bunch of new products were added to our Topstep X over the weekend. Check them out. CME FX Futures and the Chicago Board of Trade Financial Futures are now live on Topstep X. And trading your strategy on Topstep X is just getting a whole lot of easiness. And let's keep it up. Lots of stuff being added here frequently. So keep your eyes open. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. Great plugs. Great new features being added. Topstep X. Seems like daily. New products, new features.
Be right back,
updates.
boys.
All right.
Mhm.
Here, just,
Andre, that ad of 5 lots looking kind of good now, huh?
Real
dude,
good.
don't even start. Don't even start. Don't even, my man. We're taking some serious heat there. But
I mean, that's not called heat. That's called an opportunity to add where I'm from.
it is. You know what, Rips? You ain't wrong. You ain't wrong. But now we're going to go 17,900. We'll forget about that 5 lot. Up and away. Here we go.
We'll have to
Do the
talk
right
with the powers that be about scaling in, but that's why I kind of want to do
Oh
5,
my,
5, 5.
Andre Papacito
Look at
to
this.
the north side. Look at that.
Oh.
I feel like we had some doubters in the chat.
Oh, not only in the chat, not only in that chat. We had
Doubter
what's
in the
VWAP? Hey,
driver's
what's
seat,
VWAP? And all seriousness, all kidding aside, what's VWAP and Nasdaq, real quick?
VWAP I'm reading as 19 here.
Woo!
This is a move.
Let's do it.
Yeah, I think
Sometimes, Andre, you just have to let go of the wheel and you have to believe in somebody like JD who gave you that beautiful entry. Somebody like Rips who said, add 5 more.
I heard you. All right, just peeled off 5. Just peeled
Oh,
off 5
come
there.
on.
Come on, don't start with me, Rips. We got to be conservative with this. If it was personal account, obviously, we'd MOC the hell out of this thing. But right now, we are just going. We got conservative, judicious with this. There are lots of eyes watching Rips. Trust me, when I say lots of eyes, there are lots of eyes watching this trade. I ain't playing, man. There are lots of eyes watching this trade. So we
were being responsible this entire trade. The only thing that we fumbled was not adding more.
Dude, don't even.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Yeah, let it roll, Andre. This 5 lot we got to take.
Look at you guys. First it was peel it off. First it was get out. Now let's let it ride. Boy, we got.
So Andre,
I don't remember ever saying peel it off. I remember only saying add more.
I got to lock in profits, Rips. You don't understand, Rips. There's a lot of eyes watching this shit.
Yeah, Rips. My issue.
Are they hungry eyes or not?
Is that there's a 10K loss limit. And we were down like 4K, and I was like, "Wow, that's gonna vaporize that $6,000 real quick." And we put another 5 lots on.
So yeah,
Only
we
thing
were
we were going to vaporize was shorts who were going short against us there.
We caught them in the hole, man. They got caught in the hole. We're going up to 17,900. We got 5 on right now.
Stops at break even.
Well, no, it's not. Stops the original.
Come on, Andre.
All right, I'll click the break even button right now.
Responsible thing. Now you're going to be irresponsible. Come on.
Just click the break even button. The new feature we have here on Topstep X. Click the break even at 844 is our break even price. So we got the break even. 844. Use that button on Topstep X. Would love to take this trade. Just let this sucker run. As Dakota said, wouldn't you like to just have a runner on? Of course. Just like to have a runner.
That's what we're doing.
We got 5 on, so we're going to let 5 run.
Yeah, I believe Dakota took some longs too. I think he was trading crude. Is crude giving us a bounce yet?
Question. Push.
All right. I did get the green light to jump out, but I want to see what happens next with this trade. So I'm going to hang out for a few more minutes.
By all means, JD, you hang out. I think we're going 17,900. We'll get out there. We'll get out there. We will get out there. We will get out there. I'm pushing.
Where'd you peel off that 5 at?
I got to go back and look. I can't right now. I'm just, I got to go back and look. About 2,100 unrealized. Got 2,200 realized on this trade. So, talk to me. We got any levels up here, guys? I mean, we got a target of 880s. We've been targeting shorts up at 880s. Has anything changed up there?
Andre, if you go to my screen, I actually have a level that's posted for you on my screen if you want to switch over to my screen right now.
Yeah. Oh, my God. Duh. Bet more. Bet more. You
It's Greg Reba.
Should have bet
That's the level that I'm looking at right now.
I love
That's Greg Reba. He was in the S&P pit.
That's right. Yeah, your buddy, right?
Yeah.
Above that 880, we're going to 910, Jay Cook says. All right, so he's saying, let this ride.
Yeah. Andre, right now, right at 872, that's current day value high. If we take that out, look for it to take out the highs.
I think we're going to take it out.
You know, you could feasibly take 2 off there, let 3 run.
What do we think about that?
Or let 5 run.
Yeah, or just let 5 run all the way
I'm
to
down to
glory.
let 5
Or
run. I have
just
no
let
problem
5
letting 5 run. I got no problem letting 5 run. We got $2,200
more.
locked in on this trade.
How much did we lock in?
Hurt us.
We got $2,200 locked in.
Okay, that'll what? That covers MP's dry cleaning bill.
Mm-hmm.
That covers our ass, Rips. That covers our ass for that's for about a day or two. Come on, 72s. You know you want to do. You want to go to 8. You want to go to where do we want to go? We want to go to 80s.
Yeah,
We're
we're
80s.
dragging
We'll have
value
that one.
higher now. We're dragging value higher now. This is good.
All right.
Ooh, look at this thing. We are getting poppy up here.
We are getting poppy up here.
Yeah, the 890s are looking kind of
Sold
zesty.
2. I peeled off 2. We got 3.
Wow.
We're going to let 3 run here.
Good out.
So how much have we realized?
Very
now?
good.
3,500.
Ooh, there we go.
That's a good trade.
That's what we call a sack lunch.
Nom, 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 nom. So, Andre, you get another pop up near the session high, like 90.
Yeah.
Take-
That's
take
tight.
2 off and just let one run.
MOC.
1 NQ.
MOC.
You want to peel off 2 more? At what price?
2 more at 90. And then
90.
I'll definitely love to do that.
sell 1 MOC. Just let it ride.
Yes, we're 2 at 90.
Alternate thesis. Why don't we just trail the stop a little bit, not
Trail
too
the
aggressively
stop?
on a 3? I don't think we can
Yeah.
have one contract on in this house account.
Why not?
It's not good for karma.
Wow. I mean,
Well-
Jack, what do I do with that, man? What do I do with that? 890,
that's
man.
funny.
What do I do with that?
There's,
I'm working
I mean, the most recent swing low on a very short time frame chart is 855. So somewhere below that to trail the stop.
Well, right now, the stop is trailed at break even, or that's where we got the stop at right now.
Right.
I hate trailing stops. Have you ever
I hate
trailed a
them too.
I
stop
hate it too.
I am
that
too.
didn't get hit?
I hate
You know,
it too.
There's an art form to it.
I'd rather get
Yes,
out
there
on
is.
an uptick than a downtick. You know.
Agree.
I'm with you. I'm with you on that. But if you're going to trail a stop below the most recent swing low on a short time frame, you got to put it down around 854.
We could just 854. We're at 844. We could just rally the sucker and just. I don't need this one up anymore. 3 there. This one up. We got 3.
Where's your cover
All right.
up there? Is that 910s?
854. 844. Sorry, you guys. Come again. Sorry.
What is your cover up there?
In
I
terms
can't
of
see on my
what?
screen.
In terms of what? Sorry.
Looks like you have a cover up there in the 900s or 880s, 890s.
Oh, 888. 888.
Triple eights. Nice lucky
Triple
number there.
eights. There we go.
You're
Yes,
working
if
an
we hit
offer
it.
to cover. Did I hear that right?
Oh, that was just the original bracket order. Yes, the original bracket order. It should be just.
Gotcha.
Yes, I am. I'll change it though. I can pull. It's pulled.
Yellen
Eddie's
speaking.
Bong is checked into the chat. Oh, Yellen is speaking.
Yes, she is.
I missed what she just said.
Dropping some stuff here. She says she's concerned about where we're going with the U.S. deficit. Also, U.S. needs significant steps to reduce budget deficit. And she's talking about the higher steel tariffs on China. Those seem appropriate. So we're getting a little squeeze out of Sweet Janet.
She heard the house account was long. She had to put a stop to
Yeah.
it.
Oh, that's what a
hater.
Yeah, big time hater.
These damn haters, dude.
What's your stop at, Andre? What are you securing the bag with?
44s.
Gotcha. So basically break even plus a tick.
Yeah. Oh, shit.
Rumor has it that Janet dyes her hair with whiteout. I'm not sure on that, but I'll give her a call tonight and ask her.
Oh, shit. My bad, Jack. There we go. Stop. There you go.
So we stopped just short of that 54 where I thought maybe we could put the stop below the previous swing low.
Break even's at 44. We're long 3.
We're at this is kind of where Globex bottomed out when it opened, right? We're right around that range, John.
Let's commit to it.
Mm-hmm. Let me look. Yeah.
Ish, right? Give her a few.
Ish. Yeah. I mean, the low before the 730 number was 861.
Yeah, we are at the lower end of this volume shelf here. If we did break below this, we'd probably sail back down to those 40s. But right now, there's enough that's holding up the, well, as I'm talking, it's starting to roll. I don't have a position on it. But,
there we would have just hit that trailing stop.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, market was being propped up there at those 60s for the time being. But now testing those lower 50s, we're just kind of exhausting buyers up here. So we're just committing that same pattern that we've been doing all day, which is basically just rinsing around in ranges and becoming that scalper's paradise.
We should write a song, Scalper's Paradise.
It sort of reminds me of Gangster's Paradise.
I think that's what we're going for.
That song was originally a Stevie Wonder song, right? It was, what was it?
That's
Something Paradise.
Is that true?
Oh, yeah. No. I'm not.
Rips, I don't know if you're messing with me half the time or not.
I know. It's hard to know, right?
Coming down to a break even here. 44s.
Pastime Paradise. That's what it was.
And we are out. All right. There you go.
How do we do
so
it?
how much do we lock in there, Andre?
3,500.
Hey, there we go. That's what I'm talking about.
There we go.
All right. House accounts in good standing. I'm going to dart. I will catch you guys in a little bit
We're
with that
all
top 10 list.
Live to fight another day. Yes, there we go. Good job, guys. Nice level. Took some heat. That's a good one, though. 3,500. We've got more trades left in the bag for the day. But we're right now coming up, almost top of the hour here. Do we have any housekeeping to do here in terms of plugs or anything? Jack, are we on schedule right now? Doing all right?
The trains are on time.
Good. All right. Back to you guys. We'll keep an eye on some more levels here, but we are range bound. Boy, we are selling off right now. There you go. That's why you do. That's why the break even button's pretty nice. No thinking, just click break even. We did it.
Yeah, the break even button, nice and easy, right? You just don't even have to move your mouse around. If the price action's moving very rapidly, it's also convenient.
One worked. All right. We're looking around the other markets. We got about an hour left here in fast markets. Rips, how we trading on the day? How's that P&L looking? I know you've been really.
I took a few little base hits. We're up 38.40 on the day, and that is a mix of combines and XFAs. XFAs, I'm up about, what is that? About $2,000 in my XFAs and about $2,000 almost in my combines. I passed another 3 combines yesterday, and hey, we're just relaxed and chilling and letting the price action do its thing today. I'm more excited about playing the afterglow of FOMC. I may employ some trades in the XFAs tomorrow during FOMC, but it's highly risky. So playing the afterglow is usually better. Plus, we have earnings from Apple on Thursday, so that can be shaking up the market. Apple, of course, the number 2 weight of the S&P and the NASDAQ. So yeah, I mean, I went into this week with the opposite of hungry eyes. I guess you could say anti-famished eyes. I don't know what we'd call it, but yeah, just really going into the week with just nothing really on the docket other than wanting to take it nice and easy and take it slow. Just nice and despacito, as they say.
Oh my God. How's that crude trade going for Dakota? Dakota, if you're feeling all right still in that trade, let us know how that crude trade worked out for you.
He took profit on it. He said that in the chat a little while ago.
Excellent. Good job.
Yeah,
Good job.
that 81 level that we've been watching, just nice and supportive there.
All right, more sellers coming in. We are range bound, folks. We are range bound. Dolby time. This is your bread and butter, and the ranges are nice and wide, so there are profits to be had. We are selling off here in the NASDAQ trading 82 or 820, 830s, call it 830s. We bounced right off.
We couldn't take out that value high in the NASDAQ and in the S&Ps. Now we've rotated all the way back down to value low. Value low, Andre, is 832 in the NASDAQ.
We're there right now.
Yep. I mean, there is, in essence, a failed auction below the low of the initial balance in both of them. Not a very long failed auction, but still a failed auction. I can show it here if you'd like. Here it is. So these are 4-tick TPOs in the NASDAQ, just so I can get them all on the page because it's so rangy. Just traded back down below value. Here's that failed auction. Price went below the initial balance, rejected, traded all the way back to value high, all the way back to value low. If we're going to stay range bound, market could just rotate from low to high and high to low, low to high and high to low all day long.
Which is essentially what we've seen so far in the entire session since open.
100%.
We really have.
100%.
It makes for generally a pretty low risk trade if you just are buying at these lows with a 10, 15 handle stop and then selling those highs up towards those 80s. It makes for a pretty low risk, cheaper trade.
Cheap trades. That's what we're looking for, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cheap trades.
You could bounce off those 25s right there. Yes, it might be a cash register day, John. We talked about back.
Do you think you'd ever take another trade in the house account there, Andre, or are we locking that up?
Hell
for the
yeah.
session?
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah.
You got 3,500
you
bucks.
could start employing that strategy on maybe a 2-lot, just a little feeler there, see what time it is.
Rips. 15 lot defaults. I wished.
15 lot minimums. Okay. Well, then just slam it.
Yeah. That's why we have to be very judicious in our levels. And we need to be, there's a process here.
And we need, we need conference from Rips. We need conference from chat. I mean, these aren't our trades.
Yep.
We're just,
we did bounce again at those 818s down there off the lows, and we're just kind of meandering here around these 34s. So the longer time that we spend down here without breaking lower, the more liquidity that we build up to send this rate back up to the north side here. And
what does that mean, Rips? The more liquidity building up down here? When you say that, what does that mean? More liquidity building up down here at these levels?
So the market is always powered by liquidity. And if we're running into these levels down here and you have a bunch of folks that are on the bid side, you have to imagine that if you have, trying to think of an analogy here, but if you have a barrel of apples with 100 of them and you only have people that are going to take 20 of those apples, the barrel is going to remain there and it's going to have 80 apples in it. But if there's a mad dash for those apples, people want 200 of those apples, they're going to clear through that barrel and go to the next barrel. And when we have a lot of people that are sitting on the bid there, we have a lot of barrels of apples and not enough hungry people that are going to get through all of those apples. So once we go down into those bids there, we solidify those bids. People are long into that. We're also seeing people that are shorting into that. They have stops above. So we're powered by people that are buying into that because we run out of those bids there.
Uh-oh.
And all of a sudden, we're popping those shorts to the stop side, and we go right back up. And that's what we see in these range-bound days here.
I like that.
Dakota chimed in the chat. He said he approves of any longs, as usual.
Well, we did. Then we made you proud, Dakota. We made you proud. We did get long. Took some heat.
Yeah, we might want to look at Apple futures. Might want to go long in apples here.
Hey. Rips, what's your deal today, man? You're just cracking yourself up over there, aren't you, man? What is your freaking deal today? I think I know what it is. I'm not going to say, you're having a lot of fun with just all of this, aren't you? You're just enjoying all of this.
So this is a visual representation of what Rips was just saying. if this stack of papers is all buy orders down there near the lows, and we take a few of these off, and some people sell into those, there's still this big stack of buy orders down there. When we start peeling more of them off, now there's still that stack of buy orders down there.
Right.
But if we get a whole bunch of people looking to sell into these, we could eat through these buy orders. If this doesn't satisfy all the sellers, then they'll go looking for more buy orders lower. So it's like a bucket full of apples. If they sell out, you got to go looking for apples somewhere else. Like the buy orders in stocks, futures, whatever it is. If you got a lot of buyers there's your support. Back down to that level again here, Andre. Rips.
Good, great visual representation of what that is there, John. John, if you don't mind me asking, what exactly are all those papers that were so readily available to you? What are those papers?
These are
nuclear codes.
Most of them are the notes for the weekly kickoff for the
oh, nice. Wow.
Opening call.
Those are like the Vatican secrets right there. Very cool.
I thought that was all the trade cards from the day of your winning trades today alone.
Wow, there you go. That's
Hope's going to put those on eBay with an autograph on each of them.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Good stuff, John.
Look out, Mickey Mantle.
We're focusing on the house account right now, so there we are, right at the lows again.
Letters to Santa.
Yeah, we are. All right, we got levels.
We're picking away at that bucket full of apples here.
Yeah, we're picking away at those papers. Looks like they ran out of apples. Yes. You guys are getting it. Look, quick learners in the chat. Good stuff, guys. Rips, John, great stuff.
Tell you, the barrel of apples thing works.
Yes, it works. That was great visual representation concept of what building liquidity is, or support for that matter. That's the problem.
Yeah, you can see
too
down
many
here
different ways to say the exact same thing. That's the problem.
Exactly. Yeah. And we have very low inventory on a day like today. It's mainly folks that are hedging. The regular liquidity providers are trying to be scant with that liquidity because there's very low participation in the market. The real participation will come after the FOMC. We will have folks that are making positioning bets, but they're going to be doing that in a surreptitious way where, if they want to be short this market, they have basically they're going to work a TWAP order that's only going to be entertaining, let's say, putting offers up above 900, and they run a TWAP algorithm that will slowly feather out contracts above 900. And since we're down here, they're not taking interest in it. So there's a lot of different ways that algorithms will work this price. And basically just looking at the 15-minute chart here on the NQ and the S&P, you can see that there has been obviously algorithms working offers above, in this case, 873 all the way up to as high as 935 or so. But the bulk of those working of the offers were basically 873 to 900. And we've just seen that in the last, we're looking at the 15-minute bars here. Not a tremendous amount of activity, but that's essentially what we're seeing here. And those are the bets, the positioning that's going into FOMC. And that will be providing the liquidity to the north side if we do actually have a tremendously strong print on FOMC. All of those orders will be stopped out for the majority, for the folks that can't take the heat. I mean, it depends on how large their sizing is, but you can see some of that clip sizing coming off if we are bursting above that level of liquidity. So that's something that you want to watch for. And the other side of that coin is, of course, looking to the left here, seeing where the resting liquidity was lower. In the case of the FOMC on a big dump, I would assume that we're going to be entertaining liquidity in the NQ all the way down sub 400. And we could go as low as, where there's a lot of resting liquidity, maybe even down to 190s, if not 100 even, 17,100 evens. There's a lot of things that can happen, but it's, you want to look at where the positioning is. Where's all of the large money? And as I talked about at the top of the call here, all jokes aside, we have seen a large amount of offer side positioning that has existed above 830s here in the NASDAQ. And so if that gets blown out to the top side tomorrow, there's going to be a lot of stops that are being popped. These are institutional size orders, so we would see a lot of push to the top side and maybe a lack of inventory on the way up.
We are extending the range to the downside again now.
All right, we still have that level 797 here. I still have it highlighted. 3 check marks next to that one. As to Kodo, what's he looking at? He's looking at taking a long down here. We're going to be range bound.
Andre, that's essentially pretty close to yesterday's low, which was 791.
91s, yep. 791, 797.
Yep.
So we'll see how we trade around these 800s first. Adam M in the chat saying Microsoft selling hard. Selling hard.
Yeah, we are tucking below 400 still here. We're not seeing a massive sell-off. I think that we want to see, Microsoft, I do want to see pushing down below 390s for this to incur a larger sell-off. We're basically coming down towards where we were auctioning for the print on earnings off the lows there. But, for Microsoft to really start to crater, we need to see printing below 390s and potentially entertaining those 385s. But, we're just kind of rolling. This is what we expect to see pre-FOMC is, we're seeing equities sort of rolling, but not a lot of sell side pressure because, again, you have to imagine that if Jerome Powell says something that is favorable for the market, that's going to catch off so many players offside. So the idea is for these larger institutional players, unless they have a clear and pure read on what's going to happen, which, by the way, they don't with how dubious Jerome Powell has been as of late. You don't want to have your trade desk being caught off sides and have too heavy of a positioning. So this is where you're going to see lighter positioning, lighter orders going in, and that's what we're seeing on the tape today. And we have seen it for the past couple of days because it's pre-FOMC.
Good stuff. Yep, pre-FOMC. Pre-heavy earnings after the bell. And it's end of the month, as Anne-Marie reminded us. I can't believe May is tomorrow. This year is just flying by. It's crazy, man. We got May Day. So tomorrow's May Day? Is that right? May Day's tomorrow. Those out in Europe.
And then don't forget we have Cinco de Mayo coming up.
Oh,
Flushacito.
Yeah, Flushacito
yes,
on
deck. All right, down ticking here to see if we can get to these 800s in the NASDAQ. And we do have a level beneath 797, 791s. We'll take another long down there, I believe.
Yeah, it's one of those things where we get down to these lows and it seems like the market should continue to roll, but those are usually the best trades long because you get the best prices on this.
Very Dalton-esque. The best trades are often right in the face of the most recent market activity.
Yeah, we call those pucker trades. They get you all puckered up.
I think the house account just did a pucker trade. Oh shit! Dakota saying 790s, 790s. All right, well we got everything lined up. 790s. I'm highlighting it. Double underline, triple check mark. Noah or Nick.
Yesterday's low.
Nick for tick. All right, cool. All right. We can get to those. We're going 15, 790s here. We got 50 minutes left here on fast markets. Markets have kind of been moving. It's range bound though. So if we can get a dip beneath these 800s, 790s, patience. Good job, Nick, for a tick. Here we go.
All right. We just broke below those 810s here, coming a little bit lower here, running into those 797s perhaps. 800 is on deck. We are blowing through 800. 797 was tagged there.
There it was.
A little break lower in Microsoft and Amazon. Amazon 90s.
Is all right. We are long. We are in 15 times from 790. Nailed it. 15 times.
What a trade.
We are in. Peel off 5. All right, we just locked it. Yeah, let's peel off 5 real quick just to clock in something there. We're long 10
what
now.
A beautiful trade, Andre.
That's you guys, man. Long 10 from 790. Long 10 from 790 there. See if we can rip this sucker. We are taking heat. It's okay. And we are breaking. We're not.
Yeah, we just broke
Pucker.
We just broke the ECI lows, I believe.
Yes, we did. All right. I was talking about targets here.
Upside targets, I'd say a nice peel is 818 halves up to 834s, somewhere in that range. If we reclaim 800s and we do defend 800s here, I do think that you're kind of back in the driver's seat, just relaxing.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm not seeing confident sellers coming through. Amazon is tucking below 180s, but we really need to see Amazon below 178s for this to confirm. Not seeing it.
See if we can sell 18s. We're going 5 at 18.
Can you believe that gold's down 2% today?
Is it really? What's the prices of trading?
Let me see here. I just had the percentage up. Gold futures are trading, my goodness, 2307.9.
Wow. Okay. Dakota, did you get in? Nick, did you get in? Jay Cook, you called it. Here we go.
We are testing these 800s once more. The pucker trade is in effect.
Trade is in effect. My goodness. Double bottom. Perhaps look at the 5-minute on the NASDAQ. We'll take a look at the tilt here. Taking a look at tilt in the NASDAQ, 50-50. We're back into our entry price. Wow, I was right. Wow.
Wow. Rolling through those 90s, testing 80s now. My goodness. Amazon looking to test these lows as well. Microsoft is breaking a little bit lower here, looking for a test of 397 evens.
We're below yesterday's low now, Andre.
We long from 90.
Yeah, it looks like 10 handles of heat here.
Yes. To be expected.
Remember, we don't sell it unless we're below the previous day's low.
We're long right now.
Yep. We're below yesterday's low.
Okay. Noted.
Yeah, it's starting to really roll here. Amazon testing. If we get below 179 Amazon, this thing can start to really catch some juice to the downside. Definitely some aggressive sellers. Anybody who is long above those 800s likely getting stopped out here.
Likely getting stopped out from their longs right now?
That's what I'd think, yeah, which is where we're generating this downside pull from. S&P's on lows.
Timber!
17,768 is 5% off the all-time high in the NASDAQ.
And house count's going neggy now. Yep, lovely.
For some reason, this just put me in a print that never even happened. That's strange.
Really?
Yeah, I just pressed short and it put me in at 764, which maybe I'm lagging. Maybe
we're stopped out. We are stopped out. House count down 2,000.
I'm just going to close it. I think my rhythmic is lagging over here in Ninja Trader.
That was a 7.
Anybody else seeing lag in Ninja Trader rhythmic? Or is that just me?
Minus.
Yeah, I'm seeing major lag. Hold on, I'm going to try to reconnect here.
How's it count? Minus $2,000. How's it count? Down $2,000. Did we get bottom ticked? Hopefully. We did.
He hit you with the horn.
Oh,
all right, I reconnected. It looks like we have a rhythmic back on deck here.
Nope, looks good for me. All right, new levels. New level. Wow, we are selling. We are selling hard.
We're heading back to the afternoon pullback high from the 24th, which is 17,705.20.
Yeah, 710s is the level that I have for that. It's close to what you're talking about.
There we go again, Rips.
Mm-hmm.
Eric says, so much talk, so little good trading. Eric, please show your P&L. Please show your P&L. I would love to see it. Show us how it's done. Throw some levels in here. I will take whatever you trade. Put a level in here right now. We'll slap 15 on them. I promise you'll do 15.
Let them know,
right
Andre.
now, Eric. We'll do it right now.
Less talk and more action.
Eric, you give me a level right now. We'll do 15 of them right now. And we'll put your ass on the line. We'll see how that goes. We're trading 760s. Okay. $750 big level in the NASDAQ. Am I frozen?
No.
Rips, you got me.
Yeah, rhythmic is still lagging for me over here.
Really?
Yeah, in a big way. It's very, very, very laggy for me.
You got a lot of, I'm sure you've got a lot of browser pages open.
That could be it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, taking a look at the tilt here. 77% long crude, 58% long gold, 58% long or short the YM to the downside. Good on you if you caught it. We get long
Andre,
for
listen to
Sunday.
this. Delta in the S&Ps after that big flush to the downside, still positive, 3,000.
Wow.
They took some heat.
NASDAQ's negative
Never give
4,200
up.
now.
Never surrender.
What did we sell there? Oh, we saw 90s. Yep. All right. We're only down $2,000. Long day. Dakota Long 756. Dakota Long 756. We're coming up on the 15. JD, if you're there, we could do some top 10s here. Yes, JD, if we are ready, we got the top 10 funded traders, top 10 XFAs.
He's not logged in at the moment, but I'll track him down.
Okay. It is 1017.
Noted. He will be punished.
Trade 770s here in the NASDAQ. Tilt. All right, guys, give me some levels. If you got anything coming in.
I want to see this holding above 69s here and then potentially trading all the way back to 97s.
Okay. Give me 51.20 for my full. Nice. Nick T trading the S&Ps today.
Woody's
nice move up here.
Yes. Salty puts. I do not have levels myself. I'm pulling levels from all our trusted traders and our talent.
Ribs Dakota's saying that
now beautiful.
He seems to be having trouble with Ninja Trader too. He said it's lagging for him. So he thinks we can push back up into the 800s. NASDAQ.
That was a what? $5,500. We can handle that. And we got time. 15 lots is the play of the day. Rips, did you get in? Sorry.
Yeah, I took that long with Dakota.
Nice.
On our final lot here, looking to peel off 78s. Or we'll get stopped out here, break even. We're just kind of holding here at this 78 level. See if we can get this perk back up into these 80s. I'm just going to cover that there. So we caught the nice little bottom bounce.
Very nice.
Nice.
Apparently there are rhythmic issues. Nick T's suffering from them as well.
Yeah, Rhythmic caught that kind of ruined the short for me on the way down. Was Rhythmic was super laggy there. So curious what Coach Dakota's upside target is here. So I peeled out in the 80s since we are kind of holding that. Nick is up $3,200 on the day. Nice. And he's also seeing issues in Rhythmic. Yeah.
Got that lockout button if needed. This is Rhythmic. Never mind.
Rhythmic, you can also do I think a little bit of a lockout. Just not the same as what Topstep X offers, though.
What a sell-off.
Yeah, this is looking good to the long side here. We might potentially get all the way up to those 797s now. Coach Code is looking for a test of 800. I like that a lot too.
Yeah, I see it too.
Volume is dying out here, though. We did the business that we were looking to do. We made those new lows. We came back into that area of liquidity that we were trying to trade around there in the 26 or so, right on Friday. Kind of Friday's liquidity. You seeing the same thing there, John? Kind of just pestering around that Friday liquidity.
Yeah, we went through one pile of bids, and now we may have found the next pile of bids.
Yeah, there's a lot of thick bids down there, right around those 50s and 60s in the NASDAQ.
What are we seeing here? Definitely have more keeping the powder dry. Big power hour coming up. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if the big power. We'll see what the setup is. Keep in mind we got earnings right after that, so it could be a bit of a muted power hour in terms of volatility. And it's end of the month as well. FOMC tomorrow, so who knows? But we are seeing some good volatility today, I would say.
More than I expected.
Absolutely.
Yeah, same. That I did not expect that big of a roll. I expected us to remain range bound, so that was definitely a surprise there. Good time for Rhythmic to go down when you're trying to short it.
Yeah, of course.
Good golly.
What was that big rip to the downside late in the day yesterday that just ripped all the way back?
Treasury borrowing announcement. So they were borrowing more than they expected, and so we had that big flushacito followed by a big papacito. Yeah, we are kind of just wiggling around here between 60s and 80s. I still like it long, but I'm not willing to get back in here. It's not a good enough price for me.
Fair enough.
Even though we came back down to the level of 69, 769 is my level here. Came back down to that. We are kind of holding here, but it just looks a little bit tired. You know, the price action just looks kind of worn out here, which again, pre-FOMC, that's what it looks like. And it's tired in the sense that we're running out of buyers, but it's like we had such a forceful push to the downside there. I don't know that we have more adamant sellers that are willing to push into these bids. So kind of a no trade for me here.
Rips, I kind of feel like as long as we're holding below that low of that deep stab yesterday, we may be, attracting some sellers down here.
Yeah, I could see that. And it could also be a trap for those sellers getting some selling side pressure. If you're a market maker, what would you want to do? You'd want to trap all of these shorts and then run it back up towards power hour.
Right it back.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Right. That's what I could see happening. And the thing is that we're not on, we're on our own time. They're on their own time. So we don't know if that's going to happen now or if they're going to hold this price down here until, they can continue to offer offers on the north side here that will keep the price compressed. And then, they just pull that liquidity from their offers and all of a sudden thin offers to the top side leads the price right back up.
Just rip.
Oh, yeah. Overall, a decently fun session, though. Given the landscape of everything, decently interesting as far as, I didn't expect a lot. We were kind of joking around when we were chopping around there. But yeah, this caught me off guard here for sure.
Yeah, we're still selling here.
As long as we stay below yesterday's lows, I think that's going to be the breaking point. If we do trap a bunch of shorts down here, if we get back above those levels, that's I think where they're going to break.
Yep, I could see that too.
What do we have here? Anything? We're pretty much clear for the rest of the day. Yes, we are. Clear till the closing bell here. Let's do it, JD. Or let's do it, Jack.
Okay, cool. We're still doing series 3 questions.
Yes, we are.
Just because Michael passed doesn't mean you've escaped this. We must test knowledge.
All right, this one's for you, Rips.
I'm ready.
All right, let's see what we got here. A U.S. exporter negotiating a contract in Mexican pesos protects his currency risk by A, selling peso futures, B, buying peso futures, C, selling T-bill futures, or D, buying T-bill futures.
B.
I think he's trying to lock in. He's trying to lock in a price.
And he's going to be
We lock in a peso.
Accepting pesos. B.
Yeah, I agree.
All right.
Also lock in the
Let's
price.
take a look.
Oh no!
Damn.
There's A selling
you're
peso
saying-
futures.
Ah, right. To hedge it.
Yeah, because if you're trying to lock in the money you would get. So
Yeah, he's taking
John,
it
like a
into
farmer.
pesos.
Yeah.
Full pesos. That's it.
John, you are banned from
It's-
doing
it's-
business in Mexico.
It's the same thing as if you have a position in equities that you're buying puts. It's essentially the same trade. So yeah,
Yes.
I got you.
I fumbled the ball there big time.
Me too.
It's all good. You only need
Healthy check,
70%
guys.
right. And that's how we series 3.
Right. I went through the book like a month ago. I've got to go through it again. Then I'll take. You know, I'm old. It's been so long since I studied. I forgot how.
People are still answering in chat.
Yes, they are.
The good old Topstep TV delay.
You better not be getting it wrong. If you're answering in chat at this point, you better not be getting the question wrong. You guys,
Boom.
yeah.
What was the
There
typo?
you go, Tim.
The typo? Yeah,
The
whatever.
question. All right, JD says I got you right here for those top 10s. Let's do it.
Thanks,
Get in
Linda.
there. Let's see those top 10 live fun, top
Ready.
10 XFAs. Let's do it.
Sure, let's take a look at those XFA P&Ls real quick. There we go. Katrina, 12.5 grand trade on the NASDAQ. AJ with
Nice.
11K trade in the ES. Steven's on his second consecutive day on the list and has a 2-day running total of just about $18,000. Nice job, Steven. Rustum stamped out a nice day trade in nat gas, crude oil, NASDAQ, and gold. Rustum's spreading some love around to multiple markets there. And Fatima, our old friend Fatima, 8 grand trade in the NASDAQ. Nice job, everyone.
Good to see Fatima again.
Definitely. All right.
All right, here is the bottom half of that top 10 list. We got 2 new players on the list today, Ronald L. and Stephen M. Welcome to the big show, guys.
Wow.
We
Nice.
lost 2 traders. Pin dropped down to 13th, and Jared fell off to 19th place. Those are the 2 traders we're missing from yesterday. All right. Hit me with that drum
Okay,
roll, Eddie.
boys, let's do it.
There they are. All right. Isaac is back on top after a nice $2,000 Prava yesterday. Daniel moved up to 4th place. And the big 3. Big 3 are the same as yesterday. Adam in 3rd, Jerry in 2nd, and Dakota, who is just running away with it. Another 6 grand yesterday for Dakota. Shout out to all these traders.
Beast mode.
Wow, dude.
He's not pulling back an inch. He's full steam ahead. Nothing stopping this guy right now.
He's going for 200. He's looking for that 200 level. Wow. Very nice, Dakota.
Nice couple months.
Seriously.
DBA.
Who was right on his ass, JD? Someone was right on his ass. He pulled away from them, no problem. Who was it?
Jerry, who's in 2nd place. Let me pull that up again real quick.
Yeah, they just pulled
So
away.
Jerry took over the top spot briefly early last week.
Right.
And yeah, he dropped another. Let me see if I could find it real quick.
It's in the rearview mirror now.
Yeah, Jerry dropped another 10 grand yesterday. He's having a rough
Rough
5 trading days, I want to say. Yeah, he's spreading around 3 XFAs, and he's taking some big hits. Let's see if Jerry can pull it together, though. Because, yeah, Dakota's, like I said, he's running away with it. He's doubled the closest contender.
Nice. Good stuff, man. We got the best traders in the real trades, real P&Ls, real accounts. That's what we do here. One account.
I don't know. Who does Dakota want for the Kentucky Derby?
I like that. That's is that Saturday, John? It's Saturday, right?
Mm-hmm.
First Saturday in May.
Mhm.
Yep. First Saturday in May. Boy, that'd be sweet to go to. Never been. Definitely on the bucket list.
Oh, I have been. It's a time.
Infield, Jack?
Of course. This was like 12 years ago.
Absolutely. My God. I hear the infield's the place to be. A lot of mint juleps. A lot of mint juleps.
Yes.
You will see some things if you go there. I'll tell you what.
I've heard.
Is there a horse named Them Apples?
Yes. Oh, dude, we gotta go. We just gotta chop around
Rips
the
might be
lows here.
frozen. Oh no!
I thought it.
Me? No, I'm
There
just
it is.
I'm just staring.
He's just stalking this market right now, like a leopard.
Yeah, I started the week on that list at 35th. I'm trying to get to top 5 so I can be with my trading buddy, Coach Dakota.
We coming.
Oh yeah.
All right, we just popped some more lows here.
Yeah,
You got
that
any
was an
headlines, Eddie? You got
insane sweep.
anything? Eddie, you got anything out there? I'm not.
Dakota likes Sierra Leone. Is that a?
Is that a horse?
Nothing here that's too hot yet.
Yeah, Microsoft continues to break lower here alongside Google. Amazon is kind of frozen at those 179 halves. Nvidia diddling in the middle here, and Tesla's starting to break lower. So the price I could see skittering down to 710s perhaps. We could potentially see that fading a little bit lower here since we are breaking below these 750s here.
Okay, sellers are in control. My God. It is hard to stay short. What's up, Isaac? ES level played out perfectly. Perfect trade, Isaac. I don't know. There's a perfect trade out there. Perfectly. Very nice. God bless the perfect trade. Shout out to all the perfect traders out there. It's trading 750 right now on the NASDAQ. Trade 51. Well, let's take a look at S&Ps. S&Ps haven't gotten much love today from here at TopstepTV. Take a look. You know what? I'm going to shut the house account down for now. We're going to go back to the global board.
That.
Yeah, for now. Yeah, it's rips. Makes two of us. Let's do it for it. Let's take a look at the global.
Dakota's choice. Sierra Leone is a 3-1 odds.
Hot take.
Not bad.
Yeah.
I see one of the horses is named Domestic Product. Wonder who the owner is.
Where are you going with that
Catching
one, Jack?
Freedom.
Where are you going with that, Jack?
Sorry, webpage. I learned that started auto playing very loud music. My head can't catch a break.
Poor guy. Concussed in the protocol. Jack is in the concussion protocol right now.
I'm in the tent.
He's in the mysterious blue tent where no one knows what actually happens in there. All right, so let's take a look here across the board. Crude trading 82. What do I got? 82.12, 82.09. So everything's fucked up right now. Yes, we got gold trading around 23.08. Boy, gold's getting sold off here. Down at the lows. S&P's at the lows, NASDAQ at the lows as well. Till 66%.
Yeah, we're seeing a little bounce here from NASDAQ off those lows. Same thing with S&Ps. Just a small little bounce here. Curious to see if there's any trades down here at this location. What do you think, John? What's your read on the markets down here? Are you thinking any cheap trades down here, perhaps on the long side?
Well, I mean, when the market's going lower, they give you lots of opportunities to buy cheap, to buy it cheap, right?
Right.
Looking at your chart there, I mean, I'm seeing lower highs and lower lows. And with price below yesterday's low, if I'm short, I'm trying to stay short.
Mm-hmm.
Unless we start taking out some of those short time frame swing highs.
And Yellen just said high inflation is due to fading supply shocks or supply shocks. That's the latest out of Yellen here.
Still going, huh?
Mm-hmm.
She talks extremely slow. So, yes, very deliberate with her words. Let's put it that way.
Supply shocks.
I can
still deal with it. Still
what does that mean? What does that mean?
Supply. Lack of supply, meaning that inflation is natural for that to happen on a lower supplied market.
Sure. We still have supply chain issues.
Yellen said house count, go pulled pork. Okay.
Whoa.
Okay. Like that. Like that.
Yeah, crude's coming off that high pretty nicely. 81, man.
Yeah, we just bounced right there, huh?
Yep. Yeah, housing zero supply, right?
Zero.
I mean, I'm sitting in a 3% mortgage.
Can't sell it. What are you gonna do?
And
yeah,
I'm not doing anything right now.
Yeah. You're sitting on free money.
I mean, the market is, I mean, if you do buy it and you get out and you buy something outright, you're buying the high tick. If you get out and you have to borrow money, you're going from 3 to 7%.
Exactly. What are you gonna
do? You're landlocked. I'm planning on moving in the next 2 to 5 years, and we'll see what happens then. But I'm not going to be buying something and paying 7%. I'll buy it outright. Because I mean, at a 3% mortgage, I can get 4.5% on 10-year notes.
Yep.
So I'm making money that way.
Yep. Yeah. 3% mortgage was too low a rate, in my opinion, says Jen. That's just what the rates were. I mean, that's what I say. That's just what they were. I mean,
in the 70s, I mean, my dad had a mortgage at like 18%.
Yes, 7% was very low at one point. It considered very low. Yes, 18%.
But I mean, he had I think the house we bought in 1970, we bought for $70,000. Nice, beautiful house in Northbrook. And then we sold it in 1984 for almost $300,000.
I don't even want to know what's worth today.
I don't think it's probably worth $1 million today.
Yeah.
You want to slack me the address? I'll get a little Zestimate going.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you right here, Jack.
Well, I don't want to announce stuff like this live, but yeah, just send me a Slackaroo.
All right, coming up here about 19 minutes left on the fast markets. Markets were pretty fast today, faster than we had expected, I would say.
I'll say.
Look more to the downside here. Kind of consolidating. I don't know if it's a bear flag or not. But looking at tilt 50-50 across the board. Nothing to see there as far as the news goes. Nothing really coming out. Like we said, I'll keep repeating it. FOMC tomorrow. Big day tomorrow. Please stay tuned with us. We will televise the Powell press conference. We will be on with you live throughout. So this is the place to see. You don't need to go anywhere else. You stay here with us at TopstepTV, where we put on real trades with real traders, real P&Ls, real accounts. Emphasis on real. I'll not stop saying that until you understand. This is real. Where else it might go, might not be so real. But here, it's as real as it gets. So yeah.
Real money, real trades.
Only that's all we got.
Just remembering that house. It's some funny stuff. One of these days, I'll tell you guys all about the tequila races.
Oh my!
Oh boy!
I used to. When I first started, on the trading floor. Now I was 19 years old, going to school and working on the trading floor, and on Thursdays I'd have somebody grab me a bottle of Jose Cuervo Gold tequila, and I would sneak it into my room on Thursday night, and then on Friday, I'd come home from work, I'd go grab a girl or my girlfriend or somebody, and we'd go into the house, and we'd talk to my parents, and I would go into my room and I would put the bottle of tequila out on my windowsill. And so then we'd go back and, finish talking to mom and dad, and I'd get out and That was when I had my GTO. So I'd, put her in the GTO and I'd walk around the front of the house. There was the garage, the front door, and then my bedroom. Walk around the front of the house, grab the bottle of tequila, go get in the car, and off we'd go. But my dad got wise to it. And one time I'm coming around the garage. He's coming out the front door. And he's running to get that bottle of tequila. I did manage to beat him to the bottle of tequila.
Jesus.
But it was a good laugh. And he was an alcoholic. He quit drinking in like 1970, but he wasn't like militant about it. He'd just say, just be careful. Just be careful.
Yeah.
So those are the semi-famous tequila races.
Beat him to the bottle. Right. I love it.
Beat him to
We
it.
did some research. And you're not far off there. I believe we have the Zestimate for the home in question, James.
Oh, wow. Yes.
There you go.
Yep.
922 was what they predicted.
Prices are still railing with where interest rates are at. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. All right. Did take a peek making new lows here. S&Ps and NASDAQ. Dow kind of dragging. Charts are starting to line up a little bit.
S&P's putting in new lows.
Yeah, I'm looking for this 37 takeout to the downside in the NASDAQ here. If we break below 37s, this can get very, very violent to the downside, but this is a big bounce area. So if we don't break here soon, there we go. Nice break of those 37s. If we don't break below and hold this into these 730s, then I'm probably going to boogie out of this position here.
All right. Coming up to 5100s here in the S&Ps. About 6.
Yeah, this is a big
back to it.
Here.
Yep. Andre, you've been talking about that price for weeks.
Seriously, finally, on big earnings day. Go figure. Are they trying to tell us that Amazon's going to come out with bad earnings? Is that what we're trying to? I mean, disappoint. AMD, Starbucks, rips his Pinterest. You're telling me Pinterest is going to have shitty earnings? No chance.
That's my Pinterest. Don't talk smack about my Pinterest, Andre.
Never. Pinterest definitely killing it. So, yeah, we'll see, though. It was unforeseen. Dakota adding to the long.
Dakota added to his long.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness.
Okay.
And we tapped just below those 37s. I'm looking for that to flush. He's looking for a long. It doesn't make me very comfortable in this position.
Oh boy. Okay. All right, Rips, can you place the trade again? What are you looking for?
I stopped out. I pulled myself out of that because I was looking for that flush. I had a cover at 32 and it tapped it, but it didn't fill me anything. So I was looking for that to flush down there. I might pull this back on if we can get below this level of 43s. I'm looking for that bigger fade.
Okay.
Coach Dakota. Moron or average down? He's long 4 contracts.
Yes, he is.
For whatever it's worth.
I'm in.
And we're still seeing weakness out of Microsoft. Amazon is starting to roll over. If we get below those 179s, this thing could be a really nice fade down here. Okay. It really is about those 37s, whether or not we're going to contract below those or not.
See some sellers come. Maybe see some sellers. Now it's kind of slowing. All right, gold's starting to see a move to the downside here. Coming up to those 2300s. All right. 5-minute candle.
A little bit of an injection of liquidity, quarter of the hour here.
Saw that. Yeah, something. Yep.
A little woozy woo.
A little something there. A little
looking like it's going to come back up here. Back to flat. Just trying to get this this flush through 37s if we can get this. That's what my hungry eyes are eyeing out here.
Would you use a sell stop to get into that trade?
Not necessarily. I like to fly by the seat of my pants. If I see a nice perk up to say those 60s, I might be tagging it, but we'll see.
Got to see what it looks like
trapped. There. It's 7:30. Only makes sense to expect some buying. John, what's Delta? How are we looking at Delta here down at these levels?
Delta is still positive in the S&P is just about 1,600. NASDAQ negative 4,600. So NASDAQ more congruent with direction than the S&Ps. Dow, negative 1,400. The Dow really kind of picked the direction today. It initially left the opening range at the high of the day, traded above it, and now is kind of doing what the S&P and the NASDAQ are doing. It's kind of dragging along the lows here.
Just the volume's kind of diminished a little bit here as we go into after the European close here. You are seeing volume dry up a little bit, to be expected on a day like this. We're heading into the lunch hour.
Yeah.
The New York session.
This
Europe
time of
is
day,
closed.
too.
Yeah. There was some good action. There was some money to be made. So for those that made your money, sit on it. Get a little defensive here as we get into the afternoon. There might be one or two more trades in the afternoon. Certainly stay with us all day because we're here to break news. Anything is possible, as we've seen this morning. So you make sure to keep Topstep TV on throughout the day. Have it as your background music, your background music for the day, if you will. And if something pops up, you'll hear it in our inflection, our voice, and you make sure to switch over to that tab. See what's popping over at Topstep TV.
Yeah, I'm just watching for sellers if they're going to rear up here towards those 37s again. If we get that flush for 37, we can get that next pretty violent leg to the downside. So that's what I'm kind of gunning for here.
Okay.
My next level to the downside is 17,705 quarter.
I want to get through this absorption at 37 right now. It's a bear to get through.
Yes.
Yeah, we just kind of keep tapping it and sending it back up. But if we knock on the door enough times, we should be able to clear it out.
Exactly. This is kind of like the stack of papers John was talking about right now.
Yep.
Exactly. And the barrels. That's exactly what we're looking at right here.
Exactly right. I'd love to see a 5,100 clear out on the S&Ps. That would kind of make things a lot easier here in the NAS as well.
Yes, it would.
Okay.
There's a big order again at 37. Can we get through this order at 37? Sellers are kind of vacant here, but we would see some stops getting popped just below that area if we can find the pressure.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of absorption down there below 37. So I'm just looking for that continuation move now.
Let's go take out that liquidity there. We'll get it.
Again, it's very, very jumpy down here.
Everybody get out and push.
And then pouncing right back up. I want to see 5105 start to trade in the S&Ps as well.
Yep. Rips just stalking the market right now. Good stuff.
Yeah, it's not making it easy. These 37s are a total thorn in my side right now.
I got to say, your voice inflection changes when you're about to get into a trade. I've noticed that.
Yeah.
It's like you're hunting.
Does it get more smooth, more velvety?
It just gets a little bit more deliberate and more precise with your words. Like you're hunting. You just get a little bit more. It's funny. I love it.
We are stalking here. There's a lot of liquidity too below 30s here that is just resting. And I think that would move to it would just step aside once we start entertaining that area. But, we just have to make this move happen sometime soon. Right now, we're just not seeing it, unfortunately.
Andre, that might be something you'll be able to use whenever you play poker with Rips. You hear his voice change a little bit. You'll know he's on to something.
He's getting very
focused.
Right. It's very, very focused. Laser-like. Whoa, really?
Okay. We do see comments coming out from OPEC and talking about the OPEC. April oil output falls by 100,000 barrels per day from March to 26.49 million barrels per day. This is over the wire here, and back to you, Andre.
Thanks.
You might be seeing the sellers here.
Yep. There we go. See reflected in the market.
You see this comment from Yellen? People generally are better off despite price increases, but we have more work to do to reduce living costs. I would venture to say most people would disagree with that statement, Janet.
Janet on one today. Janet is on one.
Yeah, we're seeing this get bid up. We're seeing some bid to covers kind of chasing the price back up. Definitely not what I want to see in this position, unfortunately. But let's see if we can find some sellers in, if we can refresh that liquidity back to the sell side and retest these 37s here. This is where we need to see that big price action coming in and sweeping these 37s with impedance.
It's just getting a battering ram. It's coming for it.
That's what I hope for, John.
Yep. Everybody get out and push.
Sending it lower. Can we get that push? We are at 5105s here. This should give us a nice little push here to the downside.
Oh, here we go.
Get out and push.
Again, we're just still bouncing here. A big mess of liquidity right below us that I would love to see this price action entertaining, and then a lot of sidestepping of those orders would give me a lot of confidence in this trade. But right now we're just washing around in this area, unfortunately.
So what price are you looking for down here, Rips? In order, if
710 quarters would be ideal for me.
Thank you.
We just have to get enough liquidity to push us to the downside. We just keep coming down there, and all the sellers are giving up, which is normal on a lower volume day. Like John says, we need a battering ram to get through. And if that doesn't show up, we just send it right back up and fill that liquidity back up to the top side here. And we are seeing, again, more panic bid to covers here, panic at the bid sco, and not really ideal for this 37 flush that I'm looking for.
All right, Rips, let's do a mental capital check with you. How are you doing on your mental capital? Is this something that you've really got me self-aware with and in tune with, and something that you're really talking about? Are you? Oh, you guys have. Yeah, mental capital. Let's do a check-in with you. We got 5 minutes left here on Fast Markets. How we feeling mental capital-wise?
Feeling good. I just, would love this trade to work out, and then I don't have to worry about any trades for the rest of the day. This would be the final trade of the day. If we get that flush down to 710s, that would be ideally what I'm looking for. But the longer that we're gathering liquidity down here, the more mental capital that I'm spending watching this order flow. And it's more likely that I'm just likely going to get out of the trade here if it doesn't, if we don't get that move below that I'm looking for, a clean flush of those 30s to the downside.
Mm-hmm.
Right now we're building up liquidity again to the north side here, sending it up towards these 50s. Again, not ideal, not what I want to see. I want to see very, very thin bids. I want to see people selling into those thin bids and bringing the price action right back down, which is kind of what we're seeing, but we're seeing bids firming up as we are coming down. So not ideal.
We're still long here. Want to see 800s. Dakota's looking for 800s upside. Rip's looking for a downside. We'll see. Kind of in a bit of a tug of war down here. John, what are we looking for the rest of the day in terms of levels? Where are we right now? We're right at these 5100s-ish. I shouldn't say 50. We're at 5106 in the S&Ps because we have not hit 5100s. They seem to be defending this level for the time being, but we've seen this before. In terms of price here in the last 4 minutes of Fast Markets, what are we looking for in terms of possible targets, possible rejection, possible failed downside auction, perhaps? What are you seeing here? S&Ps and NASDAQ.
Well, I mean, in the S&Ps, there's a naked point of control from the 24th, which is 5103.5. I mean, for all intents and purposes, we could call that a visit of that naked point of control.
Mm-hmm.
Down below that, there is some space down below that. I mean, we had 50, 66, 75, which is 5% off the all-time high.
Yep.
Something I would be looking at. And then that there's an afternoon pullback low from the 22nd that's down at 50, 40, 75. I mean, these are pretty lofty goals for any kind of move of the day of and the day before FOMC meeting. It's going to take more than just technicals to bring us down to those levels. I think it's going to take some sort of an impetus.
Okay.
So if I'm short and I'm looking at a target, this 5103.50 in the S&Ps looks like a tasty little exit for me. In the NASDAQ, Rips was talking about 710. I'm looking at this 705, which is the afternoon pullback high here from the 24th. Remember that 17,705. So there's a little congruency between that 10 level and that 05 level between me and Rips.
All right.
The low from the 24th, which was 17,668 quarter. I mean, that looks kind of interesting, because the price got there. It was viewed as too cheap, but I mean, those are some pretty, I think, lofty goals. Before the FOMC, this was more volatility than I was looking for on a day like today. So I'm going to take what I can get. We're really having trouble getting down below those levels. Rips, are you still in that trade?
No, I just got stopped out of that one. Ended up taking a loss because it's just going straight up. So we were looking for that break and it just didn't happen. So unfortunately, taking a loss there.
Yeah.
No, it's a good out. I mean, it's a good loss. It was a good trade, and just didn't work, right?
Yeah, we were building up a lot of liquidity down there, and I guess I was probably a little bit too stubborn, and I probably should have taken it off a little bit earlier since we tested that level multiple times. I could have taken it off in the profit, but yeah, I wanted to see that break down to 710s. It would have been, I don't know, I could have seen it breaking down to those 710s, and we get down to that 710 area. Perhaps we're breaking 5100s, but yeah, there we go.
Yeah, there you go. Well, gentlemen, absolute pleasure trading with you fellas today. Levels are good. We had 2 trades in the house account, 1 winner, 1 loser. We were bullish today. Didn't hold for the morning. We'll see what happens here in this afternoon. Move was the downside. Move was indeed the downside. We got Dakota getting long down here. We'll see how that plays out. Rips, you take any more trades for the rest
His
of the day?
long is looking really, really good right now. I like his long.
Yeah, it is.
For the short term or long term? And it might mean long term. We're talking like 30,
I think
30,
long
40.
term, I think that's a nice long, given that we did not break that 37. We gathered a bunch of liquidity, and I was getting faked out by the order flow. I like that long for long term. I think we go right back to where we were at the open today.
Wow. Okay, there you go. John, thank you very much. We're going to see you guys later today. Rips, we'll see you later. Appreciate it very much. Don't have a lot of time to get into we got Eddie Dolby and Robert coming up on Power Players. Anne-Marie for Top Quiz. Making myself shoulder tap. Group coaching, JD and Hogue. Do we have the form pinned to the top? Yes, we do. The form is pinned to the top of the chat. Get those questions in because they will answer them to your liking. Then we got Eddie, Robert, Deeyana from Marcus Stalking with D. Ooh, Cami Capital is back for Power Hour. Let's go get it. Dolby time. I can't wait to see you guys later. We have Power Players coming up next. Let's go.
time for power players. Yes, it is time for power players.
What?
I said power players.
Yeah!
Okay, and look who we got here today. We got Coach Robert and Nick Dolby, a.k.a. D-Time Dolby. How are you today, partner?
I'm doing great. Robert has the cool AI thing, and I have a meme that is not resolutioned well on my screen. But if you haven't seen it before, it's the what is it? New don't trade during FOMC or draw 25. And then we got our trader over here drawing 25 cards. So that is
Drinking
for
Sprite.
FOMC Wednesday.
Uno? Wait, the dude's playing
Be
Uno?
careful. Yeah, something like that.
Not a lot of
Yeah.
cards there. It doesn't look like he's going to win that
well,
game.
Well, don't trade.
You got that. Robert's
don't
got
trade
that,
FOMC.
and I've got my Mickey Mantle autograph right over there.
I actually have a question,
Mickey.
Eddie. But before we get started in trading, over your left shoulder, there is a man in a green coat. Do you know what picture that is?
This one right over here?
Yes. Who's that?
That
Mystery Science
is,
Theater?
that's from Mystery Science Theater.
Okay, nice. I called it.
Yes, that's
That is what I
Trace
thought.
and
It's a
Frank.
great show.
Two of my favorite guys. My favorite program of all times. Watch that over
pretty
and
awesome.
over and over and over and over and over. But anyway, all right.
Yeah, so I haven't
yes,
done
so we've
anything
got we had some opportunity earlier today. Markets are moving. Some news from Janet. We had some numbers coming out. Little blunder action on some of these numbers. What my biggest watch was, I was watching crude. That thing was just falling out of bed. Earlier today, when we started opening call, we did see the S&P and the NASDAQ and the Dow. Those hit tank and sort of hanging around that bottom right now. And I'm not seeing too much recovery. But Robert, you seeing any opportunity here or anything that you might be interested in?
I won't really. Thanks, Eddie, and good to see you there. And Dobie, nice job in the background. I do think mine's better. We'll have to do a poll and a vote on it. Just kidding. But mine is a repeat, so I didn't have a chance to put one together. Eddie, as far as the trades go, you can see these rectangles on my screen, on my chart right here, way at the top, 17,926. This is all NQ. I'm on a 3-minute chart. And I basically just map these out as the day goes on. But when you're on production, we can't really jump into a lot of these. So I'm going to try, if something shows up in the meantime while we're talking here, if I get an opportunity, I'm going to hit my little drawing tool up here. If I have an opportunity to come up right towards this range, like 780, 775, 780, right in there, or if we break down below around roughly this area, I have another screen I'll do all like my math calculations on and hopefully give me a target zone. And if they pop up, we will go and put it on and see if we can have some fun. But I think Dobie's a man of the hour. He's got a couple of combines that he's in the positive on and looking to pass. So see how that goes.
Yeah, I did just mark up my charts on the YM. So I have a 15-minute range and a daily range that I'm going to try to work in here. But good consolidation in the YM right now. I'm just debating, do I get long right now? That is what I'm debating.
On YM. Ooh.
On YM. Yeah, really nice 5-minute range, and I have a daily range low at 38,210. So
why you looking long there, D-Time?
We have a long-term kind of support area at 38,210. We also have a really nice 5-minute consolidation. So this could be a cheap trade, but I do want to wait and see for this last 5-minute candle to kind of firm up a little bit. I don't like going into range trades when we have a strong 5-minute candle kind of piercing into that line. So I will give it a couple minutes before I try to get long, just so I get a little extra confirmation.
Okay. Hey, real quick here, over the wire here, crude traders, U.S. Total crude production rose 4.6 in February, 13.15 million barrels per day, the highest since December. This is coming from the EIA, and also from the EIA, total U.S. oil output rose by 578,000 barrels in February. Once again, that is the most since October 2021. Thank you, EIA. So, as you were saying, Mr. Dolby.
We're going to wait. If we do get in a long, though, we would want to hold this trade for basically as long as possible. If we do get in. So my daily range is from 38,210 to 38,594 is how I kind of have it drawn up. So it is missing some of the high stuff from the 23rd and the 24th, but more recently 38,600 is kind of held. So I like picking the levels that have shown to be support, even if there is, kind of a big tail on the outside. So I did ignore 37,943, which was a low from the 25th. So I am just kind of including the tighter set of data here for the range.
Okay.
Because sometimes people ask, how do you draw ranges? And you kind of just got to eyeball it. I just eyeball it every time.
An eyeball. Is it something that your gut feeling, or you're looking at the market momentum?
No, it's more of just like, what points in the market have gotten touched a couple times, because that's really what we want to look for. Is place where the market has or buyers or sellers have responded to price is what I'm primarily looking for. So if I have to shave off like an extreme or something to get a tighter range, then I'll go ahead and do that. Just draw it up on your charts and just make sure you trade your levels. That's all.
Stick
nice
to the
bounce
game
here
plan.
thus far.
Trade your levels.
Yeah.
Well said.
Yeah.
Now, let me ask you, Dobie. A lot of us sort of veer off the path of our game plan, and I've been in the business almost 40 years here, and I tend to do that. What's a good thing you could share with us to keep you on the straight and narrow?
On the straight and narrow, well, I think it kind of depends on where you are in your journey. I think if you are very new to trading, I would focus primarily on daily risk management and then shutting it down, because that is a skill that you're going to need forever. Doesn't matter if you're trading a sim account or if you're a $1 billion hedge fund manager, risk management is always going to be top of mind. So that's always something that you can start to practice early, and you'll carry that skill throughout like your entire trading journey. And it's going to also help you enjoy your winners. From there, I would suggest journaling, and then pick, I would say, one skill set like a week or for like a 2-week stretch, and then just really, really hone it and just focus on always doing and repeating that action. Let's say, for example, you're always going to take every 5-minute range trade. Okay, well then just for a week straight, just take all of them and journal everything. And that way you can kind of build in a little bit of experience into doing something new and different. I'm a firm believer in experiential learning. That's what we teach at TopStep. If you want to hold trades for a long time and you're bad at it, well, the only way to get good at it is to start holding trades for a long time. So just kind of lean into that. I would say, focus on one thing at a time. And go from there. And as always, be kind to yourself. Trading is very, very difficult. So don't make this harder than it needs to be. And give yourself a lot of room to learn.
Well said. Well said. Well, a lot of us do have different strategies. We look at the same market differently. And Robert and myself, when we were doing our Coach's Corner, we talked about management. You mentioned management. This is so very important, because I believe management sort of covers discipline, patience, and so forth. You want to build confidence. You want to make sure that even if you're losing, you got losing trades, you're still building confidence. All right. Now that sounds like a lot of BS, but the thing is, if you can actually tell yourself, okay, I learned a good lesson from that failure. Okay. And once again, Dobie mentioned, use your journal. Right, put that in there. Why did I not have this a positive trade? What did I do wrong? Nothing. Maybe. What was the market doing? Did a number come out? What time of day it was? How were my emotions? These are things you got to put together. And like I mentioned, Robert, myself, we praise the boring three: discipline, patience, management. And once again, I'm going to say, treat your account as a business. This is your company, right? This is your storefront. And every time you get reckless, let emotions take over, revenge trading, you're not doing your business any good, all right? Not at all. So keep that in mind. And sometimes, even if you put it a little Post-it note, my account is my business, my storefront. You might have a second thought on doing something silly. So keep that in mind.
Remember, that's a good segue, Eddie. I remember going through those with you a lot. We were doing those Coaches Corner things, and they're entirely true. Those are the boring three: patience, discipline, and management. And we all have strengths, more of a strength on one than the other. I'm like super disciplined, and I'm not really patient. See, so that would be a morph that I need to use. As far as management goes, it's not bad. So we all, with those boring three, and we've said a bunch of times, if you can lock those in, you can make those the foundation. The trading comes, I won't say easier, but simpler, because, all right, what do I need to do? How do I need to manage this thing? And I need to do this repetitively, and that's a discipline side. So yeah, that's a great thing. And as far as the journaling going, that Dobie had mentioned, and inside of the Topstep dashboard in your trade report, on the left side, there's a little pencil thing. You can just click on that and journal right in your trade report on that exact day. So you have it right next to all of your trades, and you can see exactly what happened. And you may find a pattern there. You may find that, let's say, an opposite pattern. Let's say the days that you forgot your coffee in the morning, you actually had a good day. That's going to give you just more information that you can live with, and you can expand on, and hopefully use that to your advantage. The thing that I'll add to what you guys both said is to be fluid on these things. We have discipline, management, and patience, but while trading, be a little bit fluid. So if you come to a hypothesis and say, I believe the market is going to do this, or I think it is, I'm going to speculate, and conditions change, you have to be able to be a little fluid with that, be a little more dynamic about it. I marked two zones on my chart just so everybody knows what's going on. It is ranging. This is a nice little section here on NQ. We're going roughly 17,732 to 772. So we're about a 40-point range right there. We are pushing up. And if we break over, I'm actually going to add this, make sure I'm in the right area here. I'm going to add a trade here. I'm going to do a buy stop, and it looks like it's at 17,771. I'm basically just breaking over that high, and my target is going to be around 784. If I enter and it starts getting close, I'm just going to close the trade and take the profit. And if it starts going against me, I'm going to cancel that trade out also. So we'll see what happens. That's just the two zones I said that I was going to potentially bring on there. I ran them through my little trusty little outward brain calculator I have on my other screen over here. And those are the levels that I came up with, and we'll just see how they work out. We win or we lose.
Yeah.
Nice.
Robert, I thought you used an abacus. Calculator.
Those are my chicken bones right there. That's it.
Bucket or buck. Adam G had posted something here in chat, and despite having been hit in the head over thousands and thousands of times, Mike Tyson quote: "Discipline is doing what you hate to do." Yes, it is. But doing it like you love it.
Yes,
that's a great quote. Thank you, Adam G. Yeah. So I mean, that's why we call it the boring three. These are things that you really don't want to do, but if you've got them in your arsenal and in front of you each and every day, keep reminding yourself, this is what I need to stick to. This is what I need to stick to. And you're not going to find any foolish or reckless trades on your account. So, but Rob, you're what are you trading, Rob? Or looking at? I know that you've got.
It's a 50K combine, Eddie. Just a few trades on it. I started working on this micro challenge. I did put it on hold.
Okay.
Just so hard during the day to do those things. Yeah, so it's on the micro challenge, and I need to figure out a better way to hold on to these things longer. And it's ironically right in the middle. I shouldn't say right in the middle, about a week into this micro challenge, we had the 10 micros is one mini update. So now I have to revisit that and put that piece of criteria in there. Although I don't want to trade 10 micros because that would defeat the whole purpose of the micro challenge. I still want to stay within the rules of the confines of the 50K count, and I have not done the update on that. It's still there, just haven't done anything with it.
Right. Well, it seems like, just to get a little market update here, it seems like some of these markets have slowed down very much. Looks like a lot of them might be just sort of rolling over for a tummy rub. Looking at the tilt right now, S&P 75% long. looking to get off those lows here. Right now, it's sort of trading west to east in a lot of these markets. Also, NASDAQ, 73% long. Looking at the crude here, crude's still looking to go short, 76%. And our gold pretty much on the fence, long 59%, short 41. And we'll keep an eye on these markets and see which way they go, D-Time, how you doing over there?
Doing great. Peeking at crude. Really nice 5-minute range in crude. So if you don't know what a range looks like, check out crude oil right now because it is a awesome range. So you can just pretty much apply this sort of pattern to any time frame, and that is what you are looking for a sort of range trade. So I think there could be a lot of value here. I don't know which direction yet, but essentially what you would want to do is, go long the bottoms, which should be 81.70, and try to go short the tops, which should be 81.90. So it's a pretty tight range, about 20 cents, but it does allow for a cheap trade. I don't know what direction I would take it if I wanted to. I'd probably lean towards the upside if I had to guess, since we bounced off of 81.
You've got the dome right next to your charts. Are you watching that also?
Only if it catches my eye. There is an anomaly that does occur every now and then in the ladder. I call it a wiggle. And typically after a wiggle occurs, you will see a bunch of hard to describe. Essentially think
fluctuation, back and forth, buyer
price,
seller.
I would say rapid price movement within a very tight range. So say within 5 to 10 ticks on the ladder, you'll get a lot of quick up and down price action. And typically after that, you will see a move within 5 minutes, either up or down. I've not seen that yet. It's hard to show because it just, when it happens, it happens. It's more of something I catch out of the corner of my eye. But the crude oil ladder right now is very, very chill. So I'm not expecting anything. I'm not seeing a wiggle there. I can't spot it in NASDAQ either. NASDAQ moves way too fast. Everything is a wiggle in NASDAQ. But I have seen it appear in YM though, which is pretty interesting. The other thing I'm seeing in YM is that we're having a hard time making higher highs. So no problem making lower lows, and we are having a problem making higher highs. I might be interested in actually taking a cheap short up at 38,280. I think there is opportunity in the YM there for that.
Right. I think a lot of these buyers earlier got smoked when these markets fell out of bed. Get stopped out. And I think right about now they're reevaluating, see if there's some more opportunity. And, I do see that the progress could be better to the upside. As far as the tilt goes, I'm not the only one. And now we're in 80+ percentage long in the S&P, 82 long S&Ps, 84% long in the NASDAQ. So, that's telling you something. You got a lot of traders looking to put some buys on. And Mr. Cooney, Robert, you got long NASDAQ 17,772. Is that correct?
It did. It's correct, Eddie. It finally broke out. It hit my buy stop hanging above that last consolidation area. So it did get a fill at 17,772. It actually filled at 0.75. And I have a target 17,781. It's not a lot. But the rule was I'm just targeting that particular area. So if it starts to pop up a little and starts to slow down, I'll probably just close the trade, but I have it there in case we get a little spike up, as the wiggle spike, like Dobie was just talking about. We get the wiggle spike, and it blows up through there and just fills me for a higher profit than I was anticipating. I'll simply take that. But if this thing turns around, then I'm just going to close the trade out. It doesn't have to go all the way to my stop, which is 17,753. It's just a catastrophic stop. But I'm not just going to sit here and watch it go all the way against me like that. I'm just a fan of, hey, I'm going to get into this trade. It's a short-term scalp. If it goes my way, I'll take what it gives me. If it doesn't, I'll just get out and wait for the next time. Very, very simple.
All right. So your entry was a stop. Am I taking that the right way?
Correct. My entry was a buy stop at 17,772.75.
I like that.
That means if it broke over that range, it's just going to break out of that range. enter me in a position once it breaks out. Now, they can be a little hairy because when you do buy stops above the market or sell stops below, a lot of times you'll get some retrace on it. So you may enter in a buy stop long, and it's going to pull back some of that first before it continues on. That is something you just need to get used to seeing. And you can always say, well, hey, if it goes above where I thought the buy stop was, I'll put a buy limit. So if it comes back down, but then sometimes you end up missing what you thought because it just pushes right through, hits your target without you ever getting filled. So it's a little bit of a hesitation there. It's like, hey, I'm going to enter in. It's going to be a buy stop. I have to suffer sometimes. So a little bit of I don't want to say a drawdown. It's not, just a little bit of a pullback, but I'll let it go against me about $200 before I'm sick of the trade and just get out of it.
Okay. Yeah, that's one thing that
my trades.
You're flat. You're flat over there, Dolby.
Yeah, I don't have that skill set to flatten trades if they don't feel good, like Robert does or like Rips does. I just sit in them and just wallow. That's my trade management. Because I gotta let stuff play out. You know, if you're going to be a range trader, you gotta let ranges play out, and so momentum doesn't. It's not a strong suit of mine, so I tend to avoid it if I can, trying to read the tape. And it's like, oh, it feels like it's bullish. I should just, buy. Momentum is momentum until it's no longer momentum, and then it can do whatever it wants.
Right. Well, I mean, we missed a lot of the bigger moves earlier. We are into the New York lunch hour, 11:24 here Central Time here in Chicago. So it's, we're not going to really be seeing these big moves. And this is where patience, discipline, and management really pay off. If you need to get in and get out, or if you want to put a position on, or remember, don't trade just to trade. You got to have that game plan. Use it to your best ability. And of course, we got a great participation from a lot of our traders here in our YouTube chat. And that's what it's about. We want to make sure that everybody can participate, and let us know your position. And if you're going to put a level in, please give us a reason why. Just don't say buy here at 780. Right? Why? Okay, why do we want to buy there? So keep that in mind. But otherwise, be watching a lot of these markets here.
NASDAQ, all the indices have really tightened up.
They have. No. It looks like crude might have some buyers here.
Yeah.
I am on the crude dome right now, and see if they can take control here, off of the VWAP, just sort of launching off of that.
Yeah. I had a 5-minute range in crude oil from 81.68 to 81.93, and so we're kind of squeaking out the top of the range. It'll be very interesting to see if sellers come back in or if this ends up ripping to the upside. If I had to place a trade, I would probably lean long, only because we are bouncing off of a daily range, and so I would consider this like a range extension move. So, like, for example, yesterday for Power Hour, we ended up taking a short that ended up being a losing trade. But if we had gone to a larger time frame, our short would have been like approximately like in the middle of the range. Whereas, that's not great trade location because we're just in the middle of a big consolidation. And so that's why I would lean long, is because we did bounce off of 81. And so I would think that this would move to the upside towards 83 just based off of that. So I would be wary against taking a short because it is middle of range. It's kind of a 50-50 shot.
Okay. Now, let me ask you, Delby, do you use the VWAP we talk about all the time?
I don't, but probably should keep it on. I do find that anytime the market goes to what I would consider a random level, or a level I don't have on my chart that just appears to bounce or act as resistance, it almost always seems to be VWAP. So I might end up putting it on just because it seems to be a magnet of sorts. But I wouldn't use it for much else. I really try to stick to my ranges, and my brain can only fit about a couple of pieces of information, and anything else is just overload. So boxes, and that's it.
You do your boxes, right?
I got boxes. Yep.
I've been trying to weave in VWAP to my strategy and so forth. Now, Robert, I got a question. Do you use you don't use a VWAP, do you? You do?
I personally do not use VWAP, although I am not against it at all. It's a nice utility, a nice tool, a nice indicator that you can use as a reference point. It's not the end all be all, but it definitely gives you some information that you can use. So although I don't use it, that really doesn't mean anything. Just I'm for it. I'm not a journaling person, but I'm 100% for it. If that makes sense.
Now I got a question. You're probably the person that would know. Now we have VWAP obviously available here in TopStep X. Now, when you go to the VWAP, it asks you for a source. It says open, high, low, close. What is the best suggestion that you would give us to use that? Would it be the open? Would it be the close? Would it be the high? Would it be the low? I mean, so many options. Like the song goes, so many men and so little time.
Yeah, I like to use.
What would be your preference?
Yeah,
Maybe you can explain each one.
Absolutely. So the open is just going to calculate the price of the VWAP because it's a volume weighted average price. It's going to take the average price of the entire days if you have it anchored at the beginning of the Asian market, and it averages that price out. So where is that price calculated? Is on the open of the candle, the close of the candle, the high of the candle, the low of the candle. I don't believe we want to use the high or the low, because if you're going down, should you be using the high, should be using the low? The close can be, in my opinion, slightly deceiving. Why? Because you can have a really big, long candle, and the close could be a tick up. And then the next candle could be a big candle, and the close could be way at the bottom. So you're going to get a skewed answer. So what I always tend to use and suggest for those is the high, low, close divided by 3. And then there's also some that I got to get out of this trade. Hold on. Sorry. It just started to dump on me, so I get out of that trade. Yeah. So it came up a little bit. Let me talk into this trade and I'll finish that. It did come up a bit throughout what I was looking for. It didn't go all the way to the target zone I was looking for. In the meantime, I put another trade in case it broke up over it. It was somewhere around 17,777. And if it broke into that area, it would add to my position and shoot up into that zone. That was my hypothesis. It never made it to that height. It hung around, got rejected, and then just started dropping quicker than I wanted to see. So rather than let this thing go all the way to my stop and lose, $500 or so, I just got the hell out. I'll just wait for the next trade. If it comes up to that area again of the 17,773, I will long it again because I believe that target zone is still valid. And if it comes down below 17,731-ish, I will short it to my lower zone. So those, in my opinion, those zones are not invalidated yet. They're just the first, it didn't go high enough like I anticipated to actually reach that zone. So we take a stop and I'll jump in it again. So the VWAP, open, high, low,
real quick,
close.
let me interject what you were doing. Now, there's two things that Robert did here. He entered the market with a stop, right? Didn't quite get to where he wanted it to be. Market reversed on him. Started going opposite. Now Robert's idea was the market was going to go higher above his stop that did get filled, but the market turned around and he did a very good thing here. He cut his loser sooner than later, and as you can see right now, that was probably the best choice. And that's what we have to start looking at. If that market goes against you, don't cross your fingers. Right? Don't put any hopium in your pipe. If the market's going against you, the thing is, you know what? Get out, take a few steps back, reevaluate. If that opportunity comes back again, you can get back in, but don't let that market eat your profits up if you've got them early in the morning. So good stuff. And thank you, Robert. And back to our VWAP.
Back to the VWAP. Well, I just wanted to make sure we talk through that trade. So that's the patience management discipline. My management of the trade, I was disciplined about my trade management. I said what I was going to do, and if it didn't work out, we're just going to get out of it. I followed that discipline. It's not that I wasn't patient about it, because I was patient about it. Now here we may jump into this short right now. We are just about ready,
I'm long
really close to get into that short. Long 3 on YM?
Long 2 or 3 there, D-time.
Long 3, 38,200.
Okay. All right. So long in the YM, in the DD Dow. Robert, you were saying, look at this. We might be making some new lows here in the NASDAQ and the S&Ps. S&Ps tagging that low. I think we just made a new low here. Oh my, yes, we did. S&P.
I have calcs around 17,720. I just got into that short. Shit. Yeah, that short just got into it. Just tapped me into it. Came really close to where my target area, target zone is. And we'll see what happens.
Yeah, S&P's just taking the 5101 quarters low. Yeah, Dolby, you were saying?
I got smoked on that long. Absolutely smoked. Yeah, 15-minute, just totally rejected on the downside. Just shot lower. So it couldn't make higher highs, and it just all it was doing was making lower lows. So that's something I've been kind of keeping an eye on. But it could not get above 38,274 in the Dow and just rolled over. Very, very tricky stuff. Yeah, don't you? Yeah, it's like
considering these markets,
it just happened. It just happened to me. Yep. Yeah. So we just pushed down below it, and we just dropped in. I did enter a second short position, targeting that zone. I'm going to move my target right in the middle of the zone. It looks like it's hanging around. So if I get one more push to the downside, I'm going to just end up closing this trade out, and we're going to close it right there. So we just recovered all the loss that we had. We have a $21 profit. It's only $21, and could I let this run? Yeah, my main goal now was to get the target zone above, which failed, and the next hypothesis was the target zone at the bottom, which was successful. At least we're at green $21, and now I'm going to wait for the next trade and just add to those positions as well.
Yeah, Robert, if you are negative on the day and you do catch a winning trade, your first target should be getting yourself flat. All right. Don't worry about making more money upon that. Like I said, you can always get back in again if that market is moving in your direction or for you. But remember, always try to get back to zero first. That should be your first target, and then see what opportunity is available. Well done, Robert.
Correct. Thank you. All right, let's wrap this VWAP thing up unless Dobie jumps in on the trade. I want to hear about that.
I got DLL'd on my 50K.
Okay. If we use the close, as I was saying with the calculations for VWAP, that close could be at the top of a long candle, could be just a little bit down the middle of a short one, and it just, in my opinion, skews it potentially, not incorrectly, but skews it to the direction I may not want to see it in. If I just use the high or just use the low, it may do the same thing, just because that's what it's calculating on. The high of one might be just above the high of another, just above the high of another, but all the lows are significantly lower. That's information we should have. So what I always suggest is using the high, low, close for the help with the direction, and then divide by 3. It's an average. Some traders like to use open, high, low, close, divide by 4.
That's the OHLC4, right?
Exactly. Exactly.
That's the option, right?
I like HLC, which is high, low, close, 3. That's high, low, close, divide by 3. It gives me, in my opinion, the average of the candle with a slight skew towards the direction where the close is. It's my opinion. If I use VWAP and when I use VWAP, that is what I do. It's also, I do that on moving averages also. I will put 2 on the chart, and if the moving average is going down, I will change that to calculate on the high of the candle, because I want to see where that highest point is. And if the moving average is curling to the upside, I will change that to calculate on the low of the candles. That will give me the lowest average of all of them. I don't get wicked out as much as, hopefully as little as possible. But those are just 2 little tips that I like to use.
Right.
All right. I'm going to try some NQ here. And I'm going to see if I can get long some NQ.
Real quick here in the chat, Torst.
5-minute range. Oh, go ahead.
You got something there?
Nah, I'm working orders. I'm working 8168 and 8160 in CL.
Right. Real quick here in the chat, Torst Time was saying, I don't know if there's any other way to do it. I think you have to go back to zero before you can go positive. What I'm trying to say is that should be a target. All right. You're down $300. Don't have your next target up 300. Right. Get yourself to zero. And what I'm saying there is that's going to build confidence. You're going to wipe the sweat off your brow and go, man, that was a close one. Okay. I got a clean slate now. It's like when you're watching sports and your team ties the game up. You were down by 2 touchdowns and all of a sudden they come back with 2 touchdowns. it's like, all right, cool. Now let's take a step back and see what we can do. So that's basically what I was trying to say. Don't rush to put that ahead, but have a game plan once you get to that spot. So keep that in mind. So, but good. Okay.
I ended up pulling along in the CL, but it was basically a 5-minute range trade. So we were at the bottom of the 5-minute range. So I wanted to get long because that would have been the cheap long. And I'm still bullish CL in general just because of the daily bounce off the 1 hour time frame. So I'm expecting continuation to the top of range. That is the plan. So if that is the range, we should be able to at least get to 82.28, I think.
Okay.
I can do it. There we go. So that was the idea. We just didn't get filled on it. That's the only thing.
All right.
It's very tight. It's a very tight market right now in CL.
You know what? This is Power Players to Trade is a very challenging time here. Like I said, we've got it's at 12 o'clock New York time. So we're not really seeing much action. And what you guys are doing is very heroic. Trying to put trades in when the market's not really giving you anything besides this drop here. But if you're trading crude and you're trading gold, you're scratching your head going, maybe I should have did nothing.
Man, I would
took that short.
even try one.
Eddie, sorry about that. Took that short. I did calculate another target area and I plotted it on my chart. And as soon as it started breaking down again below my original one, so my target, the original one that I took before, the end of that, the bottom was 17,715. I calculated a new one somewhere around 700 to 682, somewhere in that area. Well, what happened was as soon as the NQ broke below my 715 again, I said, okay, I'm going to watch this. And if it drops and goes below my previous low, and that previous low was 17,705, if it breaks below there, I'm expecting it to go at least another 3 or 4 points, and I'm going to manually close my trade. That was my hypothesis of what the target zone might be. And then my trade management was, if it does this, I'm doing that. Meaning if it broke below, I was either going to barrel down and I would have a nice win, or if it dropped down and just started hovering like it is right now, I was going to close it. We are now up $133.
There you go. Keep that in mind. Well, taking a look here at the tilt. S&P, NASDAQ, pretty much here. S&P, 56% short. A little skew here. NASDAQ, 61% short. Crude still looking to go short, nearly 80% looking there, and it's really crazy. Not giving us much movement at all. So be careful there. And gold looks like it's on the fence right now. 54 long, 46 short. All right.
This target is actually made a mistake. This should not be 680. It should be 695.
81.88.
That's my target.
Yeah, I mean, the average crude short's at 81.88. And the average long is 75. So longs are in a much better position than shorts are. Wow. Yeah, I'm surprised it's not 50-50 CL.
Target zone hit, target entry hit. Bam.
Nice.
Nailed it. Now, if I listened, Eddie, to my boring 3, like we talked about, the patience part of the boring 3, I may have stayed in longer, but it wasn't an impatient move. It was a strategic move to say, if we break below this area and it goes down and starts to hover, I am manually closing it. My discipline made me stick with that and be like, well, maybe I can get more. Maybe this, maybe that. The discipline side said, I'm going to be disciplined in managing my trade. I was not impatient getting in and out of it because we followed the plan.
Follow the plan. Follow the yellow brick road.
Hard.
No.
Here we go.
YM rolling. Wow, nice. Yeah, YM is just rolling. That 5-minute range just rejected and then just melted to the downside. It is starting to firm up a little bit. And let's see if you can survive for 3 more minutes.
Any last words before we hit the switch?
Yeah. That was tough.
Droppa.
Tough trading.
Droppa wants to be my trading buddy. Of course, Droppa. I would Love to be your trading buddy each and every day that we're here. Try to be everybody's trading buddy. Good to be a buddy.
Yeah, I'm glad we had some action on here. Usually when you get onto the power players like this, you know, we're usually working with a guest and a funded trader, and there might be some trade going on there. But with the three of us on here talking about these markets, I was just super happy to be able to grab a trade, take a loss, grab a recovery trade, and then grab a profit trade. So that was really good. And Dobie, I'm sorry that YM like dumped on you like that. That was pretty. I didn't expect that either.
Honestly, if you're a range trader, get used to it, because that's typically how a losing range trade works. Just because you're buying levels that are, you know, make or break, do or die, and you're hoping that you're on the right side of that. And that's very much how a losing range trade works, is that you try to buy the bottom of the range. Market says, nope, not this time, and then just melts straight down. And you end up taking a losing trade pretty quick. I mean, the benefit is that you take a losing trade pretty quick, so you can kind of, you know, rest and recover. You're not agonizing over your trade. But that is how it works. Yep. If you win, then typically you're just in the money almost immediately. And you feel very, very good about your trade, and it gives you a lot of flexibility in position management, because if you want to go to break even, you can do it early. Because, you know, if we buy 38,210 and we catch a bounce and it goes to 38,267, that gives us wiggle room. But on a losing trade, you don't get the wiggle room. It just melts straight down, stops you out, and you look foolish. But that is how
I mean, we learned from that.
How the range
you know,
trade
we
works.
learned from that. And you know,
range trade looks like.
Dolby, you'll have time to get back at this market and power players, and I'm sure that you will when we have that time. But we are just out of time here. Quick couple seconds. Robert, any last words?
Yeah, I'm with Dobie on the range trades, and buddy, as soon as we get range bars and Topstep X, we are going to have a significant conversation and make millions.
Oh yeah.
Dobie, any last words here with a minute left?
Good luck during Top Quiz, everybody. I hope you win a free reset and hashtag Power Hour. We will see you at 2.
All right. Coming up next, as Dolby Time mentioned, it is Top Quiz. We've got Anne-Marie in the green room, and she's going to attempt to get at least 3 out of the 4 of my questions correct. And you know what? I got money on it. I talked to my bookie. I put a 20 spot on there that she will get 3 out of the 4. Yeah, I've got faith in her. I think everybody has faith in her. But we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with Top Quiz. Don't run away. Don't walk away. Sit your ass down. Be right back. You've been waiting for this one. Welcome to Top Quiz. Get yourself in. We've got the link posted up top here in the chat. Click that link if you want to play. Remember, it's no charge to play. And look who we've got here today. We've got the knowledgeable, informed, educated, the expert, the author, the seasoned, cultured scholar
Heavily
of scholars.
seasoned.
With some Cajun. I like the Cajun seasoning. I guarantee. We got Anne-Marie with us here. Anne-Marie, it's a pleasure to have you back here to
Always fun.
my question.
Always fun, but I am, you always make me a little nervous.
Well, here's the thing, though. We do Top Quiz because you should take a time out from trading, watching the markets.
Exactly.
And if we got to force it here with Top Quiz, then we're going to do it.
Brain needs the
But,
rest. Absolutely.
Like you said, it's all for
Some
fun.
of these names
It's
are
all-
hilarious. Watching them come across the screen.
Very creative people we have here on our chat.
Indeed.
Yes, very creative. Yes, even the dark ones, even the shining bright ones. And creativity is what it's all about. So we're going to give it a couple more seconds here. I know we're running late, but we will get through these questions as soon as we can. Jack, can you please explain the rules to those that are playing first time here?
Click on the link to sign up. Once you do, the questions will appear on your device. There'll be 4 multiple choice questions. Your goal is to get 3 or 4 of them right. If you get 3 or 4 right, you will be in a raffle for one of 50 free resets and also the top 5, which is a combination of speed and knowledge. That is all.
Speed. I like that. Combination of speed and knowledge.
And you can only win once per calendar week. Somebody asked that.
Yes. So if you won this week already, sit back, relax, let somebody else have a chance. Damn it. Okay. All right. Get some more people slowing down a little bit.
Well, I'm ready when
Whenever you're ready, Jack. I'm ready.
All right.
Anne-Marie, you ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's start it.
Here we go. All right, Top Quiz for April 30th, end of the month 2024. And here is the first question. Which of the following movies was an adaptation of a book? Was it Star Wars, New Hope? Was it Good Will Hunting? Was it Django Unchained or Fast Times at Ridgemont High? What was the adaptation for a book first before it was turned into a movie?
Good Will Hunting.
Good Will Hunting? The answer is no. It is Fast Times at Ridgemont High. Would you believe that? All these other movies were never a book. Yes, even the Star Wars New Hope was not a book, but there was other Star Wars novels that did come into play.
Unreal.
That's one that you're going to catch everybody, and I think I got a lot of people on that one. Devin.
No kidding.
KJ, Nostradamus, King Eddie, and God. God's playing. God, why aren't you in the top spot? Okay.
Little G. Little G. Yeah,
He's a little,
like
there you go. That's why it's little G. Okay. All right, let's get to our second question.
Dang.
In what year was the New York Stock Exchange, the NYSE, bombed? Was it 1937, 1913, 1920, or 1492?
Columbus sailed the ocean blue. I'm gonna guess 1937.
37. Oh no, it's 1920.
Oh,
That's a stupid
dang it!
It's not a stupid question.
There are no stupid questions, just stupid people.
Oh my goodness. Shame on you. Who was that?
Yes, I'm looking
My
for
wife.
the dunce
Okay,
cap.
Devin,
Where is
KG, reset. Little G,
looking for the
God,
dunce
and
cap.
King Eddie dropping down to the 5th spot. Oh my goodness.
That?
All right, let's get on with our third
You're
question.
in tune.
Our third question. All right, what is the tick size in dollars for a lean hog? $10, $5, $12.50, or 10? 10 again? No. In there again.
Oh
There
my
you go.
word. Okay. So I'm gonna
we
guess
have a
1250
1250.
out of 50-50
The answer
shot.
is
Oh my
what is the
gosh!
answer? Is
I
10.
could have had a
It's
50.
10.
Oh, Jack.
If
What you
you
do,
put
Jack?
I'll make you whole. Don't worry about it.
All right. Okay.
I don't know what happened to the save there. Well,
I don't know.
so
Okay,
be it.
that's hilarious. Oh
All
man.
right. All right. Oh, Anne
I
Marie,
thought it was a trick question. I thought it was a.
my
Hey,
bookie's
I'm
got
going
our
down
bet.
in flames
All right.
today. Listen, I am.
Devin, Small G God, Nostradamus back in there.
Look at all these
Dancer
guys just
Row
doing it.
and Juicy. All right.
Nice.
All right. For our final. And you
Oh,
got to get
man.
one right here. Come on. Come on. Here we go. Okay.
I'm
Now,
pulling my
here's
picture
one.
of Anna Creed.
Okay. You are a pit clerk. Your broker gives you a card and says, add these up quickly. 13 plus 27 plus 6 plus 9 plus 20 plus 1. What is the answer? 68,
Oh,
76, 81, or 437? That's exactly my answer when my broker would say, add these up quick.
I don't know. My brain. Yeah. Yeah.
There it is, 76. Good job. That is the correct answer. There you go. So good job. And Anne-Marie, did you get any right? You got that one right, didn't you? I could have swore 76 came out of your mouth there.
Yeah.
It did. Okay, good. All right, we got one right. All right, so
man,
76 is the answer. I thought you'd get some of these. I think next time I'm going to say, like, what letter comes after M?
I know. You have to think of who you're dealing with.
Easy.
You can
Well,
ask
here we go.
me-
Nostradamus, Dancer Row, and Small
Look
G.
at
God.
that. Little G wins today. Love it.
Little G.
Good on
And
Little
we had
G.
a fourth and fifth that I missed. I'm sorry about that, but you guys are good for a free reset. And Jack will be picking up random. We're going to have 53 more free resets. So if you got 3 out of the 4, yes.
Quick note, just so it's clear. If you click the other $10 there, I will add that. So like you will have one more right than you did. So no worries.
Okay. All right. And Tracy says, is this Tracy says, Eddie, never do that. The questions again. Now, why is that, Tracy? Did I shut you out, Tracy?
Here's what's happened, Eddie. You need to feed me the answers first.
Before.
So that I can at least get half of them right, because I'll forget the other answers by the time we're live. So
all right.
There we go.
All right. Well, I guess I got everybody out of them. Some of us got 3 out of the 4. Well, what's the excuse for those? Oh, there's a lot of hate here coming in here.
Knuckles.
I will
We're
have
knuckleheads.
easier questions. We'll do like Sesame Street, Dr. Seuss, things
I
like
love
that
it.
next time.
Yeah.
Right, Anne-Marie. Thank you for being with us
Take
here,
care,
Anne-Marie.
everybody.
And coming up next, we've got you coming in. When we got you next year? We got you next this week. We got you coming in, right? Anne-Marie coming in here.
Thursday.
Yes.
That'd be
Friday,
awesome.
Strategy Lab.
Yeah.
Right?
And Thursday with Fast Markets. Usually I'm on Thursday.
Oh, yes.
Fast Markets.
That too. So, coming up next, get your questions in for Hogue. Group coaching coming up next, JD and Hogue. Anne-Marie, once again, thank you very much. And you have a great evening, great day, great morning. She's a good sport and a great lady. Okay, we're going to take a time out. We'll be back with group coaching in just a few.
Hey, welcome back. We are back on with Mr. Risk himself, Mick, for shoulder tap. Mick, let's get right into it. How are we doing today?
What up, Andre? I'm great.
Yeah.
How you doing, man?
Okay. Took some house account trades. One winner, one loser. Down house account's down about $2,000 today, which is we can manage that. But let's talk risk. Let's talk traders. We have a shout outs today. Let's get into this. Markets are looking to the downside. Yeah, how we doing? How we looking overall? First of all, real quick, give me a quick overview of how you think our live traders are doing on the whole. Don't do specific numbers. Are you seeing more red or are you seeing more green on the board? Or is it 50-50? Just
So
from what
today
you can
it's a little bit more red on the board today, no doubt. We don't have. I mean, I've got some shout outs, but there's a lot of people that hit the daily loss limit, especially in those bigger accounts. So yeah, I mean, it's not a great day today, but anything can change. It's it's still early in the day. Well, actually, we're midday. I was thinking we're back on the 10:30 a.m. time slot, but it's the noon time slot. So we got the close. So yeah, but Andre, overall, a little bit red on the day today. It's not, that happens. It's not always the case, but these markets were a little tricky. We had the employment cost index that came out today. I will say that number, along with Canadian GDP, we didn't have anybody in the live accounts trading the Canadian dollar, but one of our traders who I've talked about quite a bit lately, that guy Nathan, who was in a live account, who was up 57 grand early last week. I ended up cutting him off at 10,500 in profits. He's been having a really rough go in this live account. And then a little salt on the wound this morning. He had 15 on coming into that number. He was long. Market flushed against him. Auto liquidators triggered. There was a lot of slippage. It was an $8,200 loss for him today. So he went $5,200 past the daily loss limit. And, I think this is a good thing to talk about. I mean, we as traders need to, first thing I did when I was trading for myself full time, when I was at the prop firm and then with the hedge fund, you're always looking at the economic release calendar. You have to know what's coming out. You have to know who's talking. That's like job number one before you open up your trading platforms. What's happening out there that's going to affect my market? So you don't want to get caught off guard. If you're going to keep anything on into those positions, get a stop in. This is a stellar example of what kind of slippage people could have. $5,200 on a 15 lot like that. So for everybody watching, put your stops in. We like always having stops in on open positions and just do not get caught off guard. Nathan's in a bad shape, going from that $57,000 winning day when he had 74 grand in the account. He obviously didn't, walk away with a lot of that day, but he's now in about a week's time, he's got about a $6,800 account balance. And at this rate, with daily loss limits that he hits regularly, we'll probably be talking about this account later with a gravestone on it. Because I don't see, with what he's doing, unless he has another home run day, he's bleeding this account out, and he's not making adjustments to pump the brakes. So there's a lot to say there, but I'm not going to focus on him today. I did want to share. I do have some shout outs though. So on a positive note, Borealis up $4,500 in their live account today. Howe was up 3,200. Last I looked, and I was in a meeting, so I might not have the most updated P&Ls, but Dakota was up 2 Gs. Nicholas up 3,200. Isaac Rivera up 1,800, and then Dennis up 1,800. The first person I mentioned there, Borealis, is actually someone I want to feature on our first card today, Andre. Very happy for her for a couple reasons.
Okay,
today
let's pull it up.
Is her biggest winning day in the live account.
Wow.
Yeah, nice day, 4,500. And she's also made new account highs too. She's got about 16K in her account, a little north of there. So she hasn't been in the account too long. From what we've seen, though, average daily P&L, $35 only. And that's because she's had, today's day 5 for her in the live account. So she's had $1,000 winning day, $885 winning day, a $1,500 winning day. Yesterday was a $3,300 loss. So she had 3 nice winning days, 3 small steps forward, 1 big step back. Today, she obviously got her payback and she's up 4,500. So that's good. I'm really happy for that. The metrics are nice here. Again, it's a short sample size with today only being day 5. 75% winning days, 70% winning trades. I would really like to see, and this goes back to me saying these small steps forward, but one big step back. It's 70% winning trades and 75% winning days. She really shouldn't be in a position where she's got an average net P&L of $35 per day. So I want to see adjustments from her in this account. She can obviously put up big numbers, like I've rattled off, and then especially today. But this early on, no business risking 3,300 like she did yesterday. That's something she's really going to have to contain and keep an eye on to keep pushing forward. But we liked her trading in the XFA, and overall, she's profitable here. But I can always nitpick and critique where there's areas for opportunity to grow and get better. So. Speaking of areas to get better, so far, average winning trade is only $185 per contract, where the average losing trade's 308. So we've got a case of risk reward being skewed. Again, it's only day 5 today, so we could see that quickly change if she makes some small adjustments. But Aurealis, that's definitely something to be looking at. You don't want to be risking almost 1.5 times as much on your losing trades per contract. So that's the biggest piece that I've got here to talk about for her.
Okay.
And then, containing the early blowups. I think I already covered that. Just right now, shouldn't be risking $3,000. We don't want to see you hitting that daily loss limit. Today's $4,500 in profits is going to goose the average daily P&L or the average winning day. But, we as traders, rule of thumb, you never want your losses to be greater than your average winning day. So that's something else to keep in mind.
I like
Andre,
this.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, you said I think you touched on some of the adjustments you want to see. So we're good there. Contain early blowups and consider the personal loss limit. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. This is January 2023. Okay, we can move on to the next one. I had the question, what adjustments would you like to see while you're going there? But you actually answered them. So
I beat you to it.
You did. Hey,
Yeah,
that's good. It's good vibes. Good. We're in sync here, and we don't need to be redundant. We can keep moving on.
I like that she's trading 1s and 2s. She's only taking 7.5 trades on average per day. Really short hold times. It's 10 minutes in the winners, 11 minutes in the losers. But just want to see her, get in front of this before anything bad happens. But again, we're talking about someone who's just put up their biggest winning day in the live account and made new equity highs in the live account. So I just wanted to share some good news there. The next trader, I'd like to pull up Gianni, trading out of Salerno, Italy.
Paisan. Vic, I like it.
Yeah, Giovanni. Look at this trade report, Andre. Yeah, Giovanni.
Salerno. Oh, beautiful. Salerno, Italy. My goodness. Looks gorgeous.
Yeah, it looks really nice. Never been there myself. Been to a couple places around the boot, but Salerno. I know. The boot.
That came off way too slick. All right, go on. Sorry. Please.
Yeah, I know Hodgman's favorite pizza place here in Chicago is Salerno's.
Yes.
So I'll have to let him know about this. One of our new traders that we called up to live yesterday. This is just really, really good trading here. They've got 45 days that they had under their belt in the XFA. Sorry, I keep reaching my my ear here. My hood's pulling my headphones or my earplugs.
Wardrobe malfunction. Hey, real quick, we're starting to see perhaps another push to the lows here in NASDAQ. We're about 5 or 10 points off the lows here, but we did just seeing some sell pressure come in. S&P is about 2 points off the lows here, trading 50.94 with the lows of 50.91.5. We'll keep you posted. We've seen it follow through the downside, but please, Mick, while you adjusted your equipment, let's talk about Giovanni.
Yeah, so I mean, there's really nothing but great stuff to say here, and this is kind of like textbook what I want to see out of a trader in many facets of their trading. I'll just go right to it. It's kind of like the jab mentality, like small winners.
Right.
They're putting up 76% winning days, only 58% winning trades, but the risk reward is there. It's $190 on the winners, only $125 on the losses per contract. They're trading 1 lots and 2 lots.
Okay.
On average, they're only taking like 11 trades a day, and that's pretty good for someone who's trading on a short time frame. If you look at the hold times, Andre, it's like 4 minutes in the winners, a minute and a half on the losers. So
4 minutes,
they're definitely
minute and a half on the losers. Yep. Okay. Good.
Yeah. So I have to think that they're looking at probably a 1 minute chart, which while I don't really like that, the risk rewards there and they're profitable over half the time. So typically, Andre, and I'll kind of just share with everybody here, like, we have a lot of XFAs right now. And when it comes to the XFA to live call up process, we are looking at account balances that are a little bit on the larger side. And Giovanni is someone who kind of, flew under the radar. Again, 45 trading days in XFA before getting called up. Flew under the radar because they're kind of like a singles hitter, which while we love that, we've got to get better as a risk team about identifying these traders earlier on so we can get them called up to live sooner.
Why, Mick? Why earlier? Why earlier as opposed to later? Why wouldn't later be more beneficial for the trader and the firm?
Well, I mean, we want to call up the best traders to live. And I wouldn't, there's different ways to measure, the best trading. You could look at P&Ls, or you could look at something like consistent profitability. And it's the people that are consistently profitable, but just small profitability that, don't always pop up, like these people that have, multiple $1,000 winning days and stuff. So to identify these smaller traders is something we need to work on in our call-up process.
Okay. Well, let's get Mick, let's get through the cards, and then I would like to talk to you about the XFA to live funded process, because I know we get a lot of questions from that in the chat and from basically everybody. So let's get through these cards, and hopefully we can leave 5-6 minutes left, 4 minutes left at the end of this segment, and we can talk about that process going from XFA to live funded, because I think there's a lot there, and I'm not sure. We don't know if it's so much of an art or science or a mix of it. So let's get through these cards, then we can talk about XFA to live.
Sounds like a good game plan. All right, so
Giovanni.
Gonna zip through them here. I really like a lot of stuff here. I'm happy he's in a 50K account because on his losing days, Andre, you can see of these 45 trading days, daily loss limit was hit a lot. So I like that he's got that $1,000 daily loss limit in this account size, protecting the downside. I always call these daily loss limits speed bumps. Had he been in a larger account, who knows what would be happening there. But, it's just he's done well. He's taken a few payouts. 2,000, 3,700. So while he's chipping away and not having big P&Ls, he's still taking nice, healthy amounts. But he's not one of those people that really needs to worry about maintaining his account balance because he's just consistently profitable. He's not having the big swings that I would say, hey, make sure you park aside, some money that you're not touching or taking withdrawals out of. He's kind of in a position where he doesn't need to have such a massive cushion with the $1,000 daily loss limit and how many of these winning days that he's having. But last thing I'll say, and this is all good stuff. There's really the only thing I noticed here is when he's down, I see him over trading a little bit, which has kind of inflated that total trades per day to 11. Typically, you're seeing 1 to 6 trades per day, which I like. So even though he's on a short time frame, which we see a lot of price bar overlap that could be confused with good trade opportunities, he's pretty selective. So I respect that a lot. Watch the over trading. If you're down, be able to call a losing day. But again, that $1,000 daily loss limits there as a speed bump and protection. For the sake of moving on, I think I've covered a lot with Giovanni. Really happy for him. I think he's going to, do really well. If he keeps this up in a live account, he's going to be with us for a really long period of time.
Yes, I would agree. These numbers look really good. Average winner, 190. Average loser, 125. Trade small chips away. Mick, we've been saying this from day one. You've been saying it for the last 10 years. This is what Topstep's been looking for. These are the type of stats, the template, if you will, that's going to stick around. This is a game of longevity. It's not about making your 40K. You did cut off that trader earlier, like you said today. You probably did the trader a favor, looking back on it, just hitting the 10 grand when it's all said and done. Traders like this, Giovanni, I don't think we would run into such an issue where we put up a $50,000 day and just watch it I don't want to say chip away. We kind of piss away 50 grand, or piss away at 50 grand. So I think you did the trader a favor. If everyone's watching, this is what Mick and the risk team are looking for, this type of template for sustained success. So I really like this. It's a really good example.
Yep.
Andre, you guys notice these are the type of examples. Sorry, go ahead, Mick.
No, I was just going to say this is our Mark Grace of trading here for any Cubs fan. It's of age.
It is. That's dated. The most hits in the 1990s, for those that know. The most hits in the 1990s. Very true. Eddie will know that. Eddie will definitely know that one for sure. But yes, DeMar Grace. DeMar Grace had a hell of a career, made a lot of money. So,
yes, he did.
I really like
yes,
that.
He did. All right, let's move on to Eric so we can talk about this XFA live call-up process. Eric is one of our live traders, and his card is a bit of a shoulder tap as well as a shout-out, though. Shoulder tap because he had a really, really rough start with some big losses early on. Day one, daily loss limit in the 150K, so $3,100 in losses there. Day two, lost $1,000, but they're on a 9-day winning streak. Actually, counting today, it's a 10-day streak for $2,200. So big losses early on, followed by a little bit of digging out of the hole, Andre. And I always have respect for people who dig themselves out of the hole by small profits as opposed to, oh shit, I lost $4,000 my first 2 days of trading. I need to trade big and turn it around. No, Eric buckled down, made some adjustments, and he seems to be very content chipping away, getting this back with P&Ls anywhere from $83 to $370. And then today he's up 500 for this 9 or 10 day win streak that he's got.
Beautiful. Hell yes.
Yeah. And the thing I respect most, and this is where the shout out comes for Eric. Eric, if you're listening, I really like that you made adjustments after those first 2 days. Came into the live account, got smacked around a little bit. Andre, he started trading micros a little bit just to kind of like,
how about it? How about it?
Tiptoe back into the water, stick your toe in instead of he dove in head first, realized the water was cold, and then came back in with his tippy toe. So I really, really like that. That's a hard thing for people to do, and it's definitely serving him well. I wanted to, give credit to Eric for that. I also wanted to talk about him to stress the importance of, and people probably hate hearing this, but like it's really important to start slow in the live account or any funded level account, whether it's an XFA or a live account. You don't need to really hit the ground running, get a feel for the landscape. Don't take any big losses early on because the psychological impact on someone who gets, kicked in the teeth on day one or day two, or in the first few trading days, like it's hard to come back from that. And not a lot of people have the discipline to scale the micros, trade smaller, and chip away because, they took 2 big steps forward, 2 big steps backwards. And then, they're taking a bunch of little steps forward, which is fine. Again, digging themselves out of a hole here. And that's kind of my piece on Eric here. I really, really got a lot of respect for him digging out.
Quick question for you. That was awesome. So they went from minis to micros. Was that at the risk department's suggestion, or did they do that themselves?
They did it themselves, which I like.
Beautiful. Wow. Very good. Taking that initiative themselves. All right, Mick, we got about 5 minutes left in the segment. We could time this out perfectly. Let's get to this Let's get this XFA to live funded process. Okay. Tell us what you can. Don't give away you don't need to give away all the secrets. I don't know if it's so much art as it is science or science is art. Tell us what you can about this process and what are you guys looking for? You guys are looking for large account balances, I believe you said. Well, you guys said maybe perhaps you're starting to look for it sooner in the process. So why don't you just walk us through in general, keep it high level. What do you guys do? What's that process look like?
It's the account balance is one lens we look through. So, I mean, overall, just say high level, we're looking to find the best trading activity or the best traders and get them out of the XFA, the SIM account, and put them in the live account. If you're consistently profitable, we want to have you competing in the live markets, not in a simulator. Our program's not designed to keep people in sim forever. We want traders to bring their own stuff, their own strategies, develop in a safe environment, trading combine, even the XFA. It's nice that, one of the perks of the XFA, it being a sim account, is you can take payouts from it. So that's really great too. But we just want to call the best of the best up. And, from time to time, you could have someone who's got, good stuff for a period of time. They're lights out trading, and then, they fall into an old slump or the market state changes, and you don't see that. I mean, there's a lot of strategies that our traders bring to the marketplace. Strategies don't always work in different market environments, depending on what's going on out there. So we're looking at traders based off of account balances.
Gotcha.
That's an easy flag. Oh, someone's got a high account balance. Let's do a deeper dive into their trading.
Gotcha.
And when we're looking at their trading, we're looking at everything. There's not a stone, I think, that we do not, there isn't a stone that we don't uncover. So we're looking at everything. We not only look at their current XFA that they're in, we might look at other trading combines that they have open. We're going to look at, is this someone who, resets on a regular basis? If you're a high resetter, chances are something bad has happened in the past and could happen in the future. And, those might be people that everybody gets the privilege of taking a reset. Some people treat those accounts better than others, though, and some people swing for the fences and reset regularly. Like, we don't view those people as people that are probably going to be able to last in a live account too long. So while we want to call up the best traders and the best profitability, we also want to call up people that we know are going to stay in the live account too.
Right.
So trading activity in other accounts, their history here at TopStep. We will look and see, was this trader, funded before? Were they in a live account before? How did that work out? Are they making any adjustments from what they used to do? I always like it when I see someone doing well in their account, and then I go back and look at past, trading accounts, funded level accounts, and I notice a big difference in their trading. I've actually been seeing it a lot lately, Andre. It's like really nice because it's those people are figuring out, they're making changes. And I always love people who make changes and adapt, whether or not they recognize that they were doing something wrong and they've removed that from their trading, or they've just got a better insight or understanding of how to navigate these markets and profit. That's always fun. That's probably one of the most exciting pieces. And I know I've talked about a few of those people here.
Sure.
Where we've had a funded trader that, I think, I'm not going to name the name, but I know Hogue and I were on a while back talking about someone who'd been in our program so long. And I remember that they were struggling and they were doing a lot of things wrong. I talk about my areas for improvement, and they literally completely revamped what they were doing. And they found some medium-term success and were able to take some payouts. That live account ended up getting closed, but I love seeing the changes. So we're looking at everything. For the people that are the small singles hitters that, jab, take small bites out of the market. It's easy for us to catch those people when we're doing when we're looking at the payouts to make sure that, everything's fine and dandy with the payouts, and we can approve our end of those payouts because that's what kind of gets our eyes to these people that might not have the biggest balance, but I could say that, someone who's got a $4,000 balance, I like their trading a heck of a lot more than someone who's got a $30,000 account.
Yes, you do. Mick, you've been saying this forever. Mick, you've been saying this. People listen. Speaking of people that have been listening, Metric Trades here in the chat says, watching shoulder tap has helped me make changes for sure. Great advice to help us become real traders and not just focus on the profits. Mick, with that being said, super valuable information. I hope everyone in the chat, everyone watching around the globe here on Topstep TV did get value out of that. He's telling you, he's laying out the playbook for you guys. How to go from XFA to live funded pro ball, as we like to say here. Mick, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate that. Your insights, the shout outs, the shoulder taps, all of it, Mick. You are the man. We do have group coaching coming up next. The form is pinned to the top of the chat. Last call for group coaching. Mick, thank you so much for your time. We got group coaching coming up next. Thanks, Mick.
Yeah, thanks, Andre. This is fun. Take care, everybody.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome to Group Coaching. I am JD, the man behind the curtain, and you are looking at Mr. Hoagland, John the Goat Hoagland. How's everything going today, Hoag? Tell me everything.
Good. Had a day off yesterday. Had a good friend of mine in town, and had a good time just kind of catching up. And he's off back to the East Coast now. He was actually somebody I worked with on the trading floor many years ago, and once in a while he just comes through town and stops by and hangs out for a couple of days, and it was a lot of fun. It was relaxing, good to catch up with my old buddy, and glad to be back, in the seat now. JD, as much as we spend in markets and trading and thinking and talking about markets, I can't imagine doing anything else. I feel really lucky and blessed to be where I am, and I love what I do. So glad to be here with you, JD, and glad to be here with everybody.
Same. All right, folks. We got your questions. We had that form pinned in the chat for quite a while. It's still in there right now, actually. If you put a question in right now, if you pose a question right now, I can't guarantee we're going to get to it. We got quite a few submissions, so we're just going to blast through and see how many we can get through.
Yeah,
whenever you're ready, Hoag, you say the word, and we'll get started.
Let's jump into it. I've got the charts here so we can watch some markets, and let's jump in. Let's do it.
Here we go. First question comes from D. D wants to know what time frame do you watch cumulative delta compared to the time frame you are trading, and what number tick chart do you use and why?
All right, D. Well, as far as delta is concerned, there's cumulative delta, which kind of collects delta over long periods of time. I mean, you can keep cumulative delta from the beginning of the product or at least the contract month, right? I like to look at what the delta is for the day session only, regular trading hours. In the S&Ps, that's 8:30 a.m. to 3 p.m. Central, because that tells me sometimes a few things, sometimes not a lot, right? So in the daily delta, we can start to see divergences in the daily time frame. Like if price continues to push higher and delta continues to increase in negativity, it tells me that there's quite possibly some longer time frame participants in the marketplace. That's why I look at the regular trading hour delta only, not necessarily the cumulative. If you have cumulative, you can still look at the day session. You just have to do a lot of math. I mean, if the cumulative is, plus 18,000, you're just mark that for the beginning of the day and keep track of where delta moves in the day time frame with that regard. As far as the tick charts that I use, I don't typically use tick charts. I've been kind of watching them. I've used them in the past. I've been watching them mostly to manage trades. The trades that I'm taking are usually a little bit longer time frame, usually based off of some sort of market generated information based in the market profile. But I do find that the tick charts do have an ability to help me manage trades, and the idea that I can begin to trail a stop sometimes. If you get a nice runner on and you get let's just say, for example, you're short this and we get this high here and we continue the move to the downside. I'm finding some success in using these swing highs and lows to help manage trades. Like I can move a trailing stop down to that level. If that level gets taken out, I'll get out of the trade. That if I were, for example, short up here and my stop was to this level, I could still be in that short right now because the market never really took out that high. And whether you're using a 100 tick chart, 500 tick chart, 1,000 tick chart, they're really taking time out of the equation. It's just the number of transactions. So something you can notice in tick charts that I've noticed is when there's a lot of activity, when there's a lot of participation, there's a lot of orders going off, there's a lot of, you could say, volume, you're going to populate more bars faster. So there is to some degree a time degree to it, because if the market's really busy and there are a lot of transactions, you're going to be populating more and more bars at a faster rate. So, I'm not necessarily the best person to talk to tick charts about. Our good friend Rob, he uses tick charts, and because he's not worried about time. To me, from market profile, time is a big factor in the acceptance or or rejection of price. So, the tick chart I'm using is the 500 tick chart. It's the shortest, the smallest time frame, or the smallest one that's available on Topstep X right now. Dakota uses 100 tick chart. Just a matter of getting used to the chart that you're looking at, but I do like it because it kind of shows these, swing highs and swing lows. If you're in a directional market, it's kind of showing a range bound market overall since, let's just call it 11:30 Central. So for the last hour, this market has really been kind of relatively range bound, and that's telling me information. I'm either going to be fading the extremes or looking for breakouts outside of the current area of balance. Anyway, that's kind of what I'm looking at here as far as tick charts are concerned. Not necessarily my tool of choice, but I'm kind of looking at it and wondering if there's a way that I can consistently use it. And in trailing stops, that's one way that I can consistently use it. Great question.
Excellent. Yep. And I was just checking the schedule. Coach Robert is going to be back on Thursday for group coaching. So if you have further questions about tick charts, range bars, anything in that realm, go ahead, throw those in your back pocket and save them for Thursday when Coach Robert joins us. All
Awesome.
right. Next up.
You're welcome.
I meant to tie this one into the first question because it struck me as, let me read the question first from Salty Puts as, what makes an end of day squeeze? And I immediately thought of negative delta.
Yes.
So I meant to tie this into the first question, but here we go. Can we talk a few minutes about negative delta and how it can cause a squeeze towards the end of the day?
Yes. Yes, of course. Thank you, JD. So when we're talking about an end of day squeeze, we're talking about the idea that there's probably a large community of shorter time frame, weaker hands traders that want to go home flat at the end of the day. So on a short squeeze, when we're looking at delta, if price continues to push higher throughout the session and delta continues to decrease in value, in other words, it's getting more and more negative as price continues to push higher, that is one of the signs that I will look for an end of the day squeeze to the upside, because what that increasingly negative delta against upward movement in price is possibly saying is that there are some longer time frame participants in this market. They are placing bids and letting whatever traders use market orders to hit into those bids, until usually the shorter time frame is going to figure it out. You know what? We're not moving price below this. Let's get out of these and we'll look for another trade later. So what happens then is they'll get out of them and they'll push price higher. The longer time frame traders will take those bids and move them up to the level where they start to get that accumulation. The longer time frame traders may be looking to buy 10, 15, 20,000 E-mini S&Ps throughout the day. And they're not going to just start putting in market orders and pushing price higher. They're going to let the liquidity providers, us, the speculators, fill those trades for them. So they'll place those bids and they'll replenish them. They use iceberg orders sometimes where, they'll plan to buy about 1,000 at that level, but they put in the bids at smaller random numbers, 14, 13, 25, whatever it is. And as soon as they're getting close to getting filled at that level, they'll replenish those bids. So the buy side just keeps coming in very small ways. The sell side is the market order traders that are using market orders to get into or out of positions, and they keep hitting those bids, decreasing the value of delta. In other words, delta continues to get more and more negative, And as soon as the short time frame traders figure out, hey, we're not getting anywhere here, let's get out, they'll push price higher. The longer time frame traders will bring those bids up to where they can start to get that accumulation again. And at the end of the day, you end up with all of the shorter time frame, weaker hands speculators that have been selling into these bids all day way too short. And they're looking at the clock saying, oh man, well, we're going to have to get out of these at some point. And typically it's going to take, just a few of them just to turn the market to the upside. And that's when you're going to get your big squeeze to the upside at the end of the day. Now, what do we have going on in the S&Ps today? We have a possible divergence in the opposite direction. So this is the S&Ps, okay? This is the profile. Here's the early range, the initial balance. We've been pushing lower on increasingly positive delta. Is this indicating that quite possibly we've had some longer time frame traders placing offers, letting the speculators use market orders to buy into those offers, increasing the value of delta, in other words, more positive delta, but price is moving in the opposite direction. So you might say that the early range here, some longer time frame sellers were here. The market wasn't able to continue to push higher because of that. We got the short time frame speculators long here, and they said, you know what, the heck with this, we're out of this. They pushed price lower. If the longer time frame traders now bring their offers down to this area, they can start to probably accumulate their positions or liquidate their positions. It doesn't really matter. What really matters is when you get the short time frame traders all one-sided. If I were to speculate that is happening today, we had sellers up here, we had longer time frame sellers in here, and we may see those longer time frame sellers back down here in this area. So if we never see price return higher, paying all of these short time frame longs that have been up against probably some bigger sellers, then we may see a squeeze to the downside at the end of the day. If the speculators, the short time frame pea shooters like me, like you, all those traders that want to go home flat at the end of the day, if they're going to be in losing positions as we get closer to the end of the day, that's when we might see a squeeze to the downside, a long squeeze where the speculators are too long. They got to get out at the end of the day, and they may bring price lower at that point. Now, there are a lot of things that can certainly change that outcome. If the longer time frame traders finish their execution for the day, say they had to sell 40,000 E-mini S&Ps, and at 1 o'clock they say, okay, we're done. Now the market is free to do whatever it's going to do. You may have the short time frame longs actually get paid at the end of the day. But if the longer time frame sellers that were speculating are still in this market, still selling, still accumulating shorter time frame long positions, there could be a pretty good push to the downside at the end of the day. That's one way that these squeezes are created and how we can find them and possibly take advantage of them. Anything can happen. But what this is telling us is it's telling us that there is a probability that shorter time frame, weaker hands traders have been buying against bigger, stronger sellers. If the bigger, stronger sellers never finish the day, they get the short time frame traders too long, and at the end of the day, when they all want to flatten out, they'll rush to the other side. That's when you're going to get your late day squeezes. And these squeezes happen just like the auction process. These squeezes happen throughout the day, all day, every day, just depending on the time frame that you're looking at. And it's kind of a lot to wrap your head around, but I mean, these markets are exactly that. They are two-sided auction processes that occur in multiple time frames. So you may have a short time frame squeeze that you may be able to take advantage of. I think Rips does a really good job of taking advantage of those short time frame squeezes that he's able to see using Bookmap. Me, I'm a little bit longer time frame, and I'll be watching at the end of the day. This might be an interesting power hour if we start to see this market push to the downside. A lot of that's going to be a lot of the shorter time frame, weaker hands longs that we're speculating have been buying into this market this whole way down. Great question.
Awesome. I dare any of you to go out and find a better answer than that. I see Salty puts in that chat right now. He says, "Thank you, Hogue." That was his
you're
question.
welcome. You're welcome.
All right. Let's get to the next one. This one's right up your alley also. Jason wants to know, or Jason says, "I'm interested to learn more about the market profile, and I know you mention Dalton's books all the time. I have his books, started reading them, but I was wondering, what are your thoughts of taking his course and his summer intensive that is coming up? Have you ever taken it or recommended it?" I didn't even know he still did courses.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, he does. And I've never taken one, but from what I understand, they are magnificent. And on top of that, my good friend Jason, he has now finished his newest book. He's rethought everything from his old books, everything that's happening in the markets these days. And it may be a year before this book comes out, but he is going to be incorporating a lot of the concepts, newer ideas based on his study and his writing of that book in this summer intensive. If I were going to be taking an intensive, and I would love to if I had the time, this would be the one I would want to take. So Jason, if you can do it, if you have the time, they're a little expensive, but I mean that's the godfather of market profile. So if he's adapted some of his thoughts and that book isn't going to come out for a year, Jason, if you can do it, do it. Do it. Do it 100%. You're going to learn so much from the godfather of the market profile. You will learn so much. And I'm jealous that I'm probably not going to be able to do it. If I can carve out the time, I would happily do it. Jason, do it. Let me know how it is.
I might check that out myself. Not a bad idea.
Mm-hmm.
Also, if you want to learn a little more about the profiles, we have Hogue's Masterclass. Let me see if I can get that pinned to the chat real quick.
Here, go ahead. I'll do that. You can just read the next question.
Oh, sure. Next, Cheyenne's got a question, a couple different parts. First part is, can you please explain how to read the initial balance and how you take a trade off of it? Also, can you explain your opening range trade and how do you set your stops for that trade? Your stop and your profit target for that trade.
Okay. All right. So there's the masterclass for market profile, and I don't know if it's a masterclass necessarily, but it'll teach you the vocabularies and some of the nuances and how the profile is put together and all of that stuff. So so the initial balance, Shyam. I hope that I'm not mispronouncing that bad, but the initial balance, according to the market profile books and according to basically kind of pit lore, the initial balance is typically going to be around the first hour of trade, the first hour of the session. In the S&Ps, it's 8:30 to 9:30, unless the range is currently being extended at 9:30, then you can extend the initial balance. But most of the time, it's going to be that first hour of trade. So that is where the locals, where the speculators will begin to look for two-sided trade. They'll look to maybe buy against the bottom or sell up against the top. There's lots of nuances and things in and around the initial balance where there's a lot of time to be kind of thinking about that and talking about that during the session. But one thing we can say about that once the initial balance, which is this is the S&P profile. The initial balance high is 1541 quarter. It's the high of the session. The low of the initial balance is 1527 quarter. Well, once the initial balance broke to the downside, and we started to see some momentum there, that's an indication that current value and the initial balance are being rejected, and price is beginning to auction away from that level, seeking new areas to facilitate trade. When we think about the markets, we think about the auction process. The job of the market, of the auction process, is to facilitate trade, and that's to find the fair level where buyers and sellers are comfortable conducting business. Well, the market was there for a little while, and we did conduct some business there, but price needed to auction to a different level or a different area of price in order to facilitate trade. So it's kind of facilitating trade down here. Okay, the single TPOs above go from 51.15 quarter all the way back up, basically almost to the initial balance, 51.26 even. And we've now we've closed these single TPOs. So this area here is likely to become the new area where two-sided trade is being comfortable being transacted. So in essence, the initial balance gave us early range. When that early range wouldn't hold and we started to see some momentum, participation to the downside, now the market is looking for a new area to find an area of balance, if you will, to facilitate trade. Now the market has begun to facilitate trade down here. In market profile speak, this is a double distribution trend day. In other words, there was a distribution of time and volume up here, rejected. Now it's creating a new distribution of time and volume at these lower levels. So this, kind of the upper extreme, let's just call it 51.15 is the upper extreme of the current area of balance. And we'll call it 50.93 is the lower extreme of the current area of balance. Price is basically right in the middle of it. So we're going to be patient. We're going to look to trade those extremes for better trade locations. Anything in the middle of this current area of balance, your reward and your risk are about equal, and I don't like to take those trades. As far as the opening range trade is concerned, and it has been a really long dry spell for the 1 minute opening range. This gold bar right here shows me the first minute of the trading day. Some people look at 1 minute, some people look at 2 minutes. Coach Jay looks at a 3 minute opening range. I know people that look at a 5 minute opening range. I find that the 1 minute opening range is the easiest way to limit the risk on the opening range trade, and it has been a pretty big dry spell for the opening range. Why is that? Because a lot of traders focus on that opening range and the opening range trade. The more traders that trade it, the less likely it is to be successful. So we've been in the S&Ps. It's been a pretty long dry spell. A lot of those traders are going to be abandoning the opening range trade soon, and you may see it. You may see, when it starts to work. I don't like to use the word work. When it starts to pay, you may see 8 out of 10 trading days with an opening range at either the high or the low. Directional markets are much better for the opening range trade. If we're range bound, it happens a lot less. But it has been a very long dry spell. So basically, if I were to take the opening range trade today, I would let the first minute play out. I would put in order to buy 1 tick above the opening range. I'd put an order to sell on a stop 1 tick below the opening range. And if that's the case, then if we end up short, well, we're going to move our stop a few ticks outside the opening range. Sometimes it'll come down there and take those stops that the market knows is above there. But if we did take the opening range to the downside and the opening range was the dead ass high of the day, we really didn't have to take a lot of heat on that trade, and the potential for profit can be great. Let's take a look and see when the last time an opening range trade actually worked in the S&Ps. We're going back 10 days, 15 days. Here's one of those stop runs. It's been a long time. So here on the 15th of April was the last opening range trade that ended up being the dead ass high of the day. So it was a 20.5. It's about an $8 opening range. If we took that short right below the opening range, moved our stop just a few ticks above the high, if we were short that, the risk was probably around 10, 12 points. But this was a 119 point range. If we were able to get into that trade and hold on to it to the very end of the day, I mean, that is just a huge trade, and it is a huge reward over risk trade. And so that is, that is sometimes how that opening range trade can play out. You've got to be able to stay in that trade. There's a lot of gyrations that occurred through this part of the profile. We extended the range, and we really extended the range. That was, I think, a FOMC meeting, I think. And the opening range ended up being the high of the day. And when that happens, generally I'm thinking short. Here's another one that started out with the opening range, the high of the day, came out, took out the low of the previous day, couldn't continue to the downside. And when it took out the top of the opening range late in the session, that was another opportunity in the opposite direction. So we've seen 2. Here's another one, 3 in the last 3 weeks. Not a very high probability, but the ability to limit risk really kind of makes it a lot more attractive. Now we see here's another opening range trade, the dead ass low of the day. 30, well, let's call it a 40 point profit. If we got out at the high, our risk was 5 points. We could have taken, if we got out at the high, about 28 points on that trade. So that's really the premise of the opening range trade, is because it really does help limit risk. I mean, it's almost a mindless trade, because you take one side, whichever side breaks out first, you take that, you put your stop a little bit outside the other side of it. You know what the risk is. And if you do catch one of those days that's just directional all day long, I mean, it can be a wildly successful trading day if you do that. So anyways, that's the opening range trade right there.
Perfect. Very mechanical trade. Keep that in mind. All right. With that, Hogue, we are out of time. Thanks again.
That goes so fast.
I know, right? We only got through like 4 questions.
It goes so fast. Well, I just want to comment. Nico, thank you very much for your comment. Nash.
I want to close out with Jason. I want to close out with Jason's comment. Jason left a real nice one. He says, Jason says, Hogue, how do you like your steak? Rare, medium, or well done? And do you like it with sauteed onions and mushrooms? You should definitely go grab yourself one, because you deserve it. If I lived closer, I would take you out for a steak. Thank you for all your hard work that you put in, and all the hard work you put in to help your fellow traders. Nice comment from Jason. Thanks, Jason.
Very nice, Jason. Thank you very much. I just wish we had more time. We get through a lot more of these questions. I absolutely love these. But here's a dad wisdom for you. I call my dad after a day at the pit, and I'd be mad somebody stole a trade or something, and he would say, you know what, son, it really doesn't pay to be mad. Half the people you're mad at don't know you're mad. The other half don't give a shit. The only person it affects is you, so just let it go. And that's true with revenge trading. If you're mad at yourself, if you're mad at anybody, it's not going to do you any good. It just fills your veins with venom, and that venom is poisonous, and it's going to kill you. So let go of all the anger. Happy traders make better traders. Just know that the next trade could be another great trade. Thank you all very much for joining me, JD. Love you, buddy. Love doing these sessions with you, and love everybody here. And let's all trade well. Right?
Yep. Always a pleasure. For everybody whose questions we didn't get to, Hogue is going to be back tomorrow, so we're going to pick up where we left off today. We got quite a few questions left. I don't even know if we'll have to put the forum in the chat tomorrow, because we have so many questions left over. But that'll be tomorrow, 12 o'clock or 12:30 Central Time. Hogue is back for group coaching. Coming up next, we've got Eddie, Robert, and Deeyana for Market Stalking with D, and then we're closing out the day with Andre, Dolby, and Cami Capital. they're going to be pulling out that house account and letting it fly. So with that,
and to answer
we are
your
going to take a.
question,
What's
you
that?
had me at steak. You had me at steak. Yeah. I like a good
Did someone say
ribeye.
steak?
I like just get a steak is good. Yep.
It's hard to turn down a good ribeye. I'm with you there.
Absolutely. Thanks,
All right,
JD.
folks.
Thanks, everybody.
We'll catch you next time. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back.
welcome to Market Stalking with Deeyana. Of course, we've got Deeyana here and Robert, and a fine and wonderful day to you, Deeyana. How are you today?
I'm pretty good, Eddie. How are you doing?
I'm pretty good. Busy day for everybody here, and we got Robert with us. Robert's been pretty bit busy here also. Take a swig of that wild turkey real quick before I say how you doing.
Yeah, I wish. Not till later. Nope, just a cup of water. It was coffee. Now it's just plain old water.
Bullshit.
Don't
It's
wanna be
white.
coffee out.
It's wild turkey, folks.
It's white. It's like okay. We're doing good. We're doing good. Hi, Deeyana. How you doing? Hey, I made you a background. We'll check out when we get into the other screens, just like every other time. Markets are funky, a little bit funky. Had a little bit of pull up on NQ. I was at lunch. I came back and saw that it went through a zone I had drawn. So we'll see if we have another one, and if we do, we'll take the trade.
All right.
Yeah,
Let me ask you.
I'm tracking gold today.
There we
yeah,
go.
so I'm kind of looking for shorts. It's kind of like an opposite side to the equities. There's a lot of space down below. So if I manage to find a short trade, I might take that. But we'll see, because it's past settlement, so it may not move much. But gold, having said that, gold has been moving past settlement. It's kind of back to its pre-COVID days when we used to have a little bit of a lull after the settlement and then some explosive moves right into power hour. So, we'll see. Something might pop up. But I am looking at shorts more than anything because of what's going on the daily chart. So if I go up to the daily, I put down trend exhaustion like a million years ago up here when we were sort of not really breaking any new levels, and then it finally turned. So if we break below this low of the day, there's really not much to stop it from going all the way down to this. What is this? This is like I think this is a 50-day moving average or something like that. 2276. So again, not much to stop it from going there. A little bit of a speed bump. If we look at the left side here. But yeah, so I'm not really interested in any longs right now. Obviously, we have a triple whammy week. We've got the end of the month. We've got FOMC tomorrow, and we've got NFP Friday as well. So we'll be a bit careful with positioning. This is not the week to go full pork in it.
No. They were talking steak last session, and we shouldn't be talking pork this one.
No, absolutely not. Yeah.
You mentioned gold. I tell you, on my 15-minute, if we had some staff paper, we might have a song developing here. Just looking at it, not too big of candlesticks, but they are sort of, looks like, the sellers come in really hard, buyers bringing it back, buy, sell, buy, sell, buy.
Yeah.
And I think that's the, you're looking for a long here, I'm sorry, short?
No, I actually want to have a bit of a pullback and then to try a short somewhere if we are going to get that follow through to the downside, because that's what they've been doing all day. You look at the price action, they tried to go up, they failed. That was the first clue here, failed auction. And then they kind of sold off, made a neutral day, bit of wagging around, then they sell off again. So like you said there's like that pattern of sell-off, sell-off. So that's kind of what I've been looking at all day as well. So yeah, we'll see whether we get some follow-through. No promises. There is some volume kicking around still. We still haven't died out completely. If I see a trade, I will shout.
Okay. Robert, how are you seeing things over there?
Whatever D just said, we're going to call it NQ and say ditto, because that's pretty much where it's at right now. Much. Yeah, so we're ranging, 724. We know the 17,000, so 724 to 744, 20-point range in there right now, and we'll see what happens. I am just, these time charts kill me. So if we look at a trend line, trend lines. If we look at a trend line, what do we have? Is it going to break or is it not going to break? I don't know. And then we have a resistance line at the top. Will it go over it? Will it go under it? I don't know. I'm just waiting for this particular 20-point range to break out one way or the other and just see what we can pull out of it. I'm not going to force anything, but if it has some momentum in one direction, as a short-term scalper, momentum trader, that's what you look for. It'll go your direction. And as we saw earlier, when I took that trade, it didn't quite reach what I wanted to. We just called it, changed the direction, say, nope, it didn't go what I wanted. Get out of the trade. Took the other end when it reached the bottom area of what we were looking at before. And for those interested, we were right. Let's get it going. Let us get it going. Come on, Rob. This was the area. We had a fail in this zone roughly up here. We're talking 782. And then we took the trade through this one. We took the trade through this one down here, the two bottom ones. So 716-ish and 695-ish. Those are the two. I did plot a lower area if it continued going down, 660 to 52. Now, these aren't trading through. This is once it breaks these lows, that's what I'm looking for. I just want to get down roughly to that area and see how price action reacts to it. And I actually did draw the last one we have. Let me remove some of these drawings on my chart. This zone right here is the last one it went through. Unfortunately, it went through the trade. It looks like it's 12:51 Central Time, and I wasn't on air until 1 o'clock Central Time. So 9 minutes too soon. Otherwise, we would have seen that trade take place and go through also. But you know what? We'll wait for another one. We'll see what happens. If it does, it does. If it doesn't, it doesn't. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Back to you, Eddie.
Well, I think I'm going to agree completely with what Deeyana said. I mean, I think traders are sort of looking down the road and saying, okay, we got some major events coming up here. And, that's why I think we're sort of seeing this slowness. And if you look at the volume on a lot of these, very seldom you're going to see a pop with volume as we go through the end of the day. But the opportunity is still there, but you really got to look for a smaller profit at this point of the day.
Right.
Absolutely. Yeah. Smaller position sizes, smaller profits. It's kind of like see money, take money kind of situation this week. We have to be mindful of all of that. That brings me to the discussion about maybe some risk and stops. So obviously, if we're looking for trades that are quick, but the price action is a bit iffy, I don't think we should be nitpicking on stops that much, which immediately means we have to size down. Because, I don't want to be in a trade where I'm using like 15 ticks and then it kind of runs through a tiny little level, turns around. That's the kind of plays that you see happen a lot on quieter days, where the movement is not as single direction in either way. So you can have a directional move in one direction, but you can also have the auction that was successful and then it turns around and starts running back the other way. But it's all a little bit stop, start, and that's typical, absolutely typical for weeks like that, weeks that we have right now. So because of that, just everyone just size down, like don't go 10 lots. Let's go. Maybe once we're through at least FOMC and this end of the month today. And that's also the reason why I'm looking for another short in gold, because what can happen as the day is winding up for the end of the month, you can have these irregular days that don't really seem like they're very logical. And that's just because of that rebalancing that happens into the end of the month. So yeah, we'll see. Like I said, there's still some volume going around. I'm just looking at it on my chart here. Gold is still kicking around. Price action not really moving much. And we have some liquidity around 2304. If I drag bookmap over this side.
What do you
there is a stack of orders all the way from 2304 to about 2302 and slightly lower. But if we take into account what's going on the daily chart, that big sell-off, I think this will probably be a magnet for more downside. So that's why I'm thinking could be some shorts here into the end of the day. So yeah, it's definitely an interesting situation. Sometimes gold can start correlating negatively with equities when that happens, especially if we have some news that come out. So they do react in a certain way for risk on or risk off. And I think we've had a little bit of positive news coming out here and there from the Middle East. And that is probably fueling some of this downside movement and action we've seen in gold and in crude oil as well. So crude oil has woken up today, one day. Woo.
Well, we did see that crude, my gosh, this morning. It fell out of bed, and the bed was against a window on the second floor. I mean, it took a dive, and it just wouldn't stop. Buyers came in and for a bit, for maybe a little over an hour. And right now we're sort of trading west to east, trading just keeping that level there. But I tell you, this
I
morning
was looking at
nuts.
crude oil today. Yeah, I was looking at it today. One very good point about the long side on crude oil was that the initial balance, that first hour of trading, was enormous compared to the liquidity that we have currently. And when that's happening, usually when you see price dipping below that range, it's gonna, like, you can get directional moves, but at that point it's gonna take so much energy to bring it even lower that actually a failed auction in the opposite direction is a pretty good idea. I'm still just in observation mode on crude oil because I'm still not happy with the range that it's got. I require more out of the day past initial balance. And today is an odd one out because we do have a pretty nice range, but it's the only day when it's actually moved. If we go back in time, you will see that yesterday we still only had 121 ticks for the entire NYMEX session. Friday, 110. Then we go back to Thursday. That one was 180. Woo. Then Wednesday, again, 113. So most of the days are still very small when it comes to the amount of ticks that this market has given us. So that's why I'm still just focusing on gold that has a really good range right now. So even if you don't get the perfect trade location, you can still get some move, and then you can kind of skim, 10, 20 ticks in one direction. So that's the idea, to get in on a short and just to basically run it for a little while, maybe through the lows of the session. There's still plenty of range left on gold as well. I do have my average session range low level at 2296.4, and that's that's about 111 ticks away from this level. So that's still, there's still space down there. So that's why I would like to see it hit some sort of a supply top of the range here on smaller time frames, and then to see that reversal and to see whether we can take it even lower. But we'll see. Like I said, end of the day, don't know whether it's going to happen whilst we're on air, because sometimes these moves happen for the last half an hour. It's like, okay, like you say, Rob, slightly mistimed. Like we're waiting for a setup, and you're on air, you really want to take it, you finish, and it's like, there it is. It's like, perfect.
Yeah. Par for the course. It was funny because when we started doing these things like on air like this with the live trading, we finally get these accounts. I'm talking, this is probably 2.5 months ago now. And I'm going to make this about me right now. The first 4 times I was on, waiting for trade, wait for trade, and like, hey, we'll see you have a good segment, guys. Like literally 3 to 4 minutes later, it blew through all areas. I was like, you've got to be, it happened like 4 times in a row. I was like, dang it. But you know what? Hey, it's the market. That's how it's doing. I pulled up a gold chart to take a look at what you guys were looking at also to see if I saw anything. I got nothing. I got nothing at all.
No?
It looks
Okay.
no, not on gold. Not on gold. Anything else you want to look at while we're just sitting here twiddling our thumbs? Maybe chat has something they want us to take a look at it. I look at it.
What we've got here, as far as the tilt goes, pretty much taking a look at the NASDAQ, we got 62% short, 60% short in the S&Ps, crude 64% long, gold 63%. And, one of the things here with the crude, in an early morning report, that there was a threat to the weight on what gold was going to do. They mentioned that earlier in some of the news that we put out for opening call. And this is probably being drained to the downside, mostly by this Federal Reserve meeting this week. I want to bring that out front again. I mean, we were looking earlier, WTI was up 0.1%, 82.72. And now, I mean, we're getting back to that area. But earlier this morning, it was a dump. And I thought for sure we'd blow past the 80s the way we were moving. So I was very cautious with that crude trade.
Did you take any crude trades, or were you just
I
watching
did.
it?
I did not. I was too busy today, just trying to keep the chat running and sound effects and so forth. But I did not have that opportunity. That would have been a great opportunity. I'm not going to say woulda, coulda, shoulda. Basically, I was one of those witnesses with my iPhone out recording and not helping. So that's all I was doing. I was standing on the wayside, recording the movement and not going in there and doing anything.
Well, that's okay. That can go towards to some experiential data as well. We don't always have to be in trades to note down price action movements. I think a lot of people think that you have to be in a trade. You don't. You can just observe, write things down. As long as you're tracking stuff, that's just as valuable as being in a trade many times, especially for those of us who've been doing this for a while.
Right. Yeah, another thing too you mentioned, and then David mentioned this here, end of the month, banks closing the books, end of the month here today, and you'll see what happens.
I was even looking at volume profile to see whether I can find something there. Nope, nothing. I even placed like 3 weeks worth of volume to profile to see whether we can see something. And still, everything kind of brings me back to the fact that we have an irregular day. It's a double distribution day in gold. And we have a ton of space to the downside. So it's like, okay. I think I tried like one long trade just to kind of test the waters, and I bailed pretty quickly out of that. Other than that, I was trying to get a short, and it kept doing that thing where it drops, goes back up, drops. I'm not planning to trade too much this week until we have all the data. So, I mean, I would like to do a little trade just to make things a little more interesting. One thing that I did see here, just purely looking at price action and keeping in mind that movement of drop, pull back, drop. There is a consolidating area where we consolidated for lunchtime on a 30-minute chart. And I'm going to mark that on my little thing here. So,
Dee, what instrument is that? I can't see it.
It's gold. It's gold. Yeah.
Okay.
Still GC. Gold has been my baby recently. So this is what I'm talking about. This orange rectangle. Yep.
No, I was going to say gold has treated me pretty good too, and when we have the opportunity early, it'll give you if as long as you're on the right side, it'll give you a good run.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
absolutely.
it has been very good.
Yeah, it's
You were
been
saying.
very good liquidity, very good ranges, and that's why I'm not too worried about getting some big areas all the way up at 2316. Like in a perfect world, I would like a short from 2316 today. Not sure we're gonna get that, so you need an alternative level. And like I said, the only thing that I can see here is that consolidating area from lunchtime that really just stopped for a couple of hours. And now we're having trouble breaking through that. So I'm just looking at all of my charts. I mean, this might be a trade actually. I'm not too happy about the bullish engulfing on a 30-minute chart that we have here. So that could add time onto the trade. But other than that, I mean, that's, it looks all right for a little tiny trade. I'd
So
be looking for lows.
you're looking to get into that square, or you're looking to get out of it?
I'm looking to get out of it to the downside.
The downside, okay.
So I'm not looking for longs. I'm looking for continuation downside.
Okay. We got some sellers coming in here by 15 minutes.
Yeah,
Putting up some red candlesticks here. Let's see if we get some momentum, some size. Looking at you got a gold trade there, right?
Let's pop a trade in. But to limit risk, I am going to do like 5 micros, which should be plenty. So that's going to be like, what, 250, 300 risk, something like that. So still a sizable trade. It's not like a tiny micro where you're risking like $10 or $50. But it's just because of the range that gold has. It's a nice way to just limit some risk here, and especially because it's not a perfect trade location by any means. Let me find my Topstep X. All right, so I've got a trade. 2306.4.
Now that is 23.6.
2306 point. Yeah.
0.4. That is that your entry?
Yeah.
Okay. How many contracts?
It's a micro, so 5 micros, but I'm risking $300 on this.
Okay.
So it's a generous stop just to give me time to react, and then if it drops, that would be nice.
Now earlier, Deeyana, early today, the market was moving a little bit better, and we had a little bit more volume. Did you have any trades? You put any trades out earlier today?
Yeah, I put on a few. So at one point I was up a bit, then I was back to break even, then I was up a bit. Like it was just like ping pong, like up a bit, break even, up a bit, break even. So nothing really to write home about.
Right.
So yeah, this is just to test the hypothesis. This is not like, oh yeah, let's make some money. It's just to test the hypothesis, to pay some money in order to obtain some information. Okay. Otherwise, if I was looking for my big D trades, clearly I would be looking for either a failed auction or something like that. We have a neutral day type, so we have extensions of the first hour trading range to both sides. And usually when that happens, you can get trades that go back the other way, all the way to the middle of the profile or VWAP or whatever you want to use as a reference for the middle of the range. But today that didn't happen. So because of that, I'm still thinking, okay, so what should have happened didn't. And looking at the daily chart, we have that narrative of a trend reversal potential. Now, we're probably not going to get 200 ticks at this time of the day, but it might be a good little opportunity from a nearby supply just to kind of bounce it from there, maybe get 20, 30 ticks and to get out. And like I said, if it just happens to fall out of bed and make another lower low, which it has been doing all day, that's fine. That suits me.
Right. Seeing some sellers coming back in the market here, NASDAQ, S&Ps, and looking on the dome here, it seems like the offers are a little stronger here right now. We'll see what happens there. As far as the tilt goes in the S&Ps, we're looking at 65% short, NASDAQ 66% short, over in the crude 53% long, and gold 53% long. So basically on the fence with crude and gold here right now. So I just checked the dome to see if there's any size above and below. Not really seeing too much here in the ES or the NASDAQ, but sellers are making a move here.
Like
Yeah, but we might get that short squeeze.
Yeah,
we might get that short squeeze into the end that John was talking about. That actually happened yesterday in equities. It was a typical short squeeze. That was nice. We'll see if it happens again. Old pitch.
How you doing over there, Rob?
I'm doing all right, sir. Watching the markets bleed out a little bit right here. I did mark off an area below on the Dow as a target. If we break new lows, I have a target area. It looks like these are all just eyeballing here. 38,088 to 70. So there's like an 18-point area in there. If we get down below the low of the day, which is right around 121. And we'll see if that happens. We have a low also coming up on NQ. I did mark off a couple of others. I'm not keen on the gold, trading gold at all, and I think it is so bad that I think every time I've traded
but
gold.
why, Rob? But
I
why?
don't know, Deanna. I have literally lost every gold trade. If I've won any gold trade, I've only won one. It's horrific.
Wow.
It's ridiculous. Yeah, it's me. It's totally me. It's nothing wrong with the product. Eddie does it. You like it. Others do it. Yeah, nothing wrong with the instrument at all. It's just totally me not being able to read it or understand it. And apparently, gold doesn't like to play well with math, I guess. So we'll because everything is math based that I do. So we'll find out.
So, one thing with gold, it gives you a good run early. And then it rolls over like a puppy and asks for a tummy rub, like it's doing, like it has been doing here, and really not giving you much direction. That's why we're talking about, if you're looking to trade at this time, look for the small profits. Take what the market gives you. If the opportunities still exist, there's no rule that says you can't get back in. Okay. I like to build confidence. That's the way I trade. I'll take $100 winner. I'll see if the opportunity is there. If I get back in again, maybe $150, $200 winner, and I'm very happy with that. So I'm looking for those small profits. And as we talked about last time, the base hits. Deanna was on here and she was mentioning base hits, small profits. They add up.
Yeah, I was doing that all day yesterday. Yeah, they do add up.
And how did it go?
Yeah, it was great. I think I ended up $371 again, trading micros. Just
That's
it's
Michael, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Could
So
you,
when
Deanna,
people
real
say,
quick,
"Oh, I'm
on your
yeah."
my apologies on your trade, I just want to get an update for it. I was going to write that down and I missed the contracts and price that you had on your gold trade, because I wanted to document that.
Yeah, so five
five
MGC. Yeah, so 5 MGC, so 5 micros. And what was my entry? 23. See, I don't really look at prices. I'm more visual that way.
I know.
Yeah, so it's like someone asked me, "What's your?" And I'm like, I have no idea.
It's right here. It's my entry's here.
Yeah, 23. Yeah, it's here. There it is. So 2306. Actually, 0.2. I don't know why. I think I said 0.4. It's 0.2. So 2306.2. That's the entry.
Right.
5
Thank you. Got it.
micros. Yeah.
With the
Deanna and Robert, another thing we can't forget about. James is mentioning it here. Don't forget, there's big earnings after the bell. That's something else that we have to sort of watch for. And so it may just get a little bit more choppy leading up to that into the close. I think that's what we're seeing now. Sort of pull back, have a seat and watch the show.
Yeah, definitely. That's going to be the equities more so than gold, because they're very sensitive to earnings, whereas gold is like, oh yeah, what earnings kind of thing. Gold is a lot more sensitive to geopolitical risk and monetary policies and wars and stuff like that. It's a risk product. It was traditionally used to hedge risk against inflation, but we've seen the gold run up. But at some point, it has to do a little bit of a pullback. And, we had daily chart that was just not really doing much. I mean, for days on end, it was sort of inching higher. I was actually trading this on the way up. And I did quite a few gorgeous trades where we went to all-time highs. So that is something that I have done throughout my career, and it does work well. But you have to recognize the time when it's appropriate to hold it past settlement and to still look for some movement. And today might be that day, like I said, because of the end of the month. We do have geopolitical risk. We do have, price action that is rolling over effectively. We tried to go up, but then again, even on the daily chart, we have that situation now where after so many all-time highs, we consolidated in a range, did very messy stuff for like a couple of weeks. Then we sold off. Then it tried to go higher, and it failed right around previous days low back in the day, whenever that was, like, I don't know, 10 days ago or something. And now we're right back at the lows, at the nearest lows. So all of that is not really screaming, buy me here.
Right.
No.
No.
So that's why I'm thinking of going in on that that early trend change, because this is still an early trend change. We haven't really made too many new lows just yet. But having said that, there's nothing much to stop it. And it's been ridiculously resilient to any buyers stepping in. It's almost like the buyers are like kind of like small, and they're just like, oh yeah, we're gonna buy a bit, we're gonna buy, and then as soon as they run into the first supply, the sellers are just smack, and then it's like big candle, and then again, let's buy. Nope, smack, and that's been like the theme for like a while now, and all of that is not really that conducive to further upside. So we have to recognize some of those market states. And I think we're in a market state change here on gold, where we're due for a pullback, and we could be early, but we're intraday traders. That's what we do. All of the clues are there, so we're gonna see whether we can get that maybe tomorrow. Could be after FOMC. It could be NFP as a catalyst for that sort of a move. I'm not saying that intraday we might not have some buyers stepping in, but just from that like bird's eye view, this is looking very bearish to me.
Okay. One of our traders here in chat is a great hand of cards. Coin25 says, still holding my short from, get a load of this, 17,877 in the NASDAQ.
Wow.
Let me have a look at that.
How many contracts there, Coin? I mean, if that's the case, boy, you've got a very nice trade there, even if it's a one lot. Even if it's a micro. I mean, that's
160 points.
Wow.
Very good discipline. And how many contracts you got there? And let us know. Mini, micro, whatever. But
and holding it in NASDAQ as well.
Right. 17,877. I think we came off, I would say that had to be around maybe 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
Where 9:45 or 10 o'clock got that short and then passed out. That would be the only way. I would have did the jack and bumped my head and passed out and came back and said, oh God, I'm short at 17,877.
Wow.
Otherwise, I would have.
That should be a new saying. I did a jack. I passed out.
I did a jack. I did a hogue. No, I didn't do a hogue yet. But yeah, I mean, I would have taken $300, $400, and I would have been like, "Thank you very much."
I'm generally pretty good at sitting on trades. I'm pretty good. You know me. I can like stay on trades for like 2-3 hours, no problem. But NASDAQ, there's just something about it, like the buying wicks that I'm seeing on the way down. So, like, if I can say some big, some big balls there, mate.
I've got big balls. You got big balls. We all got big balls. AC/DC. Yes. And
but how you feeling about NQ is how I feel about gold, right? It's like you just said, you can hold on to trades for hours and hours. That's great. But NQ, that's something a little weird. It's not going to happen. I'm just like the opposite. Like, yeah, we'll take this piece over here. Look at this instrument. Oh, we got platinum now. Let's take a look at that. And then somebody says gold's moving. I'm like, sorry, I missed that. I was on mute. You know, like I just don't hear it. It's just you know what you don't know. I mean, if you don't know something and you're horrible and you know that, it's just best. Just like I just simply can't do this.
See, with NASDAQ,
I tried it. I've gone back to that well several times, and it's not good for me.
Yeah, I mean, I've traded NASDAQ, but the thing with NASDAQ and me is that I want to have a big stop loss on it. We're talking like 35 to 40 handles, and I have traded it like that, but it was a much larger account. I just cannot justify doing a NASDAQ trade and then trying to control risk and to use only like 20 handles, which would be very small for me.
Very small.
Yeah,
40
I
small.
would just be like, yeah, exactly. So I have traded it in the past. It's just that right now I just can't do it on these sort of sizes. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Maybe at some point, talk to me in another 6 months or so when I've got like a more of a padded account. I might consider it, but right now I'm just sticking to products that are a little easier for me, at least, to control risk, and I know them well. I've traded gold and crude oil since like 2013, and that's like every day looking for opportunities. And there's definitely times of day when it moves more. Eddie is totally right. And if you miss those, you're just going to be sitting in trades and going, what is going on? Like, this is not moving. It looks like an Asia session. Like, really? And I can see how that would annoy people, especially if you're looking for those quick momentum trades. Oh, it would do your head in, man. It would be like, I want to go jump off a bridge. Like, what's going on? Because it doesn't
Deeyana,
give
I
you
mean,
that.
I'm guilty of just trying to get a trade in and put it in because I've got an opportunity. Stupidity, recklessness. I'm not practicing what I preach, but I tell you, we all sort of fall into
Most
that
times you
category.
are.
You know,
Most
pardon
times
me?
you are. I think we
Well,
can all slip into Muppet behavior, you know. It's, you know, none of us are exempt from that. We're human. We don't always function at peak levels. Sometimes we're a bit tired. Sometimes you could be a bit under the weather. But, you know, the nature of our jobs is to show up, do trades, try to control risk as best as possible, and see what comes up. You know, that's really the name of the game here. And we can all fall into bad behaviors. Everybody, as long as you're aware of it and you pull yourself back pretty quickly. If you just continue with the Muppet behavior, well, then, you know, then you've got other issues, I suppose. But I think all of us doing this for such a long time, we're very good at censoring ourselves and kind of going, whoa, that was dumb. Like, what the hell have you done that there and why? But we're very good at like going back, journaling, going, okay, shouldn't repeat that. So let's just follow the process, follow the discipline. Don't do that. That definitely didn't work. So let's not do
you
that
know,
again as much as
see
possible.
what you're saying and how I'm interpreting it and how I sort of offer this to traders is have that second voice and ask yourself these questions. Should I be trading now? Is this in my game plan? Why did I buy two here? Why is my stop here? And the thing is, if you don't have a good enough answer, if you don't have a good answer, then you're being reckless. You're sort of winging it. You're improvising. And that's when you got to say, okay, you know what? I should not be doing this. Why'd you just buy two? I was bored. Right? I've heard that many a times. If your account is you got a great day and you are willing to risk what you've made, go ahead, have at it. But the smart thing to do is, you know, if you're having a good day, you know, if you're rocking the market, lock it. You rock it, lock it. And you know, I've honestly did that last week a few times. Had a decent day, not too much. And the thing is, too, when you lock it and you see the market moving again pretty big, I wasn't upset because I had made that decision. I asked myself, is this what you want for today? Do you want to lock the account? Yes, it's probably the best answer. I'm going to take what the market gives me today. I'm going to be happy with it. And I'm going to look towards tomorrow. And I did not have that woulda, coulda, shoulda, or the FOMO, I'm missing out, because I had made that decision and agreed with myself.
Yeah, you made an executive decision to end the day, whatever happens.
Whatever happens, you know, and don't get upset. Oh man, I shouldn't have locked it. Oh, how can I unlock? Don't.
Yeah.
Don't.
Call support, quick. Don't.
Support's going to go, hey, you know, here's the thing too. If you rock it and lock it, support can't do anything. Okay. That's like, they do not have access to that. Can't contact support. Hurry, open it up. I see an opportunity. They're going to say, sorry, ma'am. Sorry, sir. We can't do that. You're SOL. Tough out of luck, right?
There's a question that keeps coming up in chat whenever we say, oh, this trader is being moved to live. And they go, well, what's the benefit of that? Because, you know, when you first think about it, it's like, well, you're going to have worse slippage. You know, you're going to have, you can't have, you know, loads of accounts. So you can't really copy trades. Everything is like one account. And on, you know, when you first hear that, you're like, well, what is the benefit? Well, here's the benefit. I know when I perform best for these particular products that we have at the moment in Topstep, I know that I perform best from about 9 a.m. CST and then all the way to the end of the market. I know that I don't perform very well before then. I have some other things that I trade in my personal account before, maybe for London, if I'm awake and I'm like, oh, let's do a trade. I will trade something like DAX. But one thing that I know is that when I try and trade products that are out of hours effectively for London, it never really ends well. Like sometimes I will have a good day, but most of the time my stats say that London and gold on most days it's not the best. So what I've had Mick do for me is to actually lock up my live account, regardless of whether I do a manual lockout or not. I asked him if he can lock out my account from about 6 p.m. all the way through the next day to 9 a.m. CST, and then I can do a trade. That is the only thing that's like, it's so amazing. So you can call up a risk manager and say, hey, can you do this for me? So that's one huge benefit where you can use those stats and you say, well, I'm not very good at this time of day. Why don't I just lock it up? You can't really do that to that degree to actually manually lock it out at particular times of day, because, and I'm sure it's going to come, it's going to be a feature in Topstep X where you can say, oh, lock me out for 2 hours or 8 hours. But right now, the only way to do that is to phone up a risk manager and just go, hey, help me out. And they help. So you have that support system when you're a live trader that you don't have otherwise. And, it kind of saddens me when I hear people who are, one day they make, loads of cash and then they start losing it. And they just don't pick up the phone. Just pick up the phone, man. It's like risk managers are there to help. They're not like some ogres who are like, yeah, we're going to tell you to lock it up. It's like, no, we're here to help. So use that. That is a huge, huge benefit of being a live trader. So whenever somebody gets moved to live, that's all the stuff that you get. You get a support system. So don't knock it.
And definitely make sure to tell them that Dee sent you.
That should not be a problem, Robert.
Hey, what are you doing?
All right, I just took a quick short in YM just to update everybody. I think it was on my charts when I took a snapshot in. What I was looking for YM, just for the market there, it was 38142. It did one contract short 38142, and this is if it's going to dump and drop below this and head toward my target area, it's going to go. In my opinion, it's going to. I feel that there's space under there and it's going to drop rather quickly. So when I entered that trade, if it didn't actually start breaking down below and started hovering, I was closing it. That was my process. That's what we did. Quick $50.
Nice.
There you go. How much you up on the day? About 180?
161 right now. And if it drops below, I'm going to do the same thing. I just want to let it get below the low of the day, which is, I've only here, where are we? It's 3812. 381.35, roughly in that area. So if I just see, you can see the chart now, it's on the right-hand side. If we start falling below there and we start getting a little momentum, I will market into it and just close out into the profit, see if we can break over the $200 to qualify for payout. It is a combine, but I'm still preparing. Every time I'm doing a combine, I'm trading it as if I was trading a live account to get used to it. I'm not going to throw 5 contracts on it in this situation, because when I get into XFA, I can't throw 5. I have a scaling plan. I can use 2. So that's how I'm trading these combines, is as if I'm trading in an XFA with the same process, same rules. So this looks to me, we're starting to gain some momentum. And if we drop below, I will jump into it and see if we can catch a piece for the move down. And if not, we'll just get out of the trade relatively quickly. It probably costs us, $100 or so. And there's a drop down. So I am going to market into this. And I'm going to move my target up a little bit. And if it starts going, I'll give you the prices here in a second. The entry was 38117. And if we continue going down, I'm just going to pull some more profit out of it. And if we don't, we start turning around, I'm just going to close the trade and quit it there. That's it. This is just a quick. This is a scalping thing, and that's my hypothesis right now. What's going to change is when I get down far enough into profit toward my target, or when I actually start going the other direction. And there's a drop I was looking for. I'm closing it right now, $80. I'm at $238, qualifying for payout if I was in this XFA. That was my goal for today, and let's see how good my target is. And there's my target zone hit. I love these people. I love this stuff. I love it.
See, there you go.
Come on, we need some
Welcome to the
excitement here.
scalping.
I got like we're
Welcome to
fortunate.
the
We
world
get,
of
yeah, this is
scalping, Robert.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Bada bing, bada bang. We want to see it live. I don't get to do this often, so I want to make the most of these opportunities. And here we have it. We got lucky earlier today. I say lucky, lucky that we had trades moving when I particularly was on. We lose one. We covered that a couple times. We just get in here, jumped over to YM because it was moving. That was from the chat. Somebody in the chat mentioned it. I don't know who it was. I would give the props if I could. I don't know who's. I just happened to see, look at YM. So I looked at it, calculated where I think that potential area may be. If it broke the low, it did. Entered in, closed the trade, 238. We're calling it a day. And you want to know how I lock out? They're telling me lock it, lock it, lock it. Yeah, here's my lockout. Here's my lockout. Right here. Hands off.
Oh, you're not touching anything, or you're going to hold your hands up?
I'm not touching anything.
Are you dancing? Are those jazz hands?
No,
Deeyana, those are, he's doing jazz hands.
I like the lockout feature if it's needed, but here's one thing. I'm weird, folks. I'm weird. I like using a lockout feature from my brain to say, this is a discipline move, and I'm training myself in discipline. I don't want the automated thing to be like, oh, sorry, Robert, you can't take in one trades because you did this. I want to learn that in my brain. This is me live working on my discipline to say, no, you cannot trade anymore without using the lockout feature. Although I do like the lockout feature. So, we say things and we're just like, hey, but I'm going to do it like this, right? That's just sharing, just sharing my thought process.
That's excellent. That's how you create new neural networks. That's how you create new neural networks. Yes.
Thank you. That's exactly right. This is what I'm doing for myself and I'm working on it.
Yeah.
Deeyana?
And it's hard. It's hard. When you first do it, it's difficult because you really want to get back in there. But you have to train yourself to do things deliberately. That makes sense. I had somebody ask me on the stream today whether just watching your daily loss limit constitutes as treating trading as a business. So I went into this huge rant that I was probably doing for about 20 minutes. Because it's not just about the daily loss limit. And in fact, if that's what you're using as your crutch, well, that's not very good because the daily loss limit should only come in extraordinary situations. You shouldn't be anywhere near your daily loss limit, okay? So whoever's using that as a crutch, I don't like that. I really don't. And I feel like a lot of traders are. They're like, oh, yeah, well, whatever, the daily loss limit will save me. Yeah, that's great. But one day, let's say you do very well as a Topstep trader, you get, a whole bunch of cash, you get loads of payouts, and you put some of that in your live account. Who's going to save you then? You're going to have a daily loss limit there? No, not unless you trained yourself to stop. But you don't have the algorithm that's going to cut you off if you go a little bit wild during the day. Like traders gone wild.
Traders gone
that's
wild.
Years of training.
We'll get in trouble with that one,
you
right?
take the opportunity. You take any adversity. You take any adversity and you turn it into an opportunity. Yeah, this is an option for the lockout. Absolutely. If you need it and it's going to help you in your trading, absolutely go for it. The way I think it helps me in my trading to say it's there, but you know what, damn it, I got discipline and I'm going to work on it and I'm not going to trade anymore. And that's just that everybody's different. Everybody's different.
Yeah.
Real quick here in the chat, Justin Carroll has something since we're talking about the lockout button. Wanted to know, can Topstep make a lockout button for ice cream in my freezer? Well, here's the thing. You want a lockout button for eating ice cream?
Yeah.
Eat as much as you can, as quick as you can, and I guarantee you will have an automatic lockout button with a brain freeze. And that would be something.
Here's the funny thing. You can buy a timed box. I don't know whether they do it for like freezers and stuff, but you can actually buy a box that will only open up on, let's say, weekends. And a lot of people, because I was in fitness, Robert, you know this as well. When you're doing prep and you're usually quite hungry because you're trying to make your muscles as full as possible with a very low body fat. It's like very difficult to do. And obviously you can have like a cheat meal or a cheat day, but unfortunately what tends to happen, people sort of go, well, now I can eat whatever I want. Well, yeah. But just keep it to, one meal. That's not what happens. People go nuts, and then they go pizza, cookies. Ooh. So what some of my fitness people were doing, they were buying these boxes that have a timed lock on them, and they would put all the crap that you're not supposed to be eating in there, and they would just say unlock it for like an hour on Saturday at 3 p.m. And it would help them to stay on track because there's nothing to eat, like everything's in the box. So there is a thing. Look it up on Amazon. Yeah.
Call the drive-through.
I should probably get stock in that. I did. You did competitions too, Deeyana, and one time my body fat was 4.1% was my competition body fat. And here's the weird thing: is a week and a half before a competition, I had a wedding to go to.
No,
I was like,
no.
Everybody's eating all this stuff, and I'm literally eating tuna out of a can at the table. They were so mad. But hey,
at the wedding? Wait, what?
Oh yeah, yeah, man.
Out of a...
I had
all right, enough, Robert. All right, it's your mute button,
Eddie's gonna
Robert.
be sick any moment now. He's gonna need to like go and have a Pop-Tart or something.
A Pop-Tart and a Slim and a few Slim Jims. Now I like a can of tuna with some lemon juice on it. Yeah, but at a wedding,
it's very nice.
I had no choice, man.
I need a can opener.
Competition. Gotta be disciplined. Gotta be disciplined.
All right,
buddy.
Yeah.
We are just about out of time, and I appreciate you, Deeyana, coming on here for Market Stalking. And please remember that we do have Deeyana here. Deeyana, you were here just a little while ago. We've got you coming back here. When we got you coming back here?
Tomorrow, Fast Markets. Yeah.
There you go.
The gold trade worked, so it smashed through the low. So I'm going to give it a little bit more time, and then if it's not moving, I'm going to take it off. So yeah, quick little trade. So hypothesis worked.
All right. We will catch you back here tomorrow. Time to get some rest. Time to enjoy yourself. Thank you very much, Deeyana. And Robert, thank you very much. And no tuna for you today. Oh, we got to do this, everybody.
Hands off.
Come on, Deeyana, be with us. She's not going to do it. All right. We'll be right back here. We've got power players with the dynamic duo. Yes, Andre, and we got D-Time. And, of course, who else do we got with it? Well, we're going to find out. Andre and Dolby. We'll be right back with Power Players. Don't go away. Okay.
Welcome back to Power Hour with Cammy Capital. He's been away for a bit, but we'll catch up with him here in a second. Dolby time, welcome to Power Hour. Let's do this. We do have the house account open. We got the keys to the Ferrari. Currently, house account down about $2,000. Nothing too bad. We were up 3,500, so we took a bit of a swing. About a $5,000 swing there. But before we get into house account trades or do find some levels, Cammy, welcome back. Where you been? It's good to see you. Tell us about your break. You got a new setup there, I see. New mustache looking very nice.
Yes. Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, I did. I took a little break for a couple months. I think some of you guys know my main day job is I run an internet marketing business. So I had a big project there, which took all my time for the last couple months. Same time, I took a break from trading for a while. And we're back at it, back swinging at trading now. Wrapped up that project, so excited to hit the charts with you boys. New setup, new mustache, new me, you know.
Oh wow!
So excited to get into
Coming in
things.
fresh.
Yes, sir.
Love it. Very good, very very good. Well, welcome back. We're very happy to see you. We do love your trades here and the army, the micropeen army that you do bring with you here to Power Hour. Now, in the green room, we told you we got the house account open up here. Of course, we're not going to force any trades. We're going to do a default size of 15 live, whether S&Ps or NASDAQ. And let's pull some levels from you here. Same as in the
15 lots. All right.
How about it? How about it?
Yeah, how about
we are
that?
going big.
Right.
Those are not
all of
micros
us, not
either.
just you. No, not micros. Not micros. So
all right.
we are not. Like I said, Cammy, it's not just you. It's not just your levels. It's all of our levels. We're going to look for some confluence here in the chat as well from our most trusted traders here at Topstep. So let's get into it. Dolby time. How do you assess the day so far?
Oh, I think it's tough. It definitely feels like a market in which we are trying to guess how other traders are feeling rather than rely on technicals or fundamentals. It feels very tricky. I think I've been caught on the wrong side of the market a couple times. I think the house account's been caught on the wrong side of the market a couple times. It's rangy and trendy somehow at the same time. But this is how it is. This is trading. We don't get uptrends and downtrends and sideways movement perfect every single time.
No, we don't. That would be ideal, of course. Here we are trading 17,700 in the NASDAQ, catching a bit of a bid. I'll say to move to the upside. House account trade was, we're looking for a retest of the 17,800s earlier this morning. We did get dip beneath to trade 790, 792-ish was a level that we were really keyed in on. We got long. It wasn't a range up until that point, of course. Then the breakout did happen. Range extension to the downside. We got stopped out. Still managed our risk quite well. But before we get in these trades, Cam, we're going to kind of find a level to get short or long from. Perhaps discuss profit targets and discuss stops prior to the trade. Obviously, it's happening very quickly in real time, so we can't probably get all that in at once, but we will attempt, make it our finest attempt to do so. We are, quick Delta update here. We got plus 9,500 in the ES. John will give us that NASDAQ here shortly, but yes, we're currently seeing what happens here. Dolby, if you see anything, shout it out here in the chat.
I'll start shouting a little bit. So
start the chat.
NQ. Yeah, I can get
NQ
chat
or
going.
ES. Get chat going. See if we can pull some levels here from chat.
Let's see. For NQ, I'm looking at 17,668 3/4 for my 1 hour range low. And my 1 hour range high, 17,732.5. So nice little box there to work in. I would consider getting long at the bottoms and short at the tops, but my range trades have getting smoked today. So maybe try to find a short if we can get a little bit further up. But I'll also defer to chat here because I have not been in the pocket, as they say. I've been buying bottoms, just getting smoked. It's been tough. I think you're muted, buddy.
Oh no.
Yeah, he's definitely muted.
Oh, that's on me, shit. Hey, can't be talking.
You were muted for like 2 minutes, bro. I thought I was messed. You were so messed up. I thought I was messed up.
Oh, dude, I'm out of pocket. I was looking at this trade. Cammy, tell us about what do you do when you get back into these markets? When you're taking, some time off, how do you do it? What are some of the steps you take?
Yeah, man. So you guys might remember before my break, I was trading strictly ICT concepts. But I don't know, ready for the long whinge here. This is my second year trading futures, right? So 4 years before that was just on and off trading CFDs, Forex, etc. I learned the ICT stuff, price action concepts, naked price action as they call it, using candlesticks only, which is pretty cool, pretty fine. But in CFD and Forex, you don't have the centralized exchange, centralized data, the level 2 order book, the time and sales, all this kind of information, which was previously not available to me trading CFDs. So, at the time, CFDs made sense, price action, candlesticks, etc. But coming into my second year of futures now, I was kind of feeling like there's a piece of the puzzle missing with the data. Like I'm reading price action candles, and what I'm learning from this ICT style trading is, you're looking at candlesticks and determining where imbalances are based on candlestick patterns and whatnot. And that first made sense to me, coming from Forex CFDs, made a bit of sense. But as time went on with the futures trading, I was like, well, we have actual data now where we can see, is there an imbalance on that candlestick? Is there an imbalance at that level in price? Is there really, based on what's actually traded there, was there even a inefficiency that we might go back to fill later on? And that kind of led me down a rabbit hole of looking into order book, time and sales, reading order flow type trading. I took a couple of mentorships to kind of teach myself this stuff because, I don't know, it's hard to figure out where to learn this stuff from on your own. So I took a couple of mentorships, learned the order flow style trading using the DOM, the price ladder, time and sales. And this is the thing about me. My followers like, man, you changed so much, Cammy Capital. But when I'm presented with data or facts that seem more factual than what I currently know or what I currently use, if I'm presented with something that seems to make more sense logically, comes across as more factual, I'll change at the drop of a dime. So I started trading order flow style trading the price ladder, utilizing these time and sales, etc. And that's how I've been trading since I've come back to trading, and it's been pretty good so far. It's still a work in progress, but totally different to how I used to trade. So I'll be trading the price ladder up and down for a few ticks at a time, and utilizing time and sales alongside that. Barely even looking at the candlesticks, to be honest, boys. Totally different style.
Wow. Hey, let's if you don't mind, let's discuss this a little bit more. What was the light bulb, the aha moment for you that perhaps the previous way wasn't, there was a better way out there. Let's put it that way. What was the aha moment there?
Well, I'll just clarify first there, Andre. I think the ICT stuff was working all right for me, but a lot of it was being left to guesswork, because this is where the aha moment comes in. Is I don't know how much you guys are familiar with ICT traders, but you're looking at a chart and you're saying, okay, there's liquidity resting here, and they'll point to like a couple of lows on the chart, or there's liquidity resting here and point at a I think you guys call it, what do you guys know it as, a single print candle, or ICT traders will call it a fair value gap, whatever.
Okay. I don't know.
Say there's liquidity.
You did a great job of getting chat triggered.
Oh, believe me, I lost a ton of my subscribers by doing this, but it's what I believe, so I'm going to go with it. With the fair value gaps, like I said before, the aha moment was, as an ICT trader, the further I got into it, the more I was like, well, how do we even know, based off this picture, this candlestick, this past data, this picture that's been printed on the chart, where the imbalances are, when on one time frame, on the 5-minute chart, for example, we'll have, I don't know if my screen's up. Oh yeah, there's my screen. On the 5-minute chart, you might have a big gap like this, and an ICT trader will say that's a fair value gap. There's an imbalance in there. Price is coming back to fill that imbalance and then reverse, and it does. This is like a perfect example for the chat. It perfectly reversed there. But for example, if you look inside, if you drop from the 5-minute down to the 1-minute chart, the idea with the ICT traders, they say that here, this fair value gap, price moved so fast that it didn't get to fill a bunch of orders in there, so price is going to come back to rebalance those missed orders on the book. That's what an ICT trader would say. But then you go down to any lower time frame, like a 1-minute, and price did have some back and forth action in there on the way down. It didn't just drop off. That to me is like, well, it's so, what's the word? Subjective, objective, subjective. I always get those two confused, but you know what I mean. So subjective. Subjective to the person looking at the chart, where these imbalances are, where liquidity is. Whereas with futures, we have tools like using the level 2 data, or using a tool. I use Bookmap a lot now as well, if you guys are familiar with that, to kind of just see where liquidity is actually resting, where those imbalances actually are, and then trade from those where they actually are, based on the order flow, based on the order book, instead of just guessing based on candlestick patterns.
Rips at all? You talked to Rips at all?
No, I haven't talked to him too much. I've watched a lot of his streams. And funny enough, watching Rips as well, I was like, wow, this guy, he's talking about things I have no idea what this means, and he's having a lot of success. I like that style of trading, so it kind of sent me down the rabbit hole as well. Like I said, I'm still new. It's only my 2nd year trading futures, so I'm still learning it, getting things wrong here and there, and developing myself as a trader. But this is where I'm at so far.
Well, have you tried a 15 lot in the house account yet?
Oh, let's do it, Dolby. Let's do it.
Right there. Something happened.
Let's do it is right. Dolby, let's do it is right. Keeping an eye on the S&Ps here. I think maybe S&Ps might be the play.
NASDAQ is going bananas right now on the ladder.
Pull up the NASDAQ. Let's take a look.
Huh.
What did you see there? I got
it's
S&Ps up.
Just like volatility got just shot up all of a sudden in both markets. I don't know if like news came out or something. That was just strange. But we did kind of reject the halfway point. Where is it heading? Man, we're heading lower. Wow.
Looks like we are. We've got a delta here, plus 60s. Yeah, it did. Someone hit the on switch. Keep in mind, we do have earnings, a lot of big earnings after the bell. We got Starbucks, AMD, Amazon, all coming out after the bell today. Pinterest, shout out to Rips. Got that going on. So we got a lot of earnings after the bell. We do have FOMC tomorrow. So it should be interesting power hour here. We got 45 minutes left in the session. No levels really coming in just yet.
It kind of was a wiggle, if you don't mind. I'm not going to lie. Chat is saying it was a wiggle. Yeah. There's a big ass wiggle in the ladder. Something's going on right now.
Okay.
But look at the last
Nothing
two
on the
5-minute
wire right now.
candlesticks. Yeah, and the ES, the last two 5-minute candlesticks, it was itty bitty, and now just massive volatility came in.
Yes.
A lot of trading.
Looking at that, see that right now as well.
Man,
if we got Jay Cook in the chat, I think I saw Jay Cook in there. Jay Cook, if you got some levels, please throw them in there. Let's get that going. Let's see if we got a trade coming up. Dolby, what was the trade yesterday in Power Hour, if you recall it all? You said it was a long trade.
yeah. It was this one right here. We got short this little box at between 51.33, and it just rallied. So I think what we were looking for was a pattern that was more like this. Like it just as easily could have formed like resistance and rolled over, like it just did right now.
Yep.
But that's what ended up. So that's like a range extension, and then this is like a failed range extension. It got to like the halfway point and just gave up. So that's what we were looking for yesterday. Just didn't get it. I mean, the question is now is, do we think there's value here to go long? It's like, bro, I don't.
Yeah, I hear you. We got Jay Cook in here saying, I think. Yeah, I got you. I think we range between 706 and 670 until it close. Fading those extremes might be the best idea, but I'm hands off right now. That's okay. Hands off is okay. So 706 upside to 670 downside range. Keep an eye on that. Hands off for right now. Very good. But we do have a trade idea. Cam, if we get up to those levels, let me know. Yeah, go ahead.
Are you trading smaller time frame trades now? So if you see something, can you let us know?
Are you talking to me, Dolby?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I will let you know. I mean, put it this way: these trades are in and out within 5-10 seconds. So I don't know if we'll have enough time to throw them in the house account. Yeah, taking a couple here just as we've been talking, as we've been streaming.
Oh, no kidding!
That's why you need. That's why you need the Red Bull. You need the Red Bull to start the morning, so I'm done. Otherwise,
gives you wings.
I might miss something. Yeah, man. Yeah, not on the Celsius like you boys. I see that.
No, I'm a monster rehab guy. Ooh. That's mine.
Monster rehab, yes, sir.
All right, we are still seeing more selling here. Everybody see some new lows. Getting up to it here. S&P's, NASDAQ, both selling off.
Yeah, I would just smash the sell button. That's what I would do. Because we're just we're just stair stepping lower though. Like, you know what I mean? It's like if we go back to the beginning of the day, just stair step lower. Just support becomes resistance, or just gets broken through. Right with this 5105, that was support, became resistance. It kind of is doing it now in a shorter time frame too, at 5096. So is that just the new thing today? Is just support becomes resistance, and we just stair step down the whole way?
Yeah, it certainly looks like that. Looking at the charts, that's for sure. We don't really have a squeeze set up developing either, so we're kind of out of trade ideas for the time being, which is okay, which is a key. Dolby did say just smash the sell button and see what happens, which I was tempted to do. Dolby, I have no problem doing that.
I know.
Unfortunately, we got to stick to our process. I mean, I think you're right. You think you're right?
That, or we just take like a now, super boys? Do you guys have a? Sorry, go ahead, Cammy.
Do you guys have a? What's the house? Do you guys have a running balance of the house account for the stream, or how's that? What's that like?
Yeah, I think probably around scratch right now. We've had 2 back-to-back losing days. Last week was profitable. Week before that was profitable. I'll say we do pull the stats. I think we are actually in the works of doing just exactly that. So we will, once we get that, we'll present that to everybody in the stream.
Oh yeah, yes sir.
Yeah. Yes, we're gathering that. Yeah, what's the balance overall? Good question, Ursa. We will pull that for you when we are ready to do that. But you guys see these trades here live, real trades, real P&Ls, no real accounts.
Are we subtracting MP's day, or are we including that one?
I think we got to keep it all in there. So maybe that did take us underwater.
Right.
That
might have put us under.
It's okay. I think we're trying to put something together. We're going to make it very pretty and presentable, and maybe make some content out of it.
This is just feeling very, very bearish.
Yeah,
about to push that lower, perhaps.
Your 670s, Jay. 670s.
But I don't like getting baited by momentum because I'm terrible at reading it. But it seems like they're doing a very good job enticing someone who's terrible at reading momentum to get short.
Yeah,
whatever that's worth.
All right, here comes some more selling. Here we go.
Yeah.
All right, so that range, okay. Rip it like rips. Okay, we're going to be hands off for the time being. See how this plays out, but it is stair-stepping lower like Dolby just said. Yup, range not holding. Good call, Jay. All good. Trade idea off. That's okay. That's okay.
Yeah, strong candlestick into that 1 hour too. Didn't even bother consolidating much.
Maybe we should be looking to get short, like Dolby said. Mark S. Mann says, nice support at 17,646. 17,646. We're about 20 points away from that in the NASDAQ. Let's see what happens. So maybe we should be looking to get short and not be looking to get long at this point.
I mean,
might
that's
be getting caught short in the hole here. It's tricky.
That's the thing with trying to trade a trend that's this aggressive is that you just kind of want to hop in like as soon as you can, and the longer you wait, probably the worse entry you're going to get, and the more enticing it's going to get because it looks like it's running further. So it keeps on like dragging you further and further. It's like a riptide basically. Just keeps on grabbing you and just pulling you further and further away from like where your initial impulse was to get short. But it's not an easy trade to take. Just smashing the sell button and just hoping.
Right. Yeah, we got Nick's Hound in here saying Delta's peeling off on ES. Perhaps we have a long squeeze in the midst right now. These bottom pickers just getting stopped out and pushing the market lower when the market won't go higher. So we are seeing a bit of that. Bit of a bounce here in the NASDAQ. I think significant.
It's like, would you want to buy now? Because we could just set a stop.
It's not our level.
Right
our level's
50.86 and a quarter. That'd be a cheap long for 15.
Mr. says you're afraid to buy lows and sell highs. What's up, Mister? We did buy the lows twice today, and that's why we are where we're at. Those lows. As we continue to make new lows, those lows are no longer lows, unfortunately. You end up selling into the lows. But yes, I understand what you're saying. I'm still selling here in the S&P's 5088.
Oh man,
Delta
we could get a
plus
cheap
4,000.
We could get a cheap long here.
Getting tempted though, we do it for the stream.
I mean, it's like, listen, like opportunities are always present in the market, and like if the longer you wait, the more and more they're going to leave. And so if you're going to put a trade on, you kind of just have to throw it on there, or at least put in a limit order and hope. But I think I think this could be a cheap trade. Like we're kind of like the 1 hour range low, kind of weakly extended the range, and now we're back within again. We could easily set a stop at like 5,086. Give it maybe even more room because chat was suggesting more room the last time I was trading ES. Maybe it loses, but also maybe this is the bottom, and like we can get 5,100, and like everyone starts covering into the end of the day. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 5086. What else? What are levels? Let's pull some ES levels here. We are seeing 5090. Well, we can buy 88s right now. We wanted to. 5086 Dolby style. Here we go. Marcus Stalker D 5086. All right, 5086. We got 3 submissions for 5086 Dolby D. Cam, you see anything? Oh, you're reading market. You're reading price action now, correct? So I think you're.
Oh yeah. Yep. I've been trading this up and down, up and down, up and down. Pretty good so far. Yeah, just the back and forth price action. So I can't even call out levels for you boys. I'm gonna have to say, buy here.
He's in the Matrix, Trey.
Yeah, in the Matrix,
like,
boys.
He might as well have a Vision Pro on and just staring at the ladder. That's where he's at.
It's not a bad call.
No, it's not. Large lot 5085 in the ES. Let's take a look there. Take a look there. Yes, 5085. Oh, yeah, 250 lots sitting on the bid there. I see that. Yes, going to 50, 75. So, all right, well, we got some levels right here. A few points away from the 50, 85, 86 level. See what happens as we approach that. We've got about 30 minutes left here. Of course, we're going to bring you some top quiz results, as well as the MOC numbers. We do have hashtag Power Hour Dolby time. I'm going to throw it to you now. Tell the people what hashtag Power Hour is all about.
Hashtag Power Hour. We are trying to make it trend on social media. Hit us up on X, formerly known as Twitter. We're not on Instagram a ton. It seems like most of you people are on X for the most part. But that's where we are at Topstep. Hashtag Power Hour. If you send us a message, I will take it from the internet and put it in the show. So you can make memes, send it to us. You can, what else? Post a winning trade, a payout. Oh my God, look at this bounce, Dre. Look at this bounce.
Yes.
Hashtag Power Hour. Tag us. I'm looking right now.
Yeah, we almost got in there. Almost got in there with our 85s or 86s. Dipped to 87s here, I'm seeing. It was a nice little bounce, that's for certain. It's okay. We're going to be patient.
Yeah,
Even if we are down, we're going to be patient because we're not chasing trades. Yeah, we touched 86 half-ish. I mean, we almost got there.
What's the chat bias right now? Are they long? Are they short? How are they feeling?
Short.
Yeah,
mostly short.
Question.
Huh?
We could
typically
throw a poll up there, but take a look at the tilt here. Get a general idea. 63% long in the ES, 68% long NASDAQ. I'm not sure what it is in the chat, but that's certainly all our simulated traders here on Topstep or on the tilt here.
Yeah, in general, chat is really good at reading momentum. They have a super good track record when it comes to just reading momentum. But now, see, now they're all bullish.
Okay, so we got chat bullish, tilt bullish. We're looking bullish.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, we do have an entry, perhaps level 50.85. We'll have a stop of. Stop will be somewhere around 76-ish, based on the bracket order we do put in there. We'll get these exact levels for you once we do enter the trade. Upside target will probably be somewhere around 5,100, but that always changes in the heat of the moment as new information enters the market while you have an open position. So we'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah.
If we do get into that. Here at the bottom of the hour, maybe some trade wins as well, Dolby.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I sent some stuff to the producer box. They got some stuff. I got some stuff.
Cool.
We'll have things to share with the people. This is kind of why I wanted to get long 50.89. This is a good example of how, like, the best opportunities do not present themselves for very long. Like, if you wanted to get long 50.88, you kind of had to just hop in and just take it and, set a tight stop. If you wanted to get short, you kind of have to hop in and just let that play out. The market does not really let traders hop in for good opportunities. Although it is why I like trading ranges, because those can be pretty good if you have the patience to hop in. But you still have to hop in right at the biggest pain point. That's typically the best location. Mister, thank you so much.
So if you plan on making profound thought there. What else we got? Long's kind of peeled off a little bit. Delta's still plus 4,000. Here at the bottom of the hour.
Interesting.
Right,
okay.
How many trades? Have you taken any trades yet today? I know it's
yeah, man. I'm about 10 or 11 trades deep so far. I've been like Dolby said, I'm in the matrix right now. Yeah. Just the back and forth price action. Sitting P&L's up 620 so far. Just a one contract back and forth. Might have to give me the wheel on the house account there for a little bit, Dolby. Give me a couple minutes on there.
Hey, you can hop. You can go from the back seat. You can ride shotgun in this car if you want to.
Yes, sir.
Wait a minute.
Plenty of cup holders. I'll sit in the back. Totally fine. Totally fine.
Dolby time. Yeah, that bounced off the 88s there in the ES. Here's the thing for house account purposes, 50, 88s. I mean, we're not getting out. We probably won't be getting out of 50, 92. We're looking at a little bit longer term. But yeah, 88s, you're sitting in the money right now. So I see what you're doing. I see what you're saying, Dolby.
It's like, are we going to get back down there to catch it again?
I know.
I don't know.
And if we do, you know, what does that mean? Are we?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Knock on the door to the downside.
Yep. Technical Trader, Cami uses Bookmap, same application that Rips uses. It's
Yes,
the
sir.
application that has the bubbles. Many bubbles.
Yeah. Bubbles is right, yep. No, it's a good one. It's good for looking at those. It's like just visualizing the order book. Really good for that. If you're not, you know, too privy to reading the numbers on the ladder up and down, is that ever changing. Yeah.
Ooh, I mean, I could like if we wanted to take a short, I would consider a short now maybe, but like we wouldn't really want it to get over like 5,095. See if that holds, and that just can kind of continuation of this downtrend. So we're just making the assumption that sellers are coming back in and they're going to be able to keep this down. So maybe have a stop at like 50.98 and try to get a short at like 50.95. It's like a 3-point stop.
95s. All right. D, let us know what you think about 95s. Jay Cook, if you like those 95s in the ES, let us know. Thank you for proposing these trade ideas levels here, Dolby. This is how we kind of formulate our trade ideas and execute.
We got
identify a level.
NGU in chat, 17,670, and then go long again. 670. Yeah, if we can get down there, that's what we're just talking about. If we can get back down there, it's like, do we want to still go long? Because is that like the retest to all the way through the downside? Look at this NQ bounce, though. Super strong.
Yeah, it was. Those 670s were nice, but we kind of blew right through them. Not by much, actually. I'm going to take some heat down to 57. Yeah, that would have been a nice entry.
Yeah.
Long. No, Jay Cook, they're saying short 95s in the ES, short 95s. We're there right now.
Yeah. See, I think we would get caught, though.
I
don't know. Too. It's a 50-50. It's, you know, this is trading. It's like, what do we think the other market participants are going to do? Are sellers still going to be selling at 235 and going to maintain the series of higher lows, or are buyers going to step in, short's going to cover, and we're going to, you know, go from our range low to our range high?
Right.
I mean, those are the two scenarios, and then whatever else you got.
Not in favor of shorts anywhere. We are bouncing from a statistical mean average. Okay, well, there's a reason. Good job. I appreciate that.
Ooh, interesting.
So we're getting.
So did you catch along then?
That's been tricky too.
Yeah.
You know, no trade is also a trade that we can do. There's nothing wrong with that. If we do want to do. We need to get a confluence of these levels coming in, price action as well. What confirmation before we execute? So we have a process. We're going to stick to it.
I mean, man, we might get that retest though of 50.90 in the ES, or you know, it's probably what 17,680. I think they were just talking about.
Oh, in NAS.
668. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and we're about at halfway point, middle of range.
Bryce D says, look at footprint for Pete's sake. No long trades. Okay. We also said no short trades. We're getting a lot of conflicting opinions here. All right, Jack, I think we're ready for some top quiz winners. So let's do that. I know people are really up in arms about today's top quiz.
It was a process today. Well, that was my fault, but I have gone and corrected it because I wrote the same answer twice in one. I'm going to show some work. It was like cracking the friggin' Enigma machine trying to... I had to use all my Excel while here, but James, you show that first picture. Wait, 1 second. These are not the winners, by the way. These are not the winners.
Okay.
This is just to show you, some of them might be, that I went through manually and found everyone that chose that D answer and gave them one more right. And then I went to the Kahoot site and got the formula for their score timer, and I calculated those two and added it to your score. So these are a sampling of the 108 people that got moved up to 3 or 4 right and the points. The next thing we show will be the winners, and here's what I did. Okay, here we go.
Wow.
You'll notice these 2 highlighted names here. I gave the original top 5 plus these 2 people in yellow who actually did enter the top 5 once you added the points from that question. So I did it. The other people are the random winners. We shouldn't look at it too long. There's a few that I nearly blacked out here, but I'd already spent too much time in Excel.
Wow. Not all heroes wear capes. Thank you, Jack. That was
love the explanation.
Yes, absolutely. So there you go, everybody. Once again, a Top Step. We make you whole. So that's what Jack. Good job, Jack. There you go.
Oh, is SRQ Trader listed twice? Okay. Well then let's pick. Okay, I'll come back with one more random winner then.
Okay.
I like that. Thank you.
And we'll be here.
Thank you. Yes, we will.
ES touched 5,089. So if we wanted to hop in longs again, I mean, opportunities there.
It is. I got 86s though. 86 is our level. I know we're getting maybe too
86
greedy with our entry.
for? Okay.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
Yeah. Yep.
For a long or for a short?
For a long. That is a potential level we got here.
Cool. That could be a good run. Good stop run.
Yeah. JD. I think I got it from JD and Dolby. No, and D. Sorry about that.
Okay.
86s. That's all right. Taking a look at the tilt right here. Nothing popping in tilt. All right, Cammy. So how do you read this price action? You're a price action guy now. How we reading this?
Yeah, man. How we reading it? I'm seeing this just back and forth business, good for scalping up and down is all I'm seeing. It's not really like it'll reach the outer edges of that range and turn right back around. So if I was to trade a more positional trade, I'm probably waiting to see if it gets more direction first. Like Dolby said, it's just range bound at the moment. Pretty dangerous waters.
There it is.
No.
Cammy,
what's it like?
Real quick, Cammy, can you give me a number between 1 and 278?
Oh yes. Let's go for 169.
169. All right. Let's see who 169 is.
Who is it, Jack?
169 is the Kahooter that goes by the name of Kaiwen. Kaiwen.
Nice.
Thank you, Kaiwen.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Cammy.
Congrats. Yeah, here's that level 70. Here's 670 in the NASDAQ. We're switching over to ES for this power hour trade. A little bit more orderly.
Yeah.
More
certainly.
liquidity this late in the day.
So do you have a resting order in at 86?
I do not.
Let's throw it in there. Throw 15 in there.
Where's the stop?
I don't know, $10,000. I don't know. What's our daily loss limit?
10.
80 below right 51, below 81 and 3/4. Put it below that.
Okay. All right. D, you like that? You like that level, the 86s as well? I do believe.
Yeah, I just think if we goes there, we're not gonna have enough time to hop in.
No, we won't. I typically just enter with a market.
Yeah. Just entice
that.
the market to come fill you.
Yeah, draw some liquidity, right? We got that.
Yep. Cammy,
All right, we got that resting order. We got the resting order in there.
About taking a break. Something that traders have a hard time doing. How was it taking a break, and would you suggest it to other traders?
Yeah, it was actually really, really good. I enjoyed my life for a couple of months away from the screens. No more early mornings sitting here, which was nice. I mean, I do enjoy trading, but it's good. It was a good little reset. I think before I took my break, I was in a bit of a funk as well, trading wise. You have those I had just come off a bit of a losing streak, and I was finding myself going on tilt more often than I normally would. And taking those couple months off was a good reset. Couple months off, also educating myself further. Like I say, still fairly new to futures itself. So it was good. A really, really good reset. and approaching the markets with a fresh perspective, and after taking the break from that losing streak, the emotions from that are all gone, and just coming in and starting again. It's been really, really good. Do I recommend it? If you are on a longer losing streak, sometimes that break is all you need to reset. Emotionally, especially, can't let that affect your future trading for sure.
Yeah, that's good. I'm glad you took a break and enjoyed your time. It's hard to do as a trader. It's always tempting to want to come back and place trades, undo the past, make for a great future. It's addicting.
Absolutely. And if you're in the position where you're not relying on trading to put food on the table, and you have the luxury to take the break, it's sometimes a good thing to do.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, we have that resting order here on the 86s, 86 on 15. So a few levels confirming that. All right. When we talked about the stop, we're not really risking the entire daily loss limit. Our initial stop's gonna be 2,500. We'll risk 2,500 to make 5,000. The bracket orders here on TopStep X. So
I mean,
we're not just,
if we get filled at 86, though, we should. That'd be such a good entry for like a long-term long into close. I think we.
Yeah, people seem to like that.
Nice short cover.
Yeah, we're starting to see some people confirming that level here. What's the boat? 86. Well, 86 never traded there, But we're getting there.
It is not.
We
You
have
never
15
know.
minutes. We don't know. We'll see how this plays out here. Last 17 minutes. If we want, we could do some trader wins. If we got those ready, or the hashtag
Oh yeah,
power
we should pull
hour
them up.
scrape.
Yeah, we can do
If you'd
some
like to
trader
do
wins.
that. Yeah, let's do that if we have it ready. Because we got about 15 minutes left here. Yeah, great, James. If you wouldn't mind.
Let's do it. Dolby, you can probably help me out with the commentary, but we got this one provided to us from our Topstep community.
Cool.
Yep, this is from the Facebook community. If you're in the Facebook community, I think you'll probably see this post. This is the 5K pin and hat, which is pretty sweet.
Yeah.
I actually I got one of these. That is gold right there, and it's shiny and gold. Very cool hat. And we do have a forum actually. So if you do if you withdraw $5,000, let us know in chat. We can drop a form and you can receive a hat and pin. And what else do we got?
Look at all these payouts.
Whoa.
Love seeing it. Wow. Nothing huge, which I like. These are all super solid base hits. $350, $588, $650. Get into an XFA, get your 5 winning days, and take a payout no matter what size. I mean, that's awesome. So congratulations to all these people. That is in the Topstep Discord. Live stream the payouts in real time. Pretty awesome.
This is our last one. You sent this to me, so I might need your help with this one.
Yeah, so this is from Twitter. We got tagged. And we're talking about Amish Paradise, I believe, in fast markets. And Elaine Bennis, who's on Twitter, she's a financial personality, very funny. But she actually did write a song, or maybe ChatGPT did. I am not a rapper, so I'm not going to do any of the bars as they say. But chat, feel free to pause the stream and do a little bit of karaoke to Gangster's Paradise by Coolio.
I like that. Amish Paradise. Hashtag power hour. Good stuff.
Yeah,
I like it. We're getting this off the ground, Dolby. It's working great.
We are. We're going viral. That's the point. That is the point.
All right. Well, we got this bid working in here. It's working these 86s still 15 times. Hey, John. John, we get a chance. What are you seeing down here with these 86s? You seen anything down there to make it more significant? Taking a look at the Topstep daily levels that we send out, or we do link to. 86s, nothing really popping. Okay. We got about 14 minutes left here. Dolby, Andre, you got to get somebody to wrap it and make a video and send it in, and the winner gets a free reset. Tourist time. All right.
That's a great idea until you realize Jack has to spend 10 hours of his day watching submissions of people doing Coolio.
And think about that part. Yes,
Yeah.
Did not.
Hey, Dolby, it's been a long time. Last time, I think you were trying to set a push-up record as well. Has anyone beat you yet? What were you at last time? Was it 50-something?
I think I
Three
did
less than whatever
50,
you said.
Yeah, wait, what'd you say? What'd you say?
Like the Zapruder film, man. I went back and put the counter on it, and you were just like shouting numbers out. I was kind of just going through the stories.
Counting
like,
is
these are just
counting is not my strong suit.
not a big trader skill to be able to count.
Uh-oh.
No.
Man,
One lot, 3 lots.
he's getting feisty.
It doesn't matter.
It was more than his fingers and toes, and then Dolby lost his way.
Yep.
Oh no! You naughty
After
boy.
20.
Wow.
After 20, I stopped counting.
Okay. Well, yeah, wow. Well, we got about 13 minutes here. We will get that MOC initial imbalance out to you when it does hit. Eddie's all over that. Also scanning the news for anything that might be happening globally, whether it be OPEC or the Middle East with oil conflict over there. We'll keep an eye on that. Proceed. Once again, we got big earnings after the bell today. Get ready for that. We got AMD, Amazon, Starbucks, and shout out to Rips, Pinterest as well.
Yep.
How many cups of coffee? Yep.
Yeah, Rips has some really nice knitted stock market socks.
Oh, beautiful! I can see him wearing those. Absolutely.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, a little flushicito on there. It's Powell on a toilet knitted into a sock. It says flushicito. They're really cute. Yeah.
All right. Favor long above 94s here from Pug Travel. Long above 94s. Okay. Well, we were talking about the 95 level, perhaps taking a short. We got Pug Traveler saying maybe a long above 94. Okay. So we'll keep an eye on that. Might just go right back to 5100s here. That's been the price. Seen a lot of business conducted at 5100 in the S&Ps. All right, we're about 10 handles away from this 86.
Yeah. I still like your order though. I think we keep it in there.
Yeah, throw it back in.
Yeah, I mean, why not? I think it can still reject. 50.95, head lower, do a stop run, and then head back higher again in 10 minutes.
Wait, short? No. We got the long. We're gonna work
long. Long 86,
yeah, okay.
Right?
Yep. Put that back in there. 15 times limit price. All right, we just wants to hit 250. Yes, we did. 250 Central Time here. Do you see that injection of liquidity? Oh, Jack's power just went out.
Oh, well, that's what you get, Jack. That's what you get for messing with Dolby on Topstep TV.
That's right. No messing with Dolby time.
All right, MOC imbalance 2.2 billion. This is a good one. To the sell side, 2.2 billion to the sell side.
That is substantial. Looks like financial juice is working again. Eddie got to be pretty happy. Finally getting some
good to see
some numbers.
I got that quicker than our good friend Shashwat. So, but still, props to Shashwat. He gets out there first every day.
Is that the carrier pigeon that they fly into you, Eddie?
Candygram. That's why I'm getting so fat.
Candygram.
All right, we are coming down these 86s.
Let's go get filled. Let's get filled and catch our bid real quick.
Be nice. 5085 incoming. Matt P says, D, do you still like this level of 86 or 86.5? I believe you said. D, if you're in there, please let us know. Always looking for confirmation, confluence of levels in alignment before we execute these trades. Let's know here.
Come on, baby.
Still trading these 90s. Yeah.
Come get us. Come get us.
Getting close.
Come do a stop run and give us what we wanted.
Yeah. We're getting there.
Yeah. I like that.
Let's do it.
Hit it, man.
Yeah. Something. Getting close. This is our level that we did pick out here. It's still valid, but we may run out of time, though. Yeah. Okay. Well, we can manually stop out of it. That's okay. It's still valid.
I think we're okay.
All right. Here we go. We are filled. We are in. We are long 15 times from 50.86. Stop of. Give us house. I like that.
It's so good.
Our stop is 50.80. Stop of 50.80.
What's our profit target?
50.92. 50.92.
I would do like 95 and then like 51.05.
At 95. Well, okay, we're right there. We'll see how this plays out. Keep in mind, we've got 8 minutes left. I don't know that we're going to actually get to these, but we are in. We are in. We've identified the entry with the levels. We had a resting bid on there, bottom end of the range here. We got the stop at 50.80. 50.80 is our stop. Target up above 50.92.
Oh
we are breaking. We are breaking, and we are getting, and we are.
Nope, not yet.
Almost. I thought that was it. Just dumping. 50.80.
Gotta believe.
That was a quick one. Yeah, it's
gotta.
And we've been stopped up. House account down 6. That was quick.
Bit of violence to end the day, boys. That was a big flush out.
Yes, it was. Hey, that's trading. The levels got breached. Levels got breached.
Breached.
Indeed. Yes.
I gotta say, trading earnings is not that much fun.
We turn right around. Yep, that's it. That's trading for you. What are you gonna do? What are you going to do? All right, we got about 6 minutes left here in this session. And house account down. Got that in there? You guys can see. Yes. Oh, see what happens here with this MOC in a minute, but P&L, put that in there.
Oh,
so everyone
did we
can
get
see.
Bottom ticked?
Oh, perhaps. Perhaps we did.
Come on.
I know, man. I know. It's trading. Stay calm, stay positive about it. Bottom tick sucks. It happens to the best of us.
We got what? 86.
He's right. Buy more.
That's okay. I mean,
oof, we are
what
selling.
happens when you trade?
There she goes.
When you trade that size. Wow.
Who got the earnings? Who got the earnings? Right, we are flat here in the house account. Getting short was the way. We should have coasted those 95s. Did not like that comment. Wow, we are selling through that. MOC really got the party started here to the downside.
Yeah, no kidding.
Wow, we are selling hard.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Cammy, you definitely brought the action, unlike some of our other Power Hour guests. So duly noted. Might have to keep you around for the volatility.
Oh yeah, that was good fun. A bit sweaty there a couple of times, but walking away okay today. Resurrected one of my combines.
Oh, good.
Yep, pretty happy with that.
Good, I'm good on you.
I wish I got to see pull out some pulled pork today, Dolby. I mean, that's what I remember from a couple months back.
Oh, I know. Well, guess what?
The market closed pulled pork.
House account is now pulling all of the pork these days. So, I mean, we can kind of talk about what we would do differently. Obviously, it's hindsight. I mean,
short the 95s.
I think short 95s, maybe. Yeah,
so easy to do right now.
A cheap trade. I know it is.
Yeah, we're not in the business. I don't want to get in the business of doing the hindsight stuff. We can review trades. We like those levels. We get a confluence of it. We're in a range. We had our risk defined. Just did not. That was a cheap long, as they say. Get long at the lows. Do the trade again.
Yeah.
Do the trade again. That's trading for you.
Yeah, pretty quiet power hour up until the last 10 minutes. It was very just back and forth, range bound. Not a whole lot of action, to be fair, boys.
MOC.
Yeah,
MOC's
definitely
where
some
you
happy
at?
traders and happy traders in chat. I think a lot of people got short, which is great.
Oh yeah.
We mentioned 96 short. It's just it's so hard to figure out which one. what thesis you want to play.
Yep. House account done for now. Going back over to the global board. We're going to watch this as we go into the close here. Wow, huge dump off into NASDAQ, as we just saw. Longs took it on the chin there. Dow selling off as well. Gold selling off as well. Everything's catching a bit of a sell right now.
Does this mean Amazon's going to come out with terrible numbers or something?
That's what I'm saying, man. Who got the earnings? Man?
Right.
Buck Z, that was a horrible house trade. Thank you. Thank you for the obvious. Thank you for the obvious. You don't say. Process was good, though. Process was good. We're going to stick to the process, and we're going to keep executing these trades, and we're going to play the numbers game, the math game here over the long run. So we're going to do it. Andre, you should trade micros, Mister says. Okay, that's not.
No. There's no micro trading here, buddy. We're going for size.
No.
Going for size. We're going for numbers.
And you know what? We're gonna keep executing. We believe in our traders. We believe in everybody. We're gonna, we see levels come in. It looks good on the charts. Support in the range. Who knew we'd break out of the range like that? Maybe something hit the wire. Amazon getting hammered. I'm seeing.
Someone cheated, obviously.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it happens. It happens trading, though. All right, guys, we have about 90 seconds left in the Power Hour session and for this Tuesday. Don't forget, a lot of earnings after the bell. FOMC tomorrow. Let's rock and roll. Gotta stabilize here.
Well, I hope
Alec, it's okay. Alec.
Learn some stuff. Really good range trade setup. There were cheap long opportunities, and there were cheap short opportunities. Just place an order, play the odds, and then get your 2-to-1, 3-to-1. We just pick the wrong side of the range, basically. That's it.
Yeah, it happens. You got it.
Man,
all right, Eddie, you got Bell. You got Bell. You got outro, my man.
It's Roger in 39 seconds here. Amazon, Starbucks, AMD. It's going to hit the fan.
Yeah, it is. It is. Cami Capital, before we get that going, thank you so much for joining us. It's good to see you again. Don't be a stranger around here. Dolby.
Yeah, man. Thanks for having me, boys. Appreciate that.
You got it. So, all right, Dolby, let's we'll get him tomorrow. Let's keep it going. We are breaking through 65s. Holy moly. Sellers are in the house. Let's see what these earnings are. And here we go. Boom.
All right. Earnings not out yet, but it did hit the wire. Keep an eye on that. Tomorrow is a holiday. Cameron. That's right. Thanks. I forget about that because it's terrible. Telemarketer. What the hell? All right. It's going to be a holiday. It's a Labor Day for a lot of countries out there. Germany, Switzerland, Italy, France, Spain, Singapore, Hong Kong, South Africa, Russia, Brazil, China, South Korea, United Kingdom, holiday. So that's going to be a real crazy day tomorrow. But as far as breakfast goes, 7:15, we've got some a nice hearty breakfast for everybody. We got our ADP non-farm employment at 8:45, S&P Global Manufacturing. Construction spending at 9, ISM also at 9. Also at 9 o'clock, the PMI. And we do have our JOLTS job openings, excuse me, at 9:30. Crude oil inventories. And scrolling down here, we do have at 1 o'clock, the FOMC statement. Also at 1 o'clock, the interest rate decision, which you know and I know is going to be a fart in a tornado. So, yes, we'll watch that tomorrow on our menu for our all-star cast. Be here at 8 a.m. Central Time for opening call. Hogan and myself will fire up the machine. We've got Andre, Hogue, JD, Jack. Oh, no. Rewind. Let me rewind there. Hold on a second. Rewind. Okay. Wednesday. That's going to be the first of the month. Remember, this is the end of the month. We got Andre, Hogue, JD, Jack, and Deeyana going to be with us here for Fast Markets. Andre, Robert, and True Yeah, our buddy True's going to be with us here for Power Hour Top Quiz. I've got Alyssa going to join me. Shoulder Tap with Jack and Mick. Group Coaching, JD and Hogue. We've got Patience with KV, Hogue, and Andre. We'll fire up that 1 o'clock segment. And to end the day, we got Coach Dakota and the dynamic duo, Dolby and Andre. Don't forget, we've got At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. And that's going to be right now. So 6 o'clock, we got Coach Ray. 7 o'clock, Coach Vince. And don't forget, Slow Markets here on our YouTube channel with Coach Dakota. And I think that might be it. Like to thank those that were with us here today, that participated. Hope you enjoyed yourself. I hope you learned something. I honestly, I learned something every day here, either from our Top Step crew and most of the time here from our community. Tomorrow, don't worry, I made some real easy questions. What's the color blue? What comes after the letter S? Stuff like that. So be here for Top Quiz. But otherwise, get yourself some rest, get yourself some relaxation. It's family time now. All right. Log off, get out of here, shut things down, and be safe, be healthy. And until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Top Step TV.